What is going on, everybody? If you don't already know, I go by Philly Mike, host of the Philly Talk podcast. And go ahead.
What's good, everybody? Steven here with Gate City Sports Channel, doing our weekly live section. We're both here representing the Battlebirds podcast today. And on that note, guys, we got a few announcements for you. Announcement number one is that we are up and live on two separate platforms right now, guys. If you go to Spotify and search Battlebirds podcast, we're there. If you go to Stitcher and you search Battlebirds podcast, we're there. So, guys, as promised, we told you we were going to get it up and going. We are at two different spots. There's some added bonus content from what I talked about yesterday, from last week's live. So it won't be like you listen to the same thing again. It's 40 minutes, long form content for you guys. So if you're driving into work, doing some work around the house, and you need long form content, we got you covered, guys. We're excited to do this. It was quite the undertaking. We're still not done, guys. So, we got to get up onto iTunes as well. We're working on getting that done. Some of these platforms, guys, they're different rules for podcasting than doing YouTube videos, like video format. Like podcasting, believe it or not, the people who host the actual content, you have to actually ask them permission to podcast on their platform. Definitely weird. It's not something that I thought going into this, but hey, I enjoyed the crap out of our first conversation. What did you think about it, Mike? Was it a little weird?
It was a little weird, but I liked it. I like how it came out. It was weird how we went about getting it done, but the end result was pretty good. And it's only up from here, anybody's first anything is never as good as their last. You know what I mean? We're gonna grow and be able to fit in, as we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And guys, just to be fully honest, we had to do some weird kind of menangling to get the podcast up. A lot of the stuff was these guys giving me feedback on what I was asking them to give me feedback on, and then me curating the content. But I thought it captured us in the way that we always kind of go back and forth with each other. I thought we did a pretty good job of capturing the spirit of what it's like. So even if you can't see us, if you were to listen to us, I think you would get a pretty good idea of who we are. Mike, myself, and Reese. I feel like we seem pretty authentic coming across in the podcast. What did you think, Mike? And you guys in the if you guys have watched it, I know a couple of y'all watched it, I can tell because I can see the watch. If y'all watched it, let me know what y'all think too. What about you, Mike? What did you think?
Yeah, like I said, it was weird how we got the information for you. And I'm thinking after I'm sending all this stuff, I wonder how he's going to put it together. And again, I like how you moderated it, like narrated it and actually hosted it. You were in between me and Philly Fresh, but you did great. You did great. Most part, you couldn't tell that it was put together the way we put it together, just by the way you were able to cut people off and intertwine, give your, wow, I didn't think you would go this far. And, like you actually had a full conversation. So I liked it. And like I said, for those who didn't see it, he said it's on Stitcher. You said it's on Spotify, right?
Spotify and Stitcher, guys.
So
Spotify and Stitcher. It will be on more. We're going to get it uploaded to more platforms than just Spotify and Stitcher. But that's where you can find it right now. Guys, I will do community updates. I'll do community posts, and I'll have Mike doing what's good, Charles. We'll keep updating guys on where we're going to house everything. We're trying to get it on as many platforms as we can, guys, because we don't know who uses what and who doesn't use what. So we're trying to get it to you the best anyway across all the platforms. What is up, Charles? What's up, guys? Who the hell hit the thumbs down button? Hey, you know how it is, bro. You always got somebody, man.
Hate is gonna hate. But yeah, what's up to everybody in the chat who jumped in? Marcus, like I said, I put you guys up while Gate City was talking about the podcast, so I couldn't interrupt. But what's up to everybody, the guys who just came in? Eagle Season, Paul 44, Charles Smith, Dank, Murph DeKenzo, Zoe Pope, all you guys, what's going on? And like he said, go check it out. I believe it's around 45 minutes, the podcast. And it's pretty much about what Gate City talked about last week, but on a different level. So it's the tier 1, tier 2, tier 1 through 5 that the analysts said Eagles are 1. I like how that sounds. And, we talked about the Cowboys, the Giants, the Redskins, because, they're the people we got to focus on because they're our competition to get into the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, guys. It was an interesting talk. We broke down more than just the Eagles. We broke down the entire division. We broke down a few select teams. We talked about, teams like New England being tier 4. We talked about teams like New Orleans and stuff like that, guys. I mean, we really kind of broke down as many teams as we could in a natural setting that didn't get a little too lengthy. There's one thing I want to dive into before we go live, guys, with the conversation of the day, and we're still waiting on Reese. So we're giving Reese a few minutes to catch up to us before we jump in to today's topic. All right, look, Mike is taking some crap for it, and I'm pretty sure Reese has too, because they had the courage to come out and put their thoughts out there about what happened with the George Floyd situation. So I'm not a political guy. I don't like to talk politics. I really don't. But I can tell you this, right is right and wrong is wrong. I don't care if the person committed a crime or not. You're supposed to have a right to face your accusers in this country and go through the legal system. You're not supposed to be held down on the ground with another grown man's neck or knee in your neck. I don't know why some of these people are leaving some of the comments that they're leaving on people like Mike's channel. But you know what? They're pulling me into a conversation I didn't want to get into, but I'm going to because I feel like now it's becoming necessary for everyone to speak up who has a conscience and has a soul to say it's wrong. What happened? There's just no way of justifying that. I don't care what that man did. He was handcuffed. There were 4 cops. If 4 cops can't control a situation with a man handcuffed, maybe they need to find another line of work. I just cannot get for the life of me how you justify it. It's ridiculous to me. It's not something I wanted to get into, but at the same time, I can't keep. I'm not gonna let my guys over here take punches from other people because they're on some crazy nonsense. Talking about the jails are overcrowded and it's a waste of taxpayer dollars. I don't give a shit. We have a constitution in this country for a reason. People, no matter what your color is, no matter what you've done, because let's be honest, every time this happens to a young black man, what do they always go to? Even a young Hispanic man, what is always the thing to go to? They dig up their past and try to justify it by throwing things up about the person's past, which has nothing to do with the actual situation that transpired. But yet, they always do it. And like I said, it's not something I wanted to get involved in. It's not something I wanted to speak on. But I'm sorry, man. Like, right is right and wrong is wrong, and that crap was wrong. I don't care how you try to justify this. I ain't in agreement with you. There's no way of justifying it. It was wrong. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I wish it's so hard to explain this to people who maybe I don't know, maybe their inner circle just isn't big enough to where they got to fear, like, I got friends, man, that are educated young black men. They went to HBCU schools. I taught with them. I've coached with them. When they jump in the car, there's an inherent risk that they face. I don't face. And I'm sorry, if people can't understand that right now, I don't know. I don't know how to help them get that point. I don't.
Yeah, and pretty much what he's saying. So on my videos, someone had the nerve to comment and pretty much say that, bro, what are you doing? You're going to lose subscribers. You're going to lose fans. And then he said some, stupid stuff. And at the end of the day, if anybody unsubscribes from my channel because they don't like the way I feel, then they got that same hate in their heart. And I can say this to you right away. See ya. Bada boom. Get up out of here because I just don't respect that. I don't tolerate it. My wife is Latina. You know what I mean? Some of my day ones, I run with everybody, and that's what it really is. And so that scene was so disgusting. So no way you can spin it. I'm still shocked that he got 3rd-degree murder, and he going to get his though, because what goes around comes around, and there's no way he's going to be able to survive in any place with that hanging over him. And listen, like I said, I don't like to get into politics too. I don't really like to do it. It's a sports channel I made. We all have our own feelings, but disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, I'm with you, bro. I mean, I got to give you credit because you had the balls to put it out there and to say, look, this isn't what I cover. This isn't normally what I do. But, it's bothering me. It's sitting on my conscience. I got to get it out. And, it's... I just don't know what else you can do to get people who don't understand this issue to understand it. Like, how much clearer can it be? Like, man, I hate that we still have to fight this crap. Like 2020, we're still fighting this. And let's be honest, I say we're fighting it, but this is being disproportionately fought. Like, man, it's yeah. And I gotta call, I gotta shout Reese out too, guys, because Reese put a video out where he expressed his, and Reese, I thought Reese tried to play the diplomat. I thought he did a really good job of saying what happened was not right. He doesn't condone the riots. The riots got to stop because the intentions are wrong. We're hurting the wrong people. It's not, the people who are causing the problems are the ones being affected by the riots. I just cannot understand why someone would go on your channel and leave that type of comment. And what really angers me about what they left, Mike, is they hid behind a fictitious picture and a fictitious username.
Yeah.
And if you ain't got the cojones to put yourself out there, then keep your comment to yourself is the way I look at it.
I agree.
I mean, it makes you a coward in my eyes. I mean, you're a coward if you can't throw your face up there and use your name or a name that's associated back to you as a person. You're a coward. You're a coward. That's my opinion. You're a coward if you leave in those type of comments saying that we should kill another person.
Correct.
I'll never agree with someone on that. Never. It's ridiculous. I don't care how overcrowded prisons are. I don't care how much it costs to house a person. Man, we have constitutional rights in this country that are not supposed to be infringed upon. And it's happening to one community in particular. I don't know, man. They're cowards, bro. They're cowards. The dude that jumped on your channel was a coward.
But like I said, if you're leaving my channel because you don't like how you feel, if you felt some type of way, especially, again, if you're a white person, because it had to be a white person that felt some type of way from what I said, well, then at the end of the day, the door's wide open. See ya. Charles Smith, appreciate the super chat. I mean, that's way above and beyond, man. Listen, I talked to Charles Smith on a personal level. He got my number, and he really wanted me to go live last night. I wanted to, I just couldn't, because like he said, man, dude, he feels listen, he's gonna have to raise a son in this crazy world. And Charles Smith, listen, I wish I could have got on last night, but we here to take your mind off this. It was a disgusting image that was portrayed in front of us. And like I said, I mean, he's a brother, a sister, a father, a son. I mean, the disrespect that cop. I mean, I don't know. If I was there, I would have probably tackled him, and I would have called a charge. I wouldn't have been able to stand there recording that. I mean,
I
don't know what I would have done. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. It was bad.
I felt the same way watching the video clip, to where at the point, man, it's like, yo, get the fuck off of him. Get off of him. Like, it's not necessary. For y'all, one person, you got him cuffed. Really? Like, come on, man. Like, even when, like, I didn't catch it when it first happened. It was like a day or so later, my in-laws were watching it. And I'm like watching this video clip, and I'm getting angry. Like, I'm wrenching my fist. I'm like, what I'm saying? Like, how you start grinding your teeth. I'm like, I was physically getting angry watching the clip, because man, yes, Don, exactly.
Don Vaughn said, what's interesting is who will take a knee this season. And look, Shannon Sharp said it really good on Undisputed. We need more people who it don't affect, pretty much the white people, to come out there and say something the same way the person who it affect matters. He said we needed Tom Brady's, the Aaron Rodgers. And big ups to my man Carson Wentz coming out there. He put it all in black and white. I don't know how it feels, but I couldn't imagine. And, Carson Wentz, again, you don't have to do that, because you're going to lose respect of people. But if you lose the respect of people for that, then they didn't deserve. You don't need to mess with them type of people, because there are people with hate in their heart for no reason. No reason. So
yeah, that dude, yeah, he clearly had intent to inflict harm, if not death. And I can't see how you justify putting your knee in someone like that and not thinking that the results weren't going to basically be what they were. Like, I for the life of me, I can't understand. That's like choking someone and saying, "Oh, I didn't realize they would pass out." Like, I can't understand it, man. Like,
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to watch that video so I had my facts right, you know what I mean? But it was very hard. It's one of them things where you want to see what all's going on, but it's just hard to look at the things he was saying. He was telling you what's going to happen if you don't get off. I mean, listen, there's people out there who complain that the cuffs are too tight and cops will loosen the cuffs for them. You know what I mean? And then this guy's just saying, get off me, please. And the disrespect is say, get in the car. You got 4 dudes on him and you're telling them to get up and get in the car.
Yeah.
I don't know.
4 guys couldn't control the scene with 1 man handcuffed on the ground. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't even know where to go with it, guys. Like, that was the reason I didn't really want to say anything, because I don't even know what to do to help. Like, I wish there was something to do, but other than voting these people out who don't get it, I don't know. I don't know what there is to do.
I agree. And yeah, like I said, we're waiting for Philly Fresh to get on here to really start going into the Battle Bird stuff, but he said he'll be on here by 6:15. It's already 6:17. So we'll start the transition into that, guys. But yeah, definitely it was the most disgusting thing I've probably ever witnessed, the way it went, you know. And again, they want to spin a narrative about Colin Kaepernick kneeling because he doesn't respect the troops or this country. No. And like Don Vaughn said, I would love to see how, you know, these guys go about it, because, you know, the Malcolm Jenkins, the Colin Kaepernicks, they all express their feelings, and we need more people like Carson, like Zach Ertz. We need these guys to say something because they're nationally followed. I mean, I got 4,000 subscribers. I mean, their Instagrams got millions of viewers, you know what I mean, from all colors, and probably some viewers who are part of the problem. So they got to know, like, wow, I love Tom Brady, but I'm racist. And he's coming out and say something. Like, we need to change these people. And if they're not going to change, we got to get rid of them some way, one way or another.
Yeah. All right, guys. I guess we'll just go ahead and start and wait for Reese to jump in. I don't know. All right, Tom. Today's topic. All right, what I want to talk about, guys, is Carson Wentz what the numbers and what the analytics say about Carson Wentz. And I'm going to be honest. It was a bit of an up and down season when you track the advanced analytics on him. I thought, given the state of everything that happened, I thought he outperformed himself. But there are some important measures I want to present to guys. I want to present everyone tonight, and I want to get everyone's take on it. I want to talk about what these numbers mean. Let's put them in the context of other players, and let's put them in the context of, simply put, guys, let's put them in the context of the scenario and the situation that occurred last season with all the injuries around Carson. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to do a screen share, guys, and I'm going to start sharing some of these metrics, all right? So I'm going to go to share screen, and we're going to go over the advanced analytics on passers. So I'm not talking about passer rating. We're going deeper than passer rating, guys. All right, passer rating is useful, don't get me wrong, but it's not the full context of the story. So I'm going to come over to stats. If you guys can follow me as I do this, hopefully you guys can see it.
I pulled it up.
And I'm going to – all right, I'm going to go into passing.
Real quick, City. Real quick, Philly Eagles. I think neither. I think, you know, we lost out on Carlos Hyde. If we did something for Fournette that we wouldn't hurt us into giving up too much, maybe. But McCoy and Devontae Freeman, I don't really see them making a huge impact from what we already have. So that's just my take on that. But go ahead, Gate City.
All right. So, guys, let's look at the basic metrics that are used to measure quarterback, right? And I'm not talking about the stupid touchdowns, interception rates. Like, okay, like, yeah, I'm not saying that's not useful, but, I mean, let's go deeper than that, guys. All right. Let's talk about intended air yards versus air yards, you know, the AYD, the air yard distances, right? Differential. So difference between like where you intended to throw the ball, right? Your average intended air yards, and then where your completed air yards were. And let's take a look at Carson Wentz, and let's look at those numbers and then talk about the differential there, guys, because there is a little story that's kind of below all this stuff. So 7.9 for his intended air yard. All right. So look, come down this way, guys, and just kind of follow this line here where my cursor is. If you guys can see that, and it'll guide you down to what I'm looking at. All right. Intended air yards. So we're going to look at his intended air yards I apologize, guys. I got to pull it down to where it actually finds him. All right, I clearly went past him. My bad, guys. There he is. Intended air yards, right, of 5.5. All right, so 5.5 are completed air yards. I'm sorry, 5.5. Intended air yards 7.9. Differential 2.4. 2.4. So where he's completing versus where he's intending on the average distance for air yards with that negative ratio of negative 2.4. Mike, question: what do you think that tells you about the bigger story going on with Carson Wentz? So he's got an intended air yards of like 7.9, a completed air yards of 5.5, differential of like 2.4. What do you think that says about Carson Wentz?
We got no threats to go deep.
Right. No one to stretch the field. So even though you're intending to push the ball downfield,
you can't.
There's no one to make the play. So when you look at the completed air yards, right, it isn't lining up and it's not matching what you would expect the production to be out of Carson Wentz. I think there's a lot of different ways of slicing this stuff, guys. I mean, that's why some of this stuff is so subjective when you look at it, and it's all about the context in which you're trying to use it for. But I do want to look at those intended air yards, right? And I want to talk about when you look at intended air yards, where does Carson rank in that? And there's some guys you kind of have to leave off the list if they're not really playing that much, not getting that many snaps. But if you look here, you go from Stafford being 1, okay? So Winston's 2, Tannehill 3, Wilson 4, Allen 5, Dak 6, Fitzpatrick 7, Aaron Rodgers 8, Lamar Jackson 9, Haskins 10, Watson 11, okay? Baker Mayfield 12, all right? We got Patrick Mahomes 13, all right? Phillip Rivers 14, Darnold 15. I'm going to leave David Black because that's not enough production for me to count that. Matt Ryan 16, Kyle Allen 17, even I think that's even kind of pushing it. Eli Manning 18, Daniel Jones 19, Dalton 20, Rudolph 21, and I think even Mason Rudolph, like I said, guys, is kind of pushing it. Carson Wentz 22nd. Intended air yards 22nd in the league, Mike. Does that shock you a little bit?
Not really. We watch the games. It goes tight end, running back, tight end, receiver, and you're not really going to get chunk plays from your tight end. There's only a couple that can do that. Now, Zach Ertz is one of the best tight ends in the game. But when you talk about chunk plays, you got to give Kittle and Kelsey that over Zach Ertz when it comes to chunk plays, yards after the catch. Man, we could not get the ball thrown for 20 yards. When we did, I jumped off the couch happy. You hear what I mean? We just couldn't see it.
Jumped off the couch happy.
Because a 20-yard game was big. We had to methodically drive down the field, which is good. It shows that your team is capable of doing that, which you got to do it sometimes. But you got to open up the playbook. We just couldn't do it, though. So if you would have asked me before 2019 season that he would be there, I would have been shocked. But after living in the 19th season, I mean, I knew we weren't going to be up there just by not having no targets.
So there's one more statistic that deals with this particular topic we're talking about, and that's the sticks. Guys, it's exactly what it sounds like. Measuring the first down marker, how far in front or behind it are your intended air yards? You guys get what I'm saying here? So when you look at Carson Wentz, and we pull this up, guys. I'm gonna pull it up. Hopefully everyone can see it. The number one quarterback in air yards to the sticks was Matthew Stafford. Number 2 was Jameis Winston. There's a common trend here, guys. Tannehill was 3rd. Prescott was 4th. Wilson was 5th. Deshaun Watson was 6th. Allen was 7th. Jackson was 8th. Rodgers was 9th. Darnold was 10th. Fitzpatrick was 11th. Mayfield was 12th. Allen was 13th. Carson was 14th. Interestingly enough, 14 air yards to the sticks. Now, for you guys that aren't quite familiar with exactly what the definition of that is, I'll read it to you, okay? That way you know exactly where we're going with. Next gen stat. Air yards to the stick shows the amount of air yards ahead or behind the first down marker on all attempts for a passer. The metric indicates if the passer is attempting his passes past the first down marker, or if he is relying on his skill position players to make yards after the catch, yak yardage. That's 14th, not in the 20s. Does that surprise you? Then when you look at it per attempt, different story. Does that give you some vindication or validation of what you were just saying?
Yeah, because we did attempt some. I mean, we went deep to Nelson Aguilar. Most of them were drops. J.D. Arcega-Whiteside. Most of them were drops. So we did try to. We just couldn't connect. And so they were, like I said, the completed one is going to be a lot different. But again, when you said about shocked, I wouldn't have been shocked watching the season. But if you told me that he would be there after seeing what he was able to do in 17, I would have bet my money that he wouldn't be in the top 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I still think he placed well. When you're looking at all attempts, he was 14th in the league. But when you look at intended air yards and you looked at, completed air yards and the differential between those two, he was lagging down there in the 20s. Now, Reese, we were just talking about, we're looking at Carson Wentz and we're projecting what happened last season, what's going to go forward, how do we place Carson Wentz's development? And we were talking about his intended air yards, right? Because a lot of people, the rumor out there was like, man, this guy just does not check the ball down. And I do think there's an element of truth to that. But when you look at the totality of the work, it was a little different. He was, he wasn't exactly ranking in the top 10 in terms of like trying to push it down the field. So, Reese, where do you put that in terms of Carson Wentz and the ability to stretch the field with the targets we have?
You're talking about right now compared to last year, right?
Yes.
Well, first of all, I want to say what's going on to y'all, too. What's going on, everybody in the chat, man. Sorry I was late. Had a lot of things going on, but I'm here now. Y'all already know, man. Your boy Fully Fresh, a.k.a. The General, is here.
It's not a normal podcast unless you're late, though. You already know how it is.
Hey, man. Grab some scissors and cut it out, all right?
Fashionably late.
Don't worry about it. They will never know on the podcast.
Hey,
don't worry.
Hey, man, listen. I'll be on CP time, man. I'm a black person. I'm on color people time, all right? But in all seriousness, man, it's crazy that LB Lord Brunson he just put up a video about 24 minutes ago and was talking about this. He was talking about us being ranked. Somebody just ranked us at, I want to say 17 or 16 wide receiver wise. Yeah, somebody just ranked us 16 wide receiver wise, and you look at what he did last year. The only quarterback ever, we know the stats, to throw for over 4,000 yards. What's going on? What's going on, y'all? What's going on? To throw for over 4,000 yards and to only have and not to have a receiver over 500 yards. That's really unheard of, as we see in the stats. Now, my thing is health, because last year I think we was ranked what 2 or 3 in the wide receiver. Some people had us ranked number 1, with including the tight ends and all that kind of stuff. So we already know Carson Wentz can push the ball down the field, but you have to have somebody to throw the ball to. In 2017, he pushed the ball down the field. In game 1 of 2019, he pushed the ball down the field. Why? Because he had receivers that can stretch the field and not just like Matt Hollins and be a damn decoy for 7 games and get no targets and no receptions. So it's going to be fun to watch. With all the speed, even with a sleeper like Goodwin, I think that this offense can be very, very explosive.
Yes, sir. I agree. There's one more stat, guys, I want to take you to, and I'm going to talk about it in relation to Carson Wentz, guys. And it's the aggressiveness percentage, okay? So basically what this means, guys, when you look at aggressiveness percentage, it's how often a quarterback throws into tight windows. They define tight windows as coverage of 1 yard or less, okay? So it tells you about how often a quarterback will take a risk, right? You can see Matthew Stafford led the league with 23.4, but he's led the league in most of the stats I just showed you today, right? 19 touchdowns, 5 interception. I'll give Matthew Stafford his credit. He was playing before he got knocked out with the injury. Dwayne Haskins, number 2, 22.7, 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Not quite as good. Danny Dimes, 2.4, 24 and 12. I think that's got a lot to do with the fact that he has pretty good receiving core. That kind of gets unnoticed sometimes. Fitzpatrick, we all know that Fitz will just throw it up there. He don't care. 20.9, right? So now we're at 4. Dalton was 5th. Tannehill was 6th. Eli was 7th. I'm skipping Blau, guys. Baker was 8th. Wilson was 9th. Okay. We got Rudolph was 10th. Darnold 11th. Trubisky 12th. Prescott 15th. Keenum 14th. Rivers 15th. I'm sorry. Brissett 16th. Winston 17th. Allen 18th. Matt 19th. Carson Wentz 20th. What are your guys' thoughts on that in terms of the aggressiveness percentage being 20th in the league in terms of taking those shots in tight coverage? Does that tell you anything about Carson Wentz, his style of play, or do you think it was more so who you're going to throw to in contested windows once Alshon goes down? Like, do you guys see extenuating circumstances that might have caused this? I'll let Reese go first. Go ahead, Reese. He's ready to say something.
Go ahead.
No, but I was going to flip it right over to Mike because I know he's going to talk. Go ahead, Mike. You go ahead.
Nah, go ahead. You got it.
All right. It's kind of a mixture of both, but I think it's more of not trusting his receivers. You know what I mean? Like, even when, man, you got to understand how frustrating it is. I've never been a quarterback. You know what I mean? But I know what it's like to lose games because of other players. And you got to understand how much frustrating it is when game after game, in the Atlanta game, in the Lions game, in the Patriots game, you're putting the balls in their hands, pause, you're putting the football in their hands and to win the game, and they're being dropped. You know what I mean? So, of course, he's going to be frustrated. Of course, he's not trusting these guys. But once he started getting dudes that he can trust and build a camaraderie with, we seen what he did. But on the same flip, it is a reason why he only had 7 interceptions the last 3 years. He just doesn't put the ball in harm's way in the air. Now, he does fumble a lot, but we understand why, because dudes can't get down the field. But we do understand that Carson Wentz is not going to put the ball in harm's way. Kind of like a McNabb, but kind of reverse. McNabb would just throw a duck instead of leading a receiver. So I think Carson Wentz does have to get better at trying to lead his receivers. But when you don't trust them and you got dudes going behind your back and you don't know who it is and all that kind of stuff, man, that stuff goes through a lot of people's head, man. But I feel as though he does need to lead his receivers a little bit more, but he take care of the ball when it's in the air.
Go ahead, Mike.
Before I go, one of the reasons I'm not putting the comments up right now is because as we have this share screen up, I want to hide Philly Fresh's camera.
You can hide it. They don't want to see me anyway.
But the chat is cracking me up anyways. But yeah, I agree with Philly Fresh. It's trust. And we, like Philly Fresh says, he hasn't been the most aggressive quarterback when it comes to it, and that's why he has only 7 interceptions the last couple of years. But he has been aggressive. Look at that throw to Miles Sanders. That was a throw that you should not make. You should not do that throw with them 2 in front of him, but he attempted it because he has the arm talent. Look at the touchdown he threw to Josh Perkins when he threw it across his body. They teach you in grade school, don't throw across your body. He does that. That's the aggressiveness in him. I think in 2017, he was aggressive. He has a lot of aggressives. His best plays are when he's aggressive. The play against the Redskins when he was getting hit and he threw it into that tight window to Corey Clement a couple years ago. The problem was he didn't trust his receivers all year, but once you started seeing that at the very end, he threw a jump ball to Rob Davis. He threw a deep ball to Deontay Burnett, Gate City's favorite guy, because he got 5K on that video. He threw a jump ball to J.D. Arcega-Whiteside in the Giants game where he caught it on the sidelines because he started to gain that trust. When the veterans went out, Carson Wentz became the ultimate leader. When he did not have guys questioning him, he became the leader. He took over that locker room and he was feeding guys like Rob Davis, Deontay Burnett, and can't walk JJ Arcega-Whiteside on balls that he threw aggressively. Again,
go ahead.
Again, I just think once he became the leader and he started gaining trust with him, he'll get that. But the reason his numbers look bad because that was a small sample size of him doing that the last 3 or 4 games.
And you know what's crazy that you said that about the guys, the younger guys and the older guys that he didn't trust. Basically, I never been in the locker room. Of course, y'all all know that. But my personal opinion, I really feel as though, you got wide receivers like Nelson Aguilar, like Alshon Jeffrey, Baltimore, and Alshon Jeffrey. You got dudes. These dudes is like, man, I was on that field when we won that Super Bowl. You wasn't there, not remembering that he got y'all there. You know what I mean? So a lot of people is really taking Carson Wentz for granted, man. A lot of people want to say that he's not a Super Bowl champion, but how? When he left off that field, he had to lead in the LA Rams game, and not only had to lead, he had to lead to win the NFC East and first place. He won first place in week 13. Just think about that. He won first place in week 13. Who that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm about to say somebody that I thought somebody hacked your page. I'm like, what the? But for real, he won the number one a bye in week 13, man. All Nick Foles had to do was go out there and not mess it up, and he didn't. So we understand that, but you got to understand these receivers. They come here next year like, man, we Super Bowl champions. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. What can this guy say to us? He ain't been on the field. He wasn't with us shooting in the gym in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a real disrespect to him. And once he had guys that looked up to him, like the Barnetts, like the like the Greg Wards, like the Davises, even JJ Arcega-Whiteside, because we seen that first throw in the Dallas game that we won. The first throw was a jump ball to him, and it was right on point, and he trusted him. So I just feel as though when Carson Wentz has these young guys, man, and he has more young guys that's going to look up to him. Everybody that's coming in here, other than Goodwin, is all young guys, and Deshaun Jackson, of course. But Deshaun Jackson, we see the relationship between them two.
Yeah, but I also want to elaborate. Any of the veterans that won a Super Bowl without him, after seeing what he did leadership-wise these last 4 games, they definitely had to change their mind.
Hey, Charles, get out of here, man. You know I was here. The party,
all right, guys.
The party don't stop till I walk in. How about that?
One more advanced analytics I want to bring up on Carson Wentz.
Gotcha.
All right, time to throw. Time to throw means the time the ball hits your hands to the time it releases your hands. All right, when you look at the league rankings, Carson Wentz ranked tied for 10th overall at 2.71 seconds. Andy Dalton was number 1, 2.51. Breeze was number 2 at 2.57. Fitzpatrick was number 3 at 2.61. Flacco was 4 with 2.62. We got Rivers, then Trubisky, Garoppolo, Manning, Eli. I don't even know if we really want to count that. He missed quite a few games. Stafford, and then Wentz. So when you look at this, we tied with Kyle Allen. You got Kyler Murray, Tom Brady, Case Keenum, Jameis Winston, Matt Ryan, Baker Mayfield, Mason Rudolph. Just so you guys can see how the list kind of finishes off. Jared Goff, Derek Carr, Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, Teddy Bridgewater. Dak is all the way down towards the bottom. With Dak, Rodgers, Tannehill, Jackson, Darnold, Jacoby Brissett, and Kirk Cousins. All playing behind, by the way, pretty good offensive lines, by the way.
Let me ask you this. Is this just on passing plays? Is this pass plays completed? Or is it running plays also? Or is it scramble? It's just everything.
It's just passing plays, but it's completions and incompletions. So it's the time the ball hits your hands to the time you release it.
Okay.
So what does this tell you guys? I mean, we're looking at this. he had the 10th least amount of time throwing, whether that was self-done or designed by playbook, or whether it was lack of time and protection, breakdowns of protection. Maybe not even breakdowns. Sometimes teams might have just said, we're not going to let this guy pick us apart. We're going to bring pressure.
Right.
So you're going to have to get the ball out of your hands quickly. What do you guys think about that stat line? You got a guy like Dak Prescott down there in the 30s. You got Carson Wentz up there in the top 10. How do you guys like weigh that when it comes to Carson Wentz and evaluating it?
Go ahead,
and it doesn't have to be just necessarily Carson Wentz, guys. You could talk about Peterson in the scheme.
I think that, first of all, real fast, be more careful. You got to comment on my page, and comment on my live, and I give you a wrench. I got you. Anybody want a wrench, man? Y'all get it, man. Y'all already know, man. Y'all loyal, so y'all get one. Hey, listen, but my thing is, it is Doug Peterson's scheme, because a lot of them, what does he do? He took from Andy Reid, and he runs a lot of screen plays. Let's keep it real, because since we don't have speed and can't push the ball down the field, we have to find a way to get the ball out faster. We have to run screens. That was really like our basic passing game. You know what I mean? Because we ain't had no speed. So when you don't got speed, you have to find a way to get rid of the ball. And with Carson Wentz always having to go 10, 11 plays, 6, 7 minutes, you got to get the ball out. You got to get the ball out faster. So it's conducted to his scheme, but it's also conducted to injuries and not having the speed last year. Now it'll probably be different. Carson Wentz probably will hold the ball longer to make sure that his and wait until his fast guys get down the field.
What do you think, Mike?
Honestly, you're gonna have to repeat the question. I was reading something else real quick. Yeah.
All right, I'll give you where the basis is coming from.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who will say, and it's not just one or two people. I mean, it's a lot of people, to be honest about it. Carson Wentz has a tendency to hold the ball too long. But then when you look at the actual metrics on it, he's top 10 in getting the ball out of his hands. So what does that tell us really about Carson Wentz, the scheme, the play calling, the offensive line play, Wentz's progressions? I mean, there's a lot of ways to take this. There's several, you know what I'm saying? There's several ways you could go with it.
I think when the play's drawn up to get the ball out of his hand, to go through one or two reads, he can do that with the best of them. And that's why the numbers show that. I believe when the play was called to try to get chunk plays with guys like Zach Ertz, who don't go down the field the fastest, with guys who can't get separation like other receivers would, he goes through his progressions and he holds the ball long on them drawn up plays because of the way the routes are being run, not getting separation and all that. So if you got a quick slant and he sees it right away, and that's the play drawn and that's his first read and it's open, he's going to do it. But when you ask him to, do a play where it's going to be a long developing play, it's even longer for the Eagles because of what the Eagles are throwing out there and the lack of separation and him just holding the ball thinking my legs can help get them more time open, and it just doesn't work that way. So that's why he got the nickname, or not nickname, he gets titled holding the ball too long and taking unnecessary sacks and the fumbles and all that stuff come into play. But we've seen Carson Wentz, especially the last 3 games of the season, where he was more control of the huddle, switching the plays at the line of scrimmage. He was getting the ball out. He was hitting the hot reads. He was doing what he needed to do. Just the long drawn plays with guys like Nelson Aguilar, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, and even Greg Ward Jr. and Zach Ertz. It just wasn't developing the way it should be. So,
I agree. I'm going to give you my take on this, guys. I think we're going to see maybe not a great expansion of the playbook, but I think we're going to see subtle differences in the way that we play in the pocket. I think there's a reason we brought Rich Grandrello in here. I think there's a reason Press Taylor was elevated to the position he was elevated to. I think there's a reason we went out there and got a guy like Marty Morningwig, who is used to working with more mobile quarterbacks. I think, Charles has been stealing my thought process this whole time in the comment section. I think you're going to see the Eagles start rolling the pocket. I honestly think you're going to see the Eagles rolling the pocket, and then you'll probably see a lot of half-field reads. That's honestly what I'm going to say. Because if a team starts teeing off on you, the only other thing you can do is you can slide your protection, you can roll the pocket, you can shorten the read, but you can still get vertical on them, especially if they're coming after you hardcore. You know what I'm saying? Like sending the house on you type stuff. Because outside of sending the house, if they're bringing 5, 6, 7-man pressures, close them where you can. And I think that's one of the ways. I think it's one of the small little changes we're going to see this year. Because you guys have hit on it. Some of these numbers, it's due to the lack of personnel. Some of it, to be quite honest, some of it is on Carson Wentz too. Guys, I coached the quarterback position. I played it. I know for a fact there are times he doesn't see the field that great. But I can tell you this. You can take a handful of plays that doesn't constitute the entire man's ability.
Yeah, small sample size.
Yeah, it's small. It's small. But there are times he does legitimately miss things.
Mm-hmm.
No, he does.
I think you're going to see a guy now in his 5th year, now with a lot of quarterback minds around him again, now with more speed on that football field, with coordinators and coaches who are going to want to move that pocket. I think we're going to see a 2017 return of Carson Wentz. That's what I'm projecting, guys. I think we're going to see a different Carson Wentz out there this year. And I know they ranked our receiving core 16th. I'll take it. I'll take 16 because we were 32nd last year.
Yeah, that's real. And you see what he did with the rank 32nd, man. So just imagine if everybody stay healthy and we have this speed that we have. I really think that we're going to be dangerous, man. And somebody else said, yeah, shout out to you. Somebody else said Carson Wentz is definitely he's definitely more potent. He's definitely more of a assassin when he's on the move. And I watched y'all videos, you Mike and also you Steve. I watched y'all videos, and we were begging for Doug Peterson to put Carson Wentz on the move, put him on a run, move the pocket. Yep. You know what I mean? And he consistently wanted to have him stay in the pocket and run his system like he's Nick Foles. He's not Nick Foles. We understand that. And I feel as though he gets more jittery in the pocket. It's not that he's scared, but he wants to do something. You know what I mean? He don't want to just stand there. And you see the accuracy and the things that he does when he's on the move, man. It sometimes I just feel as though when we went through them bad streaks with the Patriots, with the Seahawks and stuff like that, I feel as though if you would have put this guy in a position to use his best traits as his legs and his arms, we probably would have won some of them games. You know what I mean? So a lot of this is on Doug too. Now, I call Doug December Doug. For some reason, he gets it right in December. He does what he got to do. If you look at his record since he's been in the league in December, it's immaculate. You know what I mean? But I don't need you. I don't need you for it to take that long for you to get it. Especially when you got dudes like us three, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the comment section is telling you, even though he probably don't hear us, but it's telling you if we see it, I know you see it. You know what I mean? Move this man out the pocket, move the pocket, and good things will come.
Yeah, Doug, there were times he should have rolled the pocket last year, but they were being a little protective of Wentz. I mean, he flat out admitted it. They were protecting Wentz when they shouldn't have been.
Right.
And that's now
they was putting him in more harm with him being in the pocket. The fumbles, the sacks, the hits. No, use his assets. Now, it's different if you tell Carson Wentz. See, they probably was beating in his head this whole year. Don't run. Don't do this. Don't do that. Now, you can run, but just run smartly. We don't need you going head-to-head with a linebacker. We don't need you. We need you to slide, throw the ball away, stuff like that. But don't tell us, man, not to use one of his greatest attributes.
Yeah. Grandmaster 9. I heard the same thing, but personally, it's hard to how to measure that metric. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you measuring it? That's the issue I have with a lot of those things. So I don't know. I'd have to see. I'm not saying that the metric's wrong. I would need to know exactly what they're using to make that measurable.
He had the second highest passer rating when rolling out the pocket. That's what
passer
it was.
Rating. Okay, so they're using passer rating.
Correct.
Yeah,
I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of passer rating, but I will say this: passer rating. I mean, look, it's a little flawed, but I mean, it certainly tells you something when you're looking at from the pocket compared to being rolled out. Like, when you're looking at an individual player, but I do think that they overvalue certain things.
Yeah.
And it excuse people's ranking and rating really highly.
But the eye test will tell you that Patrick Mahomes was the best throwing on a run last year. That's why that passing rating is kind of excuse me. It's kind of you know what I mean? Y'all can't see me what I'm doing, but I'm going like this with my hand. Going like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it all comes back to, like you said, the coach. Someone said there, Doug and this coaching staff got to put Carson Wentz in the best situations to succeed. If you see him, if there's a stat out there that his one of the highest passer ratings, even though we don't believe in it, on the run, that means he does good things on the run. You got to do that. Rich Ganganello, however you say his last name, is brought here to implement more of that stuff. So I think, again, when you look at Carson Wentz and the fact that if this team can stay healthy, there's no reason why similar 17 shouldn't happen, because of the fact that he has the big arm. He wants to go down the field. Guys like Zach Ertz, Dallas Goedert, Miles Sanders will all have more open space to work with when the safeties and the linebackers are not creeping up, knowing that we're not going to throw a pass more than 25 yards. And I also want to say this. Carson Wentz was magnificent in 2017, but we were third overall in rushing in the NFL. We did not have a 1,000-yard rusher because that's not the way we work. But with the combination of LeGarrette Blount, Jay Ajayi, and Corey Clement, we were third in the NFL in rushing. So that is a dynamic we need to get back. We need to be a top 10 running team. We need to run the ball 20 to 25 times per game. It's going to, at the end of the day, bring play action in the mix. The rollouts will be more defined because linebackers will be sniffing to come up through, and in the middle of the field will be open, where Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert could really do their dirty work, do great work there. So again, Carson Wentz was throwing bombs to everybody in 17. Matt Collins was catching bombs. Nelson Aguilar was catching bombs. Torrey Smith was catching bombs. Alshon was catching bombs. But we were third in the NFL in rushing. You got to get back to that as well.
Yes, I agree. We slipped away. Like, our overall rushing last year wasn't that bad, but we slipped away from having a guy that can go in there. When Jordan Howard went down, it took away our ability to basically grind out games. It also took away a legitimate guy that could go get you 3 or 4 yards to start a possession off. And I think that hurt us, especially in the New England and the Seattle game, when we really could have used a run in Seattle when we were short of offensive line in that game. I mean, we were definitely moving some pieces around. I mean, we had guys that just, Jordan Matthews out there running, God knows what he was trying to run. I mean, we had a whole crazy amount of stuff going out there. I think we could have definitely used Jordan Howard in that game. I think it could have definitely made a difference. And yeah, I agree that getting back to a balanced running attack to where you had the ability to just beat your opponents down and keep the ball away from them late in games, I think that's how you get to double-digit wins. That's how the Eagles go from winning. I wouldn't say just going up to the upper tier of double-digit wins. I think it's how the Eagles can go from winning 10 games to being a 12 or 13 game winner by having that ability, ability to get in there and just pound your opponent and keep them, that quarterback, the opposing quarterback on the sideline, warming up his hands.
I agree.
Hey, be more careful. He said that the Miles Sanders play probably made them move around the pocket. I'm gonna tell you what probably made them move Carson Wentz around the pocket a little more was the Buffalo Bills game, because they seen what Allen was doing to us. You know what I mean? Even though we won that game, it was a close game, but Allen was really running all over the field, and then Carson Wentz started running all over the field, and it seemed like Carson took the challenge, saying, "Oh, whatever you can do, I can do better. And then and then the team started saying like, the coach Doug Peterson started saying like, yeah, maybe we need to get back to this. You know what I mean? Because that's one of the reasons why we won that game, man. What's up, my
Absolutely.
guy?
What's good, Brunson? How you doing, buddy? So
I think he's on the channel.
He might be on Fresh. Is he on your channel?
No, you ain't even gotta ask. You already know.
Yeah. All right. I got a question to ask you guys, and I want to give you the context before I ask it, okay? So that way you know where I'm going. I'm not misleading you into making a statement and then throwing the stats at you, all right? Sorry, guys.
Right.
I'm a hand waver. You ain't caught on that yet. All right. Let's talk about Tom Brady. You headed over there to Tampa Bay. A lot of hype there. I want to read you all the numbers. When you look at his intended air yards, Brady averaged an attempted pass of 7.6 yards, which ranked 24th last year. When you look at his completed air yards, 5.6 yards, which ranked 23rd in the league last year. He averaged about 2.6 seconds for the time to throw. His air yards to the sticks, which I think this is the most concerning, guys. This is probably the most damning of the stats. Air yards to the sticks, negative 1.1. Check down city.
Yeah.
Aggressiveness rate, his percent. So the amount of times he into cover of 1 yard or less, 13.9%, which ranked 27th in the league. Here's my question, gentlemen, short and sweet. Is Tom Brady cooked toast?
You want me to go first? Because you already know how I feel. I ain't gonna call him cooked toast. First of all, he got a lot of weapons now, so that's gonna be not a hindrance, but it's gonna help him a whole lot. But here's the thing with Tom Brady: his arm talent is not all the way depleted, and of course he can beat people with his mind. But at the same time, his arm strength might be shot. It might be shot, man. We already know Father Time is he's not undefeated. Come on, man. He 55 million in zero. See what I mean? So a lot of people want to put Tampa Bay as the top tier teams. We'll see. I don't know what their defense is going to look like. We do understand that they got a lot of weapons. They got three tight ends. They bringing Gronk back. Who knows what he has been doing these last couple years? You know what I mean? So it's like, me personally, I feel as though the object to get to Tom Brady has always been the same, and it's never going to change. You get pressure up the middle, and if we face these guys in the playoffs, because we don't face them in the regular season, if we face them in the playoffs, where is our most consistent pass rushing coming through? The middle. You know what I mean? So if he got to face us, he got a problem.
What do you think, Mike? Is he cooked?
That's how the play calling was. You know, their best wide receiver being Julian Edelman. He's not going to really beat you deep. He's going to get them check downs across the middle and stuff. So I'm not going to say, again, you hear Shannon Sharp say all the time on Undisputed when he argues with Skip Bayless. You can see more of a flinch in Tom Brady's game. He doesn't want to get that hit. Bruce Arians is going to ask him to stay in the pocket so the receivers can get downfield. He got six something Chris Godwin, 6'5" Mike Evans, OJ Howard, Gronk's coming back. If he can't do it with this team, then he can't do it at all. So we're going to see a lot. For my answer, he did look pretty suspect when trying to get the ball down the field. He's always been a quarterback who's really good on the screens, on the swing passes, on the slants, on the checkdowns. I mean, the year with 2007, I think it was, with Randy Moss, we saw him go down the field, but that was a long time ago, 13 years ago. So he has all the tools in the world to be successful. And just like Drew Brees, great quarterback. But as the year goes farther, week 1 through 5, he's throwing bombs. Week 16 and in the playoffs, he's throwing picks when he throws deep. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes for Tom Brady. But he's going to be asked to do something that he hasn't done since 2007. So we're about to see.
What you think, Steve?
I'm going to say this. It wasn't ideal what happened in New England. But I'm going to tell you right now, the stat that alarms me is air yards to the sticks, not six, but to the sticks, negative 1.1. Aggressiveness percentage, 13.9. I could care less about the intended air yards. I could care less about the completed air yards. That can be schematically. That could be a schematic thing. Those two stats, ooh, I don't know, man. It's hard because on one hand, I think there's a legitimate argument for what's going on there. He didn't have that many targets. He had a similar situation to Carson, a little better than Carson's situation, but he was void of talent there. I'm not going to lie. But the thing is, man, is like when I look at these numbers aren't good. And yeah, he's got a heck of a lot of talent in Tampa Bay. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I think Reese said something that keeps hitting in my head, which is time is undefeated. Time is never lost.
It is, and that, all right, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say appreciate the super chat, my guy. He said Carson's first game with Deshaun Jackson was just crazy, and now with this wide receiver squad, bro, just imagine fresh to T. I'm over ESPN in the NFL ratings of this team. I hear you. There's nothing but potential when it comes to this wide receiving core. So they ranked us 16 without seeing it. Again, Deshaun Jackson missed double-digit games. Got to see it to remember it. Guys like Marquise Goodwin, Quez Watkins, John Hightower hasn't played for the Eagles. Alshon Jeffrey being out. So once they start to see it, we'll slide up from 16. But it's a good start. It's better than 30th, like Gate City said. But go ahead, Philly Fresh.
Hang on, Philly Girl. So what's happening is we're live on 3 separate channels. So we keep trying to pull those comments to the screen because if you're on my channel, then you won't see who's on Mike's channel. If you're on Mike's channel, you won't see who's on Reese's channel. If you're on Reese's channel, then you won't see who's on my channel. So we're trying to pull them on the screen so that way you can see them no matter whose channel you're on.
Correct. So like Gate City said, so if you're in my chat, you're going to be able to have conversations with the people in my chat, but you might be seeing me pull up a comment from somebody and you're looking in the chat like, where did this comment come from? He or she could be on Philly Fresh or Gate City's page. And the thing is, we have a lot of the same subscribers. So it's neither no pick or choose. It's whoever they saw was live first and clicked on it. But there might be someone that you normally see on Gate City's channel who's not there and vice versa on mine. And this is the second time we're going live on Philly Fresh's because, it's the paid version of StreamYard and you know how it is. But yeah, so that's where it is. So, that's pretty much what it is. And that's why the more people we put the stream on, the smaller the crowd will be. Because right now, total watching, because we can see everybody's comment and we can see how many people are watching. So we got 80 people watching, and that's split between all 3 channels. It might be 30, and 20, who knows?
All right, guys. I got another one for you. All right. We're going to try our best here to keep objectivity in this. Dak Prescott, fool's gold, something there.
What you mean by something there?
Like legitimate starting caliber quarterback that can take you deep in the playoffs.
I'm gonna cut that in half. Y'all know I don't know if y'all really know how I feel about Dak Prescott. I feel as though he's being slighted right now, and I think it's a lot of politics with that being with Jerry Jones and all that, right? I ain't gonna get into all that, but I feel as though Dak is a franchise quarterback that's good enough to be a starter, but can he give you a deep run? I don't know. I don't see the killer in Dak. I don't see the put the team on my back. This guy came into the league with talent after talent. I ain't gonna say not at the wide receiver position because in 2016, Dez Bryant was still good. He was still a top 10 wide receiver. You had Zeke your whole career, other than what was that? 6 games he got suspended in 2017, and we seen what happened when he didn't have Zeke, right? So now when you look at a guy like Carson Wentz and you look at a guy like Dak, a guy that in Carson Wentz that has been just mutilated by injuries, by dudes being out, not just for 1 or 2 weeks, for darn near season, your best receivers, and doing what you did. Dak cannot do things like that. Dak needs everything to come in fruition, everything to be in place, everything to go his way for him to try to even think about making a deep run. So I feel as though he's a franchise quarterback. I feel as though he's kind of like a Kirk Cousins type of guy, but Kirk Cousins has made more plays than him. But we know he had a longer season. What I'm saying is his we seen Kirk Cousins upside when he played with the Washington football team. And he had talent. He had some talent there, but not as much as Dak has had, man. You know what I mean? Like he had the top 3 running back every year of his career. And when you lost him for 6 games, he went what did he go 2-4 or something like? It was just bad. He looked it bad. So franchise quarterback, but nah, he ain't giving you no deep run.
Let me say this about Dak real quick. Charles Smith, appreciate the super chat, my guy. He says, switch to each other's, subscribe, and click that like button. And if I find out who hit that dislike button, you're done. But yeah, so have fun. Play. What do you call that? Duck.
Charles always say that, but I don't. Charles always say that, but I don't never see him on my live, man. I ain't trying to hear that.
He said, if you are, I'm taking the rent away. Nah, I'm just kidding. But listen, so the chat was weighing in on this Dak Prescott thing, and I want to go to a couple of them because it was pretty back and forth. So E-Wing 609, what's going on? But we have one Dak. We have a Dak is whack. We got something there. Fool's gold as trash. Something there. Fool's gold. And then Charles Smith said Dak is I don't know why she's lagging. Dak is a decent quarterback, just inconsistent. Board Game Sports said something there. And then NFL thing said Dak is the Sunoco version of Russell Wilson. But so you see the chat. You see the chat going back and forth with either saying he got something there or he's not that good. And in the podcast that we did, Philly Fresh had some hot takes when it came to Dak Prescott, talking about he's not going to play the whole season. He said about Anthony Dalton, he coming out there with that spitting that fire. So we're going to see.
If you haven't watched the podcast, guys, it's up on Stitcher, it's up on Spotify. Okay, Battlebirds podcast. We don't want to give away everything, but Reese had some hot takes on Dak Prescott. He held nothing back. He held no punches back. He said exactly how he felt.
Exactly. I'm just giving you how I feel, man. You know what I mean? If y'all want to know how I feel, make sure y'all go listen, man. I'm telling you, the way I don't know if y'all talked about this at the beginning, but the way Gate City put this thing together, you would have thought we was all in the same room.
Yeah, we did.
This joint is crazy, man, and it's crazy. It's crazy, Steve. I didn't even know you was gonna do it like that. When you was asking me for stuff and texting me for stuff, I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna give it to you. But then when I heard it, I'm like, I had to think about it. Was I there? Like, that's how crazy that joint is.
He said, when was I at Gate City's crib?
Yeah, I ain't no flight.
But you got Philly Fresh. You got some people on your channel wanting a wrench. You know what I mean, so hit him up with it.
I got it.
Let me just say this about Dak Prescott. There is something there, but you do got to wonder with everything he had since he's been in the league. He had a
cry, baby. Dog. Hold up. Ain't no damn cry. Don't even pull it up, Mike. Ain't no damn cry. Hey, Charles, stop playing with me, man. Ain't no cry, baby. I'm just spitting facts. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Dak Prescott, he has everything at his fingertips, and for some reason he can't get it done. He's been able to put a pretty good career so far with being a 4th-round pick. I'm not going to take nothing away from him. 13-3, his rookie season and all that. But he went from having, a good Dez Bryant to now having like the Amari Coopers. He had a top 3 rusher behind him at all times. So it's hard to quantify, to like really categorize him, because what would Dak Prescott have done last year on the Philadelphia Eagles? And where would the Eagles been out?
It ain't hard, Mike. It ain't hard because we've seen what he did with the 6 games Zeke was suspended. So it ain't really hard.
Yeah. Here's the thing. He wants the money. Should he get paid as an Eagle fan? Of course. Pay the man. Pay the man. But I don't know. I love what we did with Carson Wentz. We got the deal done like that. No questions asked. We trusted him. We believe in him. We did it. Now, of course, some people still using this Jalen Hurts thing to say that the organization don't believe in him, but we're going to have to see. We're going to have to see.
So, one more topic. A lot of momentum going for when we talk about quarterbacks. Look, Patrick Mahomes has a ton of momentum behind him because, admittedly, he is a special talent. I like that comparison, Jalen Williams, by the way.
Yeah,
he's a special talent. But I got to ask you, seriously, do you guys honestly think Patrick Mahomes is the better quarterback than Russell Wilson? I think it's Russell.
Here, you want to go first?
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. This is what upsets me about Seattle, just watching their games. Pete Carroll treats Russell Wilson as if he's a game manager. They are the heaviest run team in the NFL. They pretty much lost to Dallas in the playoffs 2 years ago because he would not let Russ play football. He just ran on first, ran on second, and then said, "Go ahead, Russ, throw it on third." Pete Carroll, their offensive coordinator, makes it look like Russ is a game manager. They run the ball more than any team. But when Russ gets trusted to do things, he makes people like DK Metcalf and who's the other dude again?
Baldwin?
No, he's not there no more. It's the other guy. I can't believe I can't remember. Lockett looked like they're legit, and they might be. I mean, Lockett was a slot guy for most of his career, and now he's transferred into that Baldwin number 1 guy. So it's hard to argue what we saw Mahomes do these last 2 years, but that's rough. I know you're a Russ guy because he came from your place, but I'm gonna have to go.
Listen, guys. Mike's making a good point. I am biased. Russell Wilson is an NC State guy. I'm an NC State guy. I am biased. But can I give you guys one defense? One defense that I don't think is defensible for Patrick Mahomes. Not that he's not a good quarterback, guys. It's not what I'm arguing. This kid is elite. But I want to show you one thing that sticks out to me about him.
Real quick, let's answer this one because it's a super chat. Appreciate the super chat, my guy. Philly Take with RB. Go sub him up. He does Eagles content as well. He's been on a live stream with me. We probably gonna get him on here one time too. Will the Eagles offense or defense will be better in 2020? Could both aspects end up being in the top 10? Philly Fresh, answer that question. Do you think you could end up seeing in 2020 that the Eagles offense and defense are in the top 10 or the number 10 spot for the top 10?
Without a doubt. When you look at the speed, that's what it's about right there. That's what it's about. The reason that the 49ers are who they are because of speed. The reason that the Kansas City Chiefs are who they are is because of speed. Now, and we've seen who met in the Super Bowl. Now, yeah, I see you. Now, I want to answer the question that you just answered, Mike. It's real debatable, and I talked about this with myself, you know what I mean? And the more that you break it down, the more that you look, because I say this all the time. If I'm going to be not biased, be truthful about how I feel about Carson Wentz and how I feel about Mahomes. Mahomes had, just like I talked about that, Mahomes has had talent, year after year after year, and not just talent, speed. The Tyreek Hills, the guy that went to Cleveland, I can't remember his name right now. The running back, I can't remember his name. Even
Hunt.
Hunt, Kareem Hunt, the Robinsons, the Kelsey. I love Zach Ertz, but Kelsey is the best tight end in football, and it's not even close. Dudes want to talk about this Kittle dude? No, it's not close. When you look at what Kelsey does, now when you want to talk about blocking, Kittle's is a better blocker. But when you talk about explosiveness, Kelsey is a receiver that plays the tight end. Like, it's real debatable. And it's crazy that I don't want to see it. Like, I want to see people hurt, but I would love to see if Patrick Mahomes could have did what Carson Wentz did. Because let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Russell Wilson doesn't have near amount of talent that Patrick Mahomes has, and he's still able to do what he does. He's still able to put the team on his back. Everybody wants to say that Patrick Mahomes puts the team on his back and look at the Super Bowl and look at being down in the playoffs and all that kind of stuff, but dude is running around just getting open. And he's throwing the ball up. You know what I mean? It's talent there. I'm not trying to dismiss that, but at the same time, you got to look at what you're dealing with and who you're dealing with it with. And let's not forget, Pete Carroll is a defensive coach.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes has the quarterback guru at head coach. Andy Reid is the quarterback guru, man. He's the best offensive coach in the game. That's just facts. There's no head coach in the game that is better at running an offense than Andy Reid. Just think about it. So he has all that going on for him, and I mean, we'll see, because he's hopefully play a long career, and he's probably outlast Andy Reid, and he's probably going to outlast his talent. So we'll see.
Let me just say this before you get in. The chat was weighing in on it, and it's back and forth. And here's what it is. It's hard to judge when again, football is one of the most team sports oriented sports in the world. Play calling, like I said, Pete Carroll treats Russ as if he's not good enough to pass the ball 40, 50 times. They run the ball too much. But could you imagine Russell Wilson on the Chiefs with his ability to stretch the field, make things happen in the backfield like Mahomes? But it's hard. And I saw a couple comments says Russ is more proven. He has been. But then I also saw a comment that says Mahomes has the best 2 years ever as a quarterback to start his career, which quite frankly is true. 50 touchdowns, 5,000 yards of MVP, following up with a Super Bowl ring.
Super Bowl.
So, but go ahead, Gay City, weigh in on this. I know.
Two things. To begin. All right. I'm going to address it because someone said it. Didn't Russell Wilson go to Wisconsin? His senior year, yes. His first 3 years were spent at NC State. One of the most painful memories I have as an NC State fan, because Russell Wilson decided to go professional in baseball, okay? Thought he wasn't going to be able to make it in the NFL because of his size. Let someone build that in his head, and he went and played professional baseball. He came back after being put on, a single-A baseball team or some crap like that. Asked Tom O'Brien, the coach of NC State, if he could return. And Tom O'Brien, because he had Mike Glennon, yes, that Mike Glennon, to Tom Bryan's credit, became a professional quarterback. He ain't Russell Wilson. Said, no, I'm sorry, man. You said you were leaving. We've already moved in this direction. We're going with Mike Glennon. And then Russell Wilson transferred out to Wisconsin. It's a painful memory for NC State fans. Second thing, I want to show you guys something.
Real quick, let me just get this in.
Bird Gang Sports, what's up, bro?
Appreciate the super chase. Say, keep up the great work. Thanks for keeping us occupied. # Eagles Nation. Hey, chat, listen. Bird Gang Sports, Eagles content creator as well. Always spitting that fire. So show him some love. Like I said, when this live stream's over, go check his channel out. I can never make you hit that subscribe button, but watch a video or two and feel him out. Good dude, real good dude. Appreciate you, Bird Gang Sports. Go ahead.
So, all right, let me show you guys the stat I'm talking about, guys. All right. So I'll share the screen so you guys can see it. All right. So that way It's all out there for everyone to see. Once again, guys, I'm going to go look at some advanced metrics. I'm going to point out one in particular that I just think it tells the story of what's going on there. And it's not that, like I said, both of these guys are, give me either one, I'm happy. They're both good football players. But we look at the aggressiveness percentage, right? The amount of times a quarterback throws into contested windows, all right? You come down here, right here. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with Eli, 8, 9 with Russell Wilson. 9, all right? Let's go all the way to the bottom of this list. Who do you see here with a 12.2 aggressiveness percentage? Patrick Mahomes. I do have to wonder how much of this is talent-based because he's not being asked to throw into a lot of contested windows.
That's yours, Gay City. Go ahead.
Me, bro. Hey, we sucked before he got there. That part I'll say. He's just not throwing into contested windows. What do you guys think about that? 12% is low, guys. That's a really, really low percentage.
Who's that for, Russ?
No, Russ is throwing into contested windows. So Russ, all right, Patrick Mahomes is a 12.2 aggressiveness percentage. Exactly. But when you come and you look at Russell Wilson has an 18.6 aggressiveness percentage. I think Russell's being asked to do a heck of a lot more.
Correct.
Of course.
Let me be the first to say the Chiefs weapons and the way Andy Reid calls these plays makes it a lot easier on Mahomes. The thing is, real quick, Stephen Joyce, appreciate the super chat, my guy. But to go on it, let's just say this. The Chiefs receivers and the play call make it a lot easier on Mahomes. So like Gate City just pulled up, he throws a lot of these passes where it's like, here, easy, you're wide open. You got so much separation on the guy. But when you watch the things that he does, the no-look pass, the left-handed pass, the crazy passes he does, you can see that there is talent there that even if the team wasn't as good, he'd probably be able to carry a team. Maybe not exactly the same as Russ could, because Russ carries some teams. It's a real tough one because when I look at quarterbacks, if I had to go off like the last couple of years, it's always be Mahomes and Russell as 1 and 2. It's 1 and 2. Yeah. And you could probably flip-flop that because the eye test for Russell too. Look what Russell can do. I mean, just watch him play. And he has the Eagles number. I hate playing against Russell, but when you watch him, as long as it's not against the Eagles, it's fun. He's entertaining. He's always going to do something that you don't expect. And that's part of the reason why he could beat us.
And
Stephen B, you're good to go, bro. I gave you a ring.
Not only that, let's not forget, Russell Wilson did not have a running game. All 3 of his running backs was on IR. They was just trying to pull dudes off the streets. I think they tried to grab Beast Mode. Well, they did grab him, and he was washed up. You know what I mean? So the things that he has to do, and we understand when he first came into the league, they had the Legion of Doom, right? And he was a game manager. He was, but he still was making them special plays every single. I ain't gonna say every week, but a lot of weeks he was making them special plays when they made that first Super Bowl run. Now, Pete Carroll tried to put the ball in the sand. We already know what happened, and ever since then, I feel as though Pete Carroll still looks at Russell Wilson as a game manager. Like Mike said, he still looks at him as the game manager. I can't put the game on his back because what happened in the Super Bowl. No, that was just done behind call. So let's not try to put that on Russell. But at the same time, they was going toe to toe with them dudes again. You know what I mean? And they could have won that game. So Russell Wilson should have 2 Super Bowls, probably 2 Super Bowl MVPs, and I think the discussion would be a lot less close. You know what I mean? It's real close because they both have a Super Bowl ring, Super Bowl MVP. So, I like Mahomes a lot. I feel as though it's real close, but the numbers are always going to speak for themselves. So when you see a guy have 50 touchdowns and win the MVP, then go to the Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl MVP. That's one thing Russell has not done yet is win an MVP. So Mahomes is always going to have that notch on him right now.
Real quick, Daniel Mayner asking for a wrench, and I believe he's on your channel, Gate City, maybe?
I got you. Daniel, I got you, man. You got a wrench.
So straight up.
There was one comment I want to address.
Right.
We can say he doesn't have a running game. Okay? I get it, Antonio Holmes. I get it, man. But, come on, man. Miko Hardman. Come on, bro. Come on. Tyreek Hill, LC. Like Robinson's like their fourth or fifth option, man. Bro, his receiving. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but the aggressiveness percentage says it all. Like, he's throwing for almost 5,000 yards even last year. And he's not having to throw a lot of contested passes there. Like, his guys are just out running people. Straightforward.
Hey, Kara, Pete Carroll doesn't really run the offense and doesn't do the offense. I get what you're saying, but that's not really Pete Carroll's job. So it's really not Pete Carroll. It's really Russell. It's really Russell.
Yeah.
And whatever it is they do. Hey, Bashir, man, you were supposed to hit me. I was gonna bring you to my crib. You was gonna be the special guest today, man. You were supposed to hit me on Twitter. I was gonna bring you to the crib and have you as a special guest today. You ain't hit me, man. What happened? But yeah, back to Kara. It's really like Russell just finds a way against his team. I don't know what it is, what's going on, but it seemed like every time we played him, we are hurt though. But at the same time, he finds a way, man. He finds a way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough conversation because both the quarterbacks are amazing. I mean, just be real with you. I mean, they're both amazing quarterbacks. But it just, I don't know, man. There's a part of me that will always wonder if you're limited in your weapons. You know, I guess it's not really a fair question because what can any quarterback do if you handicap them enough? They might be able to keep it together because they're a good quarterback, but you're probably not hoisting the Lombardi that way. But it's a tough question, man. It's a tough question to figure out, guys, in terms of who really is the talent in that room.
It really is.
That's a difficult one to say.
It's all he's he say she say. I mean, it's all we're trying to just see.
Real quick, Charles Smith with another super chat. Appreciate you, my guy. He said, it's easy to talk about the greats. Let's discuss some new guys. How about Sam Darnold and Josh Allen and Philly Fresh having special guests on the Cricket Mobile Show? Here we go.
I'm trying to figure out what did you even had to read that for? First
because
of all, what kind of service you got? I got Sprint.
Listen, there's $9.99 worth of reasons why I had to read that.
Yeah, he be loading y'all up, boy.
But yo, real quick, he has a point. Let's go through this. Who do you think's the better quarterback and would rather have, Josh Allen or Sam Darnold? I'm gonna go Sam Darnold, and here's the reason why. If you look at Sam Darnold's stats, I think it was the last 6 games, and I know a lot of stats because my brother feed them to me because he's a bum Jet fan. I don't know what happened to him. Why he a Jet fan? I don't know. I think he was adopted. But Sam Darnold was one of the best quarterbacks in the league the last 6 games. The Jets went like 4-2 or something like that the last 6 games. They just lost so many games when he had mono, they couldn't recover. And they went through a slew of injuries on the offensive line, C.J. Mosley in the secondary. I would go Sam Darnold.
You guys want me to read you some of the numbers on these two? Get it in context. All right, so let's start with Sam Darnold because he's the first one I see. So when you look at his CAY, right? So completed air yards. Sam Darnold had 5.6 completed air yards. It's not the highest number. His intended air yards, though, were 8.6. And that differential is a 3, which is probably going to be one of the highest in the league. So it's not necessarily that he wasn't trying to get the ball downfield. Apparently people weren't catching it. Aggressiveness percentage was a 17.9, fairly high. means he will throw into contested windows. Air yards to the sticks, exactly a 0. So he's throwing right at the sticks level. So he's not necessarily checking it down. Didn't have the highest QBR rating, but I don't put a lot of stock in that anyways. So y'all wanted Josh Allen, right? Is that who else we're considering?
Yeah.
So Josh Allen, so completed air yards are 6.2. Intended air yards are 9.4. The differential is 3.2. Wow. He threw his aggressiveness percentage was a 15.4. So not quite to Sam Darnold's, but yeah, I don't know. That is kind of low, but it is what it is, I guess. 20 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, QBR rating 85.5. Ooh, time to throw 2.85 seconds for Josh Allen. Let's take a look. 2.85 for Josh Allen, guys. Sam Darnold, 2.92. That's shocking to me about Darnold because that offensive line was trash.
It was. Listen, again, when you talk about athleticism, Josh Allen, Josh Allen's the white Cam Newton, man. He runs the ball and he'll run you over. But again, you want your quarterback to have that, but you also want your quarterback to throw. And Josh Allen, although he has a big arm, he's not the most accurate. I think Josh Allen's going to have a successful season this year because of his defense, because of adding, Stephon Diggs. But I think Sam Darnold is the better quarterback. I would take him over Josh Allen, but I do like Josh Allen. Don't get me wrong.
I think Josh Allen actually has a really good arm. I don't trust that system. I don't trust his ability to go through the reads. I'm going to say Sam Darnold. I think Sam Darnold, but here's the thing. If we're only talking about being a passer, I think Sam Darnold goes through more of the progression. I think he sees the field a little bit better.
Better than
But you know what? Sam Darnold, with the mono thing, leaves you questioning, you know what I mean? How much he's going to play with stuff like that. It's not a real injury, but still. Josh Allen can definitely move the pocket with his feet. I don't know, man. I'm probably going to say Sam Darnold overall.
I was going to say, listen, if you're starting a football team and they say you got to start and you got to pick one of these two, you go Sam Darnold?
I'd probably go Sam Darnold.
How about you, Philly Fresh?
Josh Allen.
Ooh. Real quick, Charles Smith. He said, Philly Fresh, turn your super chat.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how to do that.
He got to be over 1,000 subscribers first. So, with that being said, we got 81 people in here. If you are not subscribed to Philly Fresh, watch a video. I guarantee you'll laugh, you'll learn something, and you'll subscribe. So, with that being said, also wherever you're watching this video, make sure if you're not subscribed to that person, you're just in here watching, chilling, first time in here. We do lives and we also do regular scheduled videos. So make sure you hit that like button, helps us out, and subscribe to the channel if you're watching on the Philly Talk Podcast, Gate City Sports Channel, and or Philly Free. But
Anthony, that's funny, bro. He said it's the mono thing forever. I don't know about that much. No, it's not forever. It's more so I'm questioning his decisions. Like, is he going to do something stupid to get himself in those type of situations?
Yeah. And again,
how did he get it? How did he get it?
Swap and spit with somebody, bro.
Yeah. But listen, I was making fun. I went to the Eagles Jets game because my brother's a Jet fan and we went there. I went to the Eagles Jets game and I went to the Redskins game opening day. Again, we got to get to some games, especially if they allow us to this year. I was starting this thing.
From what I'm hearing, it's gonna start at as like 25% of like the stands will be able to be filled because you're still gonna have to be able to have a 6 feet distance. So it's gonna be like a lot of like a seat and then 2 other seats and then another person. Like it's gonna be weird. You can't slap hands and all that stuff is not gonna happen. I'm telling you.
But at the Jets game, I started this thing, and I got a bunch of Eagle fans saying that we were Dirty Darnold, hashtag Dirty Darnold for the mono. It was crazy. My brother was hating it, and plus them 10 sacks. It was great. It was fun. We got to beat up on them. Again, we bought these tickets in the offseason where if they had CJ Mosley, they had all the receivers, they had their offensive line intact, the Jets could have been a reasonable team last year, which if they can stay healthy, I think they'll be able to win 8 or 9 games. But
yeah. It's a tough one, man, because personally, I don't think it's the greatest situation with either of those guys as your quarterback. I think Darnold has more capabilities. I can give Allen credit, though, man. Like, he didn't have a lot with them last year. And they fought. That team fought with their defense and him running around until he figured something out back there. To drive it, make a game-winning touchdown. So,
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Yo, all y'all got. I don't know what's going on. I'm on my iPad. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. If y'all can't hear me, just let me know, man.
Yo, what's crazy is I can hear you clearly, but every time they can hear you clearly, we can't hear you clearly. But when we can hear you clearly, they can't hear you clearly.
Yo,
I don't know, man.
You know what's really crazy? I had watched our live on TV one day. I'm just chilling in the crib. I couldn't hear me at all. I was so low. Like, y'all was so loud. I was so low. I'm like, but it's not like that when I watch it like on my iPad. I don't know what's going on, man. Maybe it's iPhones versus Cricket. Like like Charles got.
Yo, but be more careful. So that Philly Fresh mic's been okay for this stream, but yeah, it is frustrating when. That's why, like I said, right now, sometimes I'd be too close to my computer and I have the thing on and I'd be screaming in it. But it's good for us to try to get the audio together because it's like the viewers got to turn it up for Philly Fresh and turn it down for me, and then put it medium for Gate City. You know what I mean? It's just too much flip flopping. But yeah,
I'm gonna buy either a microphone or I'm gonna buy some headphones tomorrow. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. So Anthony Perry said we can hear you. He said I can hear everyone fine. Philly man to you said that. What's it called? Anthony Perry said we can hear you fine, but just you're lower than Gate City and Philly Mike.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's because they be all.
You see Charles's comment.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Go ahead, read it, Philly Fresh. Turn your mic up though to read it. No, just See,
Verizon. Don't nobody want over Verizon, dog. You probably got a Galaxy too.
I'm iPhone all day, every day.
Man. iPhone all day. You see it?
Yeah, me, Gate City, and Philly Fresh have a group chat that we text on so we can all be on the same page for things. And Gate City is the only iPhone user.
Gate City.
Android.
Android. My bad.
Bubble be coming up green.
Yeah.
Gate City bubble be coming up green. We about to start a go. Yeah, hey, everybody start a go be fun for to get my man an iPhone, man.
I need the Apple ID so I can upload her. I need the Apple ID so I can upload the podcast there.
All right, real quick to the chat. Real quick.
Yeah, I forgot. I got you. I forgot about that. I got you.
Real quick to the chat. Let us know what you are, Android or iPhone. Drop them in the comment in the chat. Let us know if you Android or iPhone. I gotta know because I'm gonna look at you guys a little differently when I find out. I'm just kidding.
It's gonna be 90% iPhones, man. Everybody going with iPhones, man.
We about to see.
It's the wave of the future, man.
He said a go me fun. So we got iPhone.
I knew Bashir had an iPhone.
Here we go. We got Fly Eagles TV.
No. Don't just say Android. Do you got like a Galaxy? What you mean by Android? What is that?
I use a Galaxy too. That's the same thing I use.
A Galaxy.
I use the yeah.
I knew Kira.
Like the number 2?
2, as in 2 EOO.
There's so many of them.
Not like the number 2. Bro, you gotta go cheap,
I'm
man.
about to say, damn, Gate City.
You can't even accept an update.
Yeah, you can't do nothing. I don't even think you got a color screen.
Yeah,
It's
so
the black and white.
he got the Nokia. The Nokia.
No,
Hey,
flip phone,
Kara. Yeah, he playing
the
Snake
sliding
on
keyboard.
that joint. He playing Snake on that joint.
Yeah.
Hey, Kara, you Team Galaxy?
Yeah,
Oh,
she is. So we got
you was my
Carapul.
girl too.
I just lost a little bit of, when I seen it. No, I'm just kidding. But so I'm not gonna pull them up because there's a lot, but we got Carapul, Android, I Only Want the Truth, Galaxy, Larry Marshall, Android.
TOO, not the number 2. TOO. I really wish I didn't say that sentence in that way now.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Meaning also.
Hold on. Everybody pause everything. What the hell is an iDial?
Say what?
Somebody think these joints going fast. 2020 Vision said iPhone, iPad, iDial. Then he gave a little
Yeah. Here it comes. Hold up. Bang.
I'm okay. I don't understand. You see my phone, man. Come on, man. This the new wave. You understand what I'm saying? Hey, listen, man. I got this before it was even out. You understand?
Nah, he got the 11. But yo, yeah. So
no, I'm talking to Charles.
Yeah.
Charles, what kind of case you got? You probably got a Giants case, man.
But so we got it's more 50-50 than I thought. The iPhones were starting to kick in as the winner. We got a on the stretch where there was a bunch of Androids.
Hey, 2020 Vision, you getting kind of freaky on this joint, man.
Yo, look. He said iPhone is the Fed's phone.
Hey, I don't sell dope no more, so I don't care.
Yeah, we don't need them burners anymore. See?
Yeah, I don't give a damn. I used to have flip phones. Hey, listen, I used to really have flip phones. I already knew about them iPhones and them Feds.
Yeah, so it was more balanced. It was more balanced.
Why is nobody talking about what 2020 Vision is talking about?
Wait,
what is going on?
What'd he say?
He obviously got a sex doll. Like,
I'm dead.
What's going on with the boy, man? You all right, man? Hey, listen, man. They got dating sites. I understand it's quarantine, right? I understand all. You Netflix
the quarantine.
Hey, you Netflix and chilling for real, huh?
I'm dead. Yeah, y'all killing me. Oh man. But so as we get back to more Eagles talk now, because we went way off script.
Hey man, that's what we do. We have fun, man.
Yeah.
You know.
You already know.
I don't even know where we were in the topic, bro.
Why everybody keep trying to come in my iPhone, though? I'm trying to figure out, man. This is the latest thing. This is the hottest thing on the market right now.
It's the 11. You can see it by the cameras.
Exactly. I don't understand, man. People hating, man. Y'all hating, man.
Grandmaster said 2020 tripping. Yeah.
What the hell is a life proof? What's a life proof case? What's that, Charles? I don't know what that is, man. You making up stuff. Eagles, I don't want to hear it.
He said it's a joke, General. Don't be trying to find the Google one online.
Hey, listen, I ain't gotta find one of them. Anybody tell you about me? I don't need one of them. You hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. But
All right. Yeah, let's get back.
Let's get back. Woo, that was fun. So, let's talk about some of these position battles that we're gonna have going on. What is the most interesting position battle to you?
Who was you?
Ooh, the most interesting position battle?
Yeah.
Oh, let me think, man, because that's tough because there's a lot of them. I'm gonna say it'd probably be. I'm gonna say opposite corner to Slay, safety. The other ones are not quite as interesting, but because they're not for starting positions. But I think linebacker has some interest. I think linebacker has a lot of interest.
You gonna take him
I'm trying to think. He said. I mean, I'm trying to think. That's hard to think like that.
So let me just say what the chat is talking about. The chat is pretty locked on corners and wide receivers, and now we're getting some linebackers. But the chat first started with a bunch of corners. Then we got some safety. You can call safety and corner together, like secondary, But they're probably the top three: the corners, the wide receivers, and the linebackers. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, wide receiver though, it's deeper in the depth chart to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like corner, we're talking top of the depth chart. Like
so that is true. See, what Gate said he's saying is that wide receiver is big when you talk about who makes the team, but we pretty much know who our first two receivers are going to be. It's going to be D-Jack and Jalen Rager. Like they're going to be the two receivers most likely. For corner, we only know who are.
But it is a battle for that slot.
Correct.
I agree. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah. But at least we know who our first two is. What Gate City's saying is at corner, we only know who our first one is. We don't know who's going to be on the opposite of Slay. And at linebacker, we really have a free for all because
who's the Mike?
I would say it would have to be TJ.
I would think so too, but I'm not positive on that. Like
me neither.
Yeah, so, that might be the one right there. Because the only reason I'm gonna say that is because that's where the less proven guys is at. That's where the less guys that who knows who can make an impact. Like, is Duke Riley going to make an impact on the team? You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. And if you look at it, our three starting is Edwards, Gary, and Duke Riley, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's hard, man. I mean, if you look at that, like you were saying, Fresh, you got Davion Taylor. Okay. You got Davion Taylor. You got Bradley, the new kid they drafted out of Temple.
Right.
You got TJ Edwards. You got Nate Gary.
But it's hard to learn. It's hard to
Duke Riley, and then Jatavis Brown. Anyone past that is Olsen. I like Olsen a lot, but it's a projection. I haven't seen that kid on the NFL field against NFL competition yet. I mean, I don't know, man. That's a tough one, man. Linebacker's tough. That's the one where I think where you make your when you try to project your 53, that could get real interesting at linebacker. Because I mean, there's a lot of questions that have to be answered there. Would you guys even go 6 linebackers with the way we use our linebackers? I'm not too sure I would.
No.
I mean, you probably would because you probably can 5 or 6 because of special teams. You know what I mean? Most of our special teams come from the linebacker position. You know what I mean? Like when you think about it, like where did Nate Gary come from? He came from special teams. They probably carry about 5 or 6.
I mean, even if we project TJ Edwards, which I think I think right now it's a fairly safe projection. I mean, I still think there's some argument that could be made there, but TJ Edwards seems to be the consensus for most people. You got Nate Gary at the strong, at the Sam. Who's your will? Tavis Brown, Duke Riley, Sean Bradley. I don't even know, man. You put Davion there, Davion Taylor, and just see what Davion can do. I still think Davion needs to be a sub package, kind of the third or fourth guy off the bench until he gets experience under his belt.
Right.
Yeah.
But I also see.
Go ahead, Mike.
I also see in a lot of these sub package that we do where we play the big nickel or we play the 3 safety look. I see a guy like Kavon Wallace and or Will Parks playing that linebacker position, just being at the close to the line of scrimmage, playing a tight end if they go out, blitzing, doing that kind of stuff where then we only keep 2 actual linebackers on the field. I think we're going to do a lot of that because we don't really stay in base. We are in more sub packages than base packages. We don't just run out that 4-3 base.
But you still have to have them.
Correct.
You never know what a team is going to do. Like when we go against a team like the Baltimore Ravens, you cannot have that package. You can't have that package. You have to have a base package. You have to make sure that you have 3 linebackers because we know what Baltimore is going to do. They're going to run the ball, and they're going to run a tight ends off of play action. So you have to make sure that you be able to stuff that run. So you have to make sure that you have the best 3 linebackers, not hybrid guys, linebackers.
Hot take. Look at that. Be more careful.
I don't think so.
He's coming. It's a hot take, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I appreciate the fact that he went on a limb and said, "Look, something people aren't expecting." You know, that's the whole point of doing those. But I don't see it. I think Dillard's going to lock it down.
Yeah, that would be kind of scary to see him lose that.
I got a lot more faith in Dillard than a lot of people do, man. Even though after watching your tape break down Gate City, it's a lot of plays that I seen this kid held his ground. You know what I mean? And him being a rookie and him not only playing really 3 games. I'm not even gonna bring up the 4th one. We already know he was barbecue chicken on the right side, so I ain't gonna bring that up. But him playing them 3 games, I felt as though he held his own. So they're growing, of course, but he was a rookie. Yeah. We already know, and he played better. Like you said, he played way better on a run than we thought that he would. So I really did. And here's one thing about that too that we have to understand. Everybody in the comment section, us 3 talking about this has to understand. He was the 1st round draft pick. They're going to put him on the field. You know what I mean? And I understand a lot of people talking about Prince. Even if he is better, he won't touch the field unless Dillard gets hurt or it just barbecue chicken. So I feel as though that's a debate.
Yeah, I think so. I see some people that were saying, the only game he really struggled in was Minnesota. I don't agree. Guys, he struggled in Chicago. He struggled in Minnesota. He struggled in Dallas. I think he even gave up a sack in Buffalo. We only threw the ball 15 times. He gave up a lot of pressure. The thing is that where he was getting beat are things that are very coachable. Like, I saw what was going on. This kid's hand placement is not good. Like, he's got to learn how to use his hands correctly. With that said, these are things that are really easily fixed with time, experience, and coaching. Like, all of it can be worked out. It's not something like Winston Justice to where, like, there was just so much. When you go back and watch Winston Justice, like, first few games, I know Winston Justice did kind of get it together late in Philadelphia, but watch his first, like, year or two where we forced him into action. You ever want to see a guy that was not ready to play? Jesus, I can't watch that Giants game with Winston Justice. Like, I mean, he might as well just let him walk right into the quarterback. It was ridiculous, man. There was so much there. He was flawed so fundamentally, he wasn't funny. I don't think Dillard is that bad. He's not to that level. I just think I think he's a kid that he got stuck behind one of the best offensive linemen. I'm not even just the Eagles. Flat out in the NFL history, period. He's one of the best. And, man, those are big shoes to fill.
We expect him to be Jason Peters from the rip.
And he's not.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
That's not fair. Yeah. But it's not fair. It's not fair for you to expect that.
Listen, when you look at a guy like Andre Dillard, you can't expect him to come in and automatically be as good as the Hall of Famer in Jason Peters. But what you can expect is him to show growth if he steadily plays, and that when he is at his worst, he's still going to be able to be better than some other players. You know, you got left tackles who were drafted at are just trash and shouldn't be starting, but they got no choice to start them. We saw high points, we saw low points. I believe he's better against speed guys. He struggles with the bull rush. That's all stuff. Bulk up, get your hands better, like Gate City said. Another thing is, again, we see how his psyche was with playing on the right side. That hurt his numbers as well. But we also know a guy who has that psyche who can't play on the right side, I know it's different, but not to the extent maybe as he made it out to be. But you also got to factor in half these games he got tossed into the fire in the middle of the game. So he did not get reps with the first team in practice. He was not getting reps. Jason Peters got them reps. The Jeff Stoutland's scheme, sliding this way. All the calls were going to Jason Peters. Then Jason Peters gets hurt. Andre Dillard gets thrown in. If you get a full offseason with him learning all the schematics, all this stuff, Andre Dillard's going to be decent, be good. I think we're going to be able to see him solidify that left side for a while. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But again, being the starter, knowing you're going into that week of practice, knowing you're going to be the guy, it does a lot for instead of just coming in or being asked to do things when you're not prepared. So it goes back and forth. But we're about to find out.
It's a hard thing to, like Mike, you're hitting on some things. It's a hard thing to judge because he came off cold in that Minnesota game against one of the better pass rushers in the NFL, and he got abused. Dallas was his first start. He got abused.
Yes.
You go look at the Buffalo game. The Buffalo game is hard to judge because weather conditions weren't great. Like, it's just a really difficult game to judge. Chicago. The reason I went and I broke down Chicago, I thought that was the first game where you could, like, legitimately say, like, okay, he's had several weeks of game planning. He's got some reps now. He's not coming in cold. Like, you know what I mean? That's the reason I broke film down on that particular game. And I went in there and I disproved myself, guys. I went into that game thinking, man, he played really well against, on the left side. It was really the pressure rate stuff's coming from when he played right tackle against Seattle. And I got to be real with you. When I watched the film, I realized quickly I was wrong. He did give up a ton of pressure, guys. He gave up a lot of pressure. He was getting beat in every game. But the things he was getting beat on are things you would expect a rookie to get beat on. That's the thing. Like, your hand placement, it's not going to be great. Sometimes you will get out of position with your leg kick. He's not punching right. He's not punching correctly when he's supposed to. He's doing a lot of things that it takes time and it takes repetition to build on. And if you keep bringing guys back like Jason Peters, who I love, starting him over him, you're just delaying this another year. Like, you're pushing it back another year. Like, at some point, man, you traded up, you spent the first round pick, you got to let him play. You got to let him play. We got to know if this kid can play or not. Like, we won't know until you get 6-7 games into the season.
Exactly.
It's the truth. We won't know.
Look. He said Aguilar just dropped the ball on Madden. Yo, Ben.
Hey, somebody, who was it? Mesa Musa's son made a good point. They said Slay versus Schwartz. And I've been beating the drum on this, man. That's a good point. Jim, are you going to make sure Slade follows the best receiver? I think was it my last video I just posted. He has to do that. You look at the guys that we're going to have to play, man. We play every top 5 receiver next year. We play the Thomases. We play the OBJs. We play what happened? You got or mad in your trash. Yeah. What team you playing with? Where did he go?
Well, no,
Oakland, right?
It won't upgrade yet. So if you're playing online, he's still on the Eagles.
Yeah,
it ain't. Well, that's weird. I thought I upgraded by now.
It won't do that. It won't do it until August when 21 comes out.
Yeah. See,
I don't know. A lot of people really are down on that, man. They don't think Schwartz is going to let Slay carry. I think he is. I just don't think we've ever had a corner that could do that.
Listen,
look, Darby was good. Darby was not Slay.
No,
Darby was barbecue chicken, man.
Not the first year when he first came there. He was good in Buffalo.
His first year, like, I'm saying, like, no, I'm talking about in Philly. In 2017, he had a good year, but he can only play one half the field. Like, he's not a guy that you're going to carry with another receiver. I don't think Schwartz has had the opportunity to have a corner of that ability yet, so where you can go take, a guy and like, look, it's all projection because he hasn't had that guy. He hasn't done it, which means we're all projecting, right? We don't know, but I think this year it'll be quite obvious just how good Slay is, and he's going to go, yo, this dude is not going to beat us. Take him out of the game, Slay.
Yo,
I think exactly what's going to happen.
I'm sorry.
Oh man, y'all are wrong, bro. Y'all wrong for that.
Yeah, that ain't cool. I've been there, man.
No,
I've been in jail, man. That ain't cool. You hear me?
It's definitely not. You already know. But it's still funny.
That dropping Trotman the soap stuff is a myth, man.
Yeah, it's a lie.
It's really a myth, man. I don't know where. I mean, it might have been something back in the day, but I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Fun story, real fast. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. For real, the first time I went upstate, not like the county jail, but the first time I actually went upstate, I was at Graterford, and Graterford got showers. That it's like 10 showers, so everybody in the showers, and when you just coming from the county, they take everything, so you don't got no shower shoes, you don't got nothing, so you had to actually take the sole out of your boots and your shoestring and put a hole in them and make sandals, like actually make sandals. Like, people are creative in jail. So I'm sitting there taking a shower, and somebody actually slips out their hand and drops their soap. Me, I'm so immature. I think I was like 22 at the time. I'm like, somebody dropped their soap. I didn't know I said it out loud, right? So the guy next to me like, man, that shit don't matter. Ain't nobody give a damn. Pick up your soap, young boy. And I'm sitting there cracking up because I really thought that something was going to happen to this kid,
man. Yeah. That's crazy. Real quick, appreciate the super chat, my guy. Darby played like 4 games in 2017. The only thing I remember is him getting blown up trying to block for Patrick Robinson.
No, he played more than 4 games, but he definitely got
played more than
blown
that.
up.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah, we traded for him. We traded for him what, week 6 or 7? We traded for him like week 6 or 7, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember when we brought him in, but he played. He was in 8 games, started 7.
Who was playing?
But I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying about Darby, which is Darby's entire Philadelphia career never amounted to him playing a full 16 games.
Correct.
That's the point he was trying to make.
True.
Yeah.
True. That's true. Wait, so who was playing on the other side before Darby came over?
Mills.
No, but Mills was still playing when Darby came over. Who was playing on the other side of Mills?
I couldn't even tell you back then.
That's crazy.
I thought we had Darby from the beginning of the year, but maybe I was wrong. I don't know.
We didn't.
Let me see.
No, we didn't. Not in 17. No, wait. Did we trade for him in the beginning?
Yeah, Jordan Matthew. We traded in the offseason.
Yeah. I thought we had it because I thought he had an injury that kept him out until like the middle of the year, didn't it?
Right. We traded for him actually, I think right after the preseason game that we played. Remember, we had the camp together with the Bills. We had that camp together in the preseason, and then we played them. I think we traded for him probably like a week after that. Yeah, y'all right. He started week 1.
Real quick, so Monica Lane said, can y'all talk about the running backs, please? Want to hear your thoughts. Right. So let's give our thoughts on who we think is going to start, back up, and then be
start.
We all know who's going to start. But
I think Corey Clement's going to start.
Yeah. I'll start with the hot take guy, Gay City. Say who you think is going to start, back up, and also give your take on them 3 big names: Holyfield, Warren, and Killins. Do 2 of them make it? Does one of them make it? Go ahead, do that.
All right.
Damn.
All right, this is what I'll say. We all know Miles Sanders is going to be your starter. Your second back in theory, but not in reality, it'll be Boston Scott. Your third back is going to have to, right now, without a veteran, it's going to be one of these young kids. It's a tough battle, guys. It's a really tough battle between Warren and Holyfield. Right now, I'd probably have to give the edge to Holyfield. He's been in the system. We got all kinds of delay in the off-season program. You know what I mean? Like, when did he get here? December, guys?
Yes.
So he at least has the playbook in his hands.
Actually,
he's had, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So he's had the playbook in his hands. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be a little more prepared. It's so close between them two, man. You almost have to see him with pads on. Now, the fourth guy is going to come down to special teams, in my opinion. And that's going to depend if we get a veteran guy. I think it changes everything. But I mean, right now,
I'm on your top now too.
Right now, if I had to say, man, I like Killen's ability to punt return and kick return. I just think it's a guy you try to go in your practice squad and get into a strength and conditioning program. But, all it takes is for him to break a couple of those plays, and it's going to turn the coach's head. It's going to turn their heads if he breaks a couple plays. So I just don't know. I don't know that you need both Warren and you need Holyfield on the roster together. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
I think you only need one of them because they fit the same.
If Clement has anything left in the tank, he'll be on the roster. I don't know if he has anything left in the tank. He didn't look the same to me last year. He didn't look good at all to me last year.
He was hurt last year, though. That's one thing I gotta say about. All right, so let me get mine. One thing I gotta say about Corey Clement, he was hurt, but when you look at the talent, first of all, let's keep it real. Running backs really don't they got like a 5 to 6 year span. You got dudes like Adrian Peterson and even McCoy. McCoy has been through a whole lot and still trying to play, but I think he's done. Stick a fork in him. But I still, if in a perfect world, mine would be, of course, Sanders, Boston Scott, and I still want the kid Royce Freeman. If Howie can find a way to give up a 5th round or probably a 4th round pick to get Royce Freeman from Denver, because we know that they just got Melvin Gordon, so they really don't need that kind of back. You know what I mean? So if he can find a way to get that kid, I'm cool with that. But if that doesn't happen, I gotta see what Holyfield gonna do. You gotta try both of these kids out, Holyfield and Warren. And of course, I like Killings to play for my special teams. And I know people saying that we disrespecting Corey Clement, but he the odd man out right now.
Yeah, I mean, Clement is a veteran. He's been in the system for a few years. I think he has a leg up. It's just a matter of, is there anything left in those knees, man? That's a big concern, man. More than anyone, man. You played running back, dude. Your body breaks down at that position. It does. Yeah.
Listen, my knee's still killing me. Hey, real fast, Antonio Holmes, man. Your birthday tomorrow, man. Shout out to you, man. We probably won't talk, but I'll probably text you, man. But just so I don't forget, if you in this chat, man, your birthday tomorrow, everybody give Antonio Holmes a shout out, man. My guy.
Yeah, Antonio Holmes. I know it's your birthday tomorrow, but happy early birthday.
Word. Happy early birthday, my guy. And let's get to that one real quick that I just clicked off real quick. And I'm going to get back to them other two real quick, too, because can't let them go to waste. Lawrence Jane, appreciate the super chat, my guy. He said, good looking out on the birthday. Shout out Philly Mike, my brother. All day, every day, And happy to do that. I say you're 20 plus 20. We'll just keep it like that, Good stuff. Vic3 said, appreciate the super chat. He said, Philly fresh, Mike, fun.
Yo, we already seen that. We already seen that.
I ain't get to talk about it, though. But listen, I'm going to send that to you. I'm going to cash out that to you.
See, Mike think he's slick. He throwing shots. He think he's slick. When somebody say something about him, he skip right through that joint so fast.
You crazy.
Hey, Steve, am I lying? Am I flying? I ain't got no wings. You hear me?
First of all, hey, Philly fresh.
I missed your super chat. First of all, a super chat is different than a normal chat. 1 and 2. Listen to this.
It don't matter, man. Anytime it don't matter if it's a super chat or not. When somebody says something about me, you be like,
Carol Poole be coming at me, and I'll be putting her stuff on the screen.
First of all, Carol Poole always come at you. You put probably one every couple weeks, man. We not gonna do that. I be letting it slide though. You my brother, man. You can pull them up, but I'm gonna grind you up. So every time you pull them up,
cool. Let's get him. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
You pull them up, you gonna get the smoke. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, Gate City held down the live chat last week, right? I jumped on for about 30 minutes. They were grinding me up. They were talking about my wife won't let me do it. They were talking about I have cricket service. And I was laughing with them all, loving it. Am I right, Gate City?
Heaven, bro.
That's right, Care. Tell him, Care.
Listen, Gate City was throwing them all up on the screen. They were saying that that first of all, I had the sky as my background. They were like, "Did you die and go to heaven?" Like they were coming at me. Like, they were coming at me.
Nah, I seen it. But that's when my man was monitoring, so he can bring all of them up.
All right, look, my wife won't let me. Let's go. Let's get the crap talking. Then, well, look, he said it's all love, though. You know, Vic 3 said it's all love.
Yeah, but once again, you skip Kara's again.
Where is it? I'm looking. I sing the fight song again. That's cool. Let's go. Let's get going.
It's not even about that. Hey, Steve, you see how he skipped it though, right?
I gotta get to it. All right.
You see how I had to say something.
So then why don't y'all spot him out and throw him up out there? You know what I mean? I got you. It's all love. You know, it's all love.
Hey, Karen, but on some real stuff, I don't want to hear that again. I don't.
Yo, bro, relax. Like I said,
hey, Karen, if you want to hear it, go to my. I want to say about 6 videos ago. You can hear it all you want.
There you go.
I got in my intro. If anybody want to hear Philly Mike, just totally obliterate the Philly fight
listen. I was reading the chat. I was trying to read the chat because they were coming at me, and then you going over here like this. I could not focus on nothing. I should have looked away from the screen, from the chat, and from you guys. You over here conducting something, yo. I couldn't.
Yeah, and a 1 and a 2. Yeah, I wanted to hear it so bad. But
anyways, okay. Y'all can keep grinding me up a little bit. Go ahead. I deserve it for putting it on the screen. You know what I mean? Listen, I do the same thing in Game City.
Watch our Eagles go. Where y'all going to?
I know it's fly. Relax.
Hey, yo, where you going?
You know what?
Yes. Hold on, y'all.
See, now you in trouble.
No, I'm good. Somebody needed to get in the house.
I'm just kidding. But all right, so we wait, what did he say? Why will we beat Dallas? So all right, so give your takes on why you think we're going to beat Dallas. Do you think we sweep them? You think we split? Let me know.
Oh, I don't know, man. It's too early to say. It's too early to say a sweep. I don't. Listen, they got a good offensive squad. Their defense, it's not impressive right now. They got a lot going on with the linebacker core with injuries. When that linebacker core is healthy, it's good. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. That secondary, I don't know, man. I don't know that secondary is any better than it was the season before. And I think it's worse, to be quite honest. Defensive line, they got big names, but they're older, aging players. Where's the youth pass rush out there? Offensively, look, man, it's a matter of what's Mike McCarthy going to give them. How's this thing going to work out with Dak Prescott? You got Andy Dalton there. I mean, I can't see that being a functioning organization right now. Look, time heals everything. Maybe they get it together. I don't know. I'm not in the locker room. I am, not part of their fan base. I don't hear all the rumblings going on. But what I will say is this. I know for a fact the Eagles got tremendously better. And they already had a much superior team to us the second time around that we met. And they couldn't get the job done. That team was a lot better than the team that Philadelphia threw on the field. And yet they couldn't pull off that victory to take the division and go to the playoffs. Like, I believe in Doug Peterson and Carson Wentz. I believe the talent we've added at defense, the young talent we've added, is going to pay dividends. Mike McCarthy likes to guarantee his quarterbacks the ability to step up in the pocket. Good luck with Javon Hargraves and Fletcher Cox stepping up in the pocket. You step up, you going down. You might want to figure out how to roll the pocket this year.
What? Wait. No. I'm talking about. I'm listening to you, but I'm talking about that thing on the screen right there.
Exactly.
I don't know.
But all right, here's my take on Dallas. Listen, Dallas does Dallas things. They had a very, very good offense last year, and still somehow managed to only win 8 games. They were top 5 in a lot of offensive categories and still only won 8 games. That is the problem. Will Mike McCarthy change that? Was that Jason Garrett? We will see in 2020. But I would love to say sweeping them, but it's really hard to sweep, the division. And I think we're going to do really good against the Giants and Redskins. So I would love to, and I don't think it's impossible to, but I'm going to say we split. What about you, Philly Fresh?
Yeah, I want to say we split too. We went 5-1 in the division the last 3 years or 4 last 3 years. We only lost to Dallas. Once each one of them years. I kind of think that trend now. All right, hold on. I need to know when we played them. I'm not sure. When is the first game? And the first game is in
middle of the year.
Philly.
In the
middle of the year in Philly.
In Philly, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we see. It's hard because I want to say we might sweep them because I feel as though at the end of the year, I think we played them in December. Y'all know how I feel about December Doug, man. And I think that we can beat them at home. So going up there when the division might be on the line or they might be close to us or whatever the case may be, I think we take care of business. So I think that we have a better chance of sweeping them than splitting. That's what I'm going to say.
Can I ask you guys this? Because I saw a comment there, and it's from a guy that I know knows football. And he's a smart guy, 2020. And he said, Dallas imploded last year. We can't count on that happening 2 times in a row. But let me ask you something. What caused Dallas's implosion? Why did Dallas have this great offense, this drastically overrated defense that suffered some injuries, okay, implode? And what have they done to fix it? They brought in, they put this on Mike McCarthy, or they put this on their coach, Jason Garrett, and brought in Mike McCarthy, who, by the way, the last time was a coach, had an implosion that went down in flames. I mean, I don't see what they've done necessarily to fix up a team that on paper could be easily a 10-11 win team.
I'm not going to say that they fixed it, but they did upgrade from Jason Garrett. Now, if you need your coach, if you need a coach, you when I say you, I mean a Dak Prescott. If you need your coach to instill in you to be a winner and to be a dog, it's just not there. And I feel as though Dak is not there with that. Even when he played at college. Yeah, true. Even when he played at college, man, at Mississippi State, the dog wasn't there. I mean, he was a good player, but you just didn't see that. All right, it's my time. You know what I mean? And you ain't see him hit that watch. It's my time. Let me take over. And he really doesn't have that. He needs everything to go right for him to succeed. So if he's going to be a driving pin, they're always going to be in trouble.
Harlem Cowboy. I'm not hating on you guys because I'm an Eagles fan. It's a Dallas fan base. I'm being real. You're saying coaching was your problem, and Jason Garrett was ineffective and caused an implosion. Mike McCarthy give you? You don't have a field general. You don't have a leader of men in Mike McCarthy. Dude, he was getting a massage. Come on, bro. Like, that's not – like, I'm sorry. Mike McCarthy, to me, is not that guy. Mike McCarthy's a good offensive mind, but he's not a leader of men. In my opinion.
Let me just say this. The Cowboys had a great offense last year, and it transitioned to 8 wins. So, I mean, it's not like they were a bad team that got 8 wins. They were a good offensive team that got 8 wins. So normally when you say you're going to do better next season, you got to do better in a certain situation. I mean, what can they do more on offense? They put up points. They did that. I mean, I think your defense is going to be the problem. They got a lot of young guys, so it's a lot of unknowns. We're going to have to wait and see. But Mike McCarthy,
hang on. Harlem Cowboy. No, Aaron Rodgers has won Super Bowl. Doug Peterson has won Super Bowl.
That's what I was going to say next. I was going to say, how much are we giving credit to Mike McCarthy for that Green Bay Super Bowl or Aaron Rodgers? Who was the real leader of men? Who gets the most credit? Like we do with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady.
But forget all that. I understand what you're saying. I ain't trying to miss that. But how long ago was that? That was a decade ago.
Exactly, like 2012 or something.
When did we win? We still let's keep it real. Think about this, y'all. We still own the NFC. You want to know why? Because we're the last NFC team to win a Super Bowl. Ain't nobody in the NFC win a Super Bowl after us. So we still own the NFC. So ain't nobody trying to hear that McCarthy won nothing. He won that 10 years ago, and y'all went on a magical run. I think they was they the 6th seed? Or what seed was they? They was like the 6th seed or something, and they went on a magical run. Who did they beat? Did they beat the 49ers and I want to say the Giants?
Hold on. Let me address this one real quick. He said, and Philly Super. So, and he said, hold on, where'd it go?
You got it up there. You just had it up there.
You had it.
Yeah, I'm putting it up. He said, just like Philly Super Bowl was all foes, number facts. Listen, that's just the most incorrect thing I could hear. Yes, Foles had a great game. Don't get me wrong. But if you...
Whose scheme was he running, and who built the scheme for him to be successful?
Correct. And at the end of the day, you got to look at it...
Aaron Rodgers built Mike McCarthy, not the opposite way around.
Yeah, you got to look at it like this. Aaron Rodgers...
Peterson built Nick Foles to that Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers carried that heavy, fat, you know what, all the way to a Super Bowl.
Let's just say this. Let's call
the truth. Because you can say facts, but facts don't mean crap to me. Let's talk truth.
Let's just say this.
Aaron Rodgers.
Hold on, Mike. Let him go. Let him go.
The fact is, Aaron Rodgers won that Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers was essentially that coordinator. Aaron Rodgers carried that team that year. Man, Doug Peterson had to deal with multiple injuries to multiple positions of importance, okay? And not only won a Super Bowl, not only turned around the next year and got back into the playoffs and made a run again, and then turned around when all hell broke loose and we lost damn near 60% of our roster, still put us in the playoffs. Man, Mike McCarthy would have been 1-15.
Yeah, let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick. The fact that Doug Peterson won 11 games with Carson Wentz, had a transition to Nick Foles, and won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles. Here's the thing. It just shows how much coaching was involved, because he had to implement 2 different systems, and he was able to make 2 quarterbacks successful. That just goes to show you how much coaching was involved, because he didn't do it with the guy he did it all year with. He did it with another guy. And we can say Foles carried the team in that Super Bowl. Well, what was Nick Foles? What was Carson Wentz doing to them? We put up 50 points against the Broncos, a team that had a good defense that year. We put up 50 points with Carson Wentz. We were dropping 40 burgers on people. So he did it with 2 different quarterbacks. Let me just say that. Bang, up.
And not only that, we see what McCarthy just did last year in the NFC Championship game. He got out-coached to the utmost degree. Let's not forget about that. Like, when Aaron Rodgers can't make all these special plays, they don't win. It's not like it's a crazy coaching scheme, and the coaching scheme is so bad, Aaron Rodgers didn't even want to listen to it. You got one of the greatest throwers of the football not wanting to listen to your coach. That's because your coach is not doing what he's supposed to do scheme-wise. And he had a lot of talent.
Nate, I get what you're saying, man, but I don't consider what he's doing trolling right now. I mean, I'm okay with someone having a difference of opinion. He believes Mike McCarthy is better than I think he is. That's fine. Yeah. And I still think you're buying into Foles' gold. I think Mike McCarthy probably step up from Jason Garrett, but I don't think that this is this miraculous signing. It's going to turn around the fortune and the fate of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't.
A lot of people do. All right, go ahead, Mike.
Nah, well, we're going to change the focus from Dallas anyways, but all the talking will be done very shortly, so we're going to see then. And again, all we can say is this. McCarthy's still a question mark on what he's going to be able to bring to the team. Again, The whole NFC East got new coaches. They got to get a new system in. This whole coronavirus, we'll just see how it is. But the Philadelphia Eagles and Dougie P will be ready to go, and we will have a very nice season, barring any major injuries. The injury bug has been our Achilles heel. We changed up the medical staff. If we can get an 85 to 90% healthy season, because it's football, there are going to be injuries, just not the key players. We look like we're going to be, let's go. That's all I'm going to say. And we're going to see. So,
how many we got in here, Mike?
68.
Okay.
68.
I said okay.
Man.
Oh, I didn't hear you. My bad.
Still rocking with us. No, I was saying that because around this time, around about 2.5 hours, man, we usually have people drop their locations where they, just to see where everybody coming from. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, call for it.
Hey, man, if you're still in this chat, man, like you said, there's 68 people in here. Let me know where everybody from, where y'all at, man, where y'all checking in at, man. We're gonna keep going on with the chat, but I just wanted to know.
Yeah, definitely. Philly notion. Dak is not Aaron Rodgers, so McCarthy will have him set up for failure. First year for Dallas will be atrocious. For real. Dallas may come in third in the division. Don't be shocked. Whoa. Hot take. What you gonna do?
Philly notion agrees with you about that.
Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot, yo. I've been hearing that the Giants are going to be better than Dallas.
Speaking of Dallas, Nate Sudfeld's in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
DC.
Hey, what's NFW?
What is DFW? But I'm.
Yeah.
Do you know where that is? Gay City.
Where that's at? DFW.
Hang on. Dallas Fort Worth.
Oh, he said I'm from North Philly, but in San Antonio. DC. We got New York, Syracuse. We got Newport News fella from Southwest, though.
Fort Lauderdale. Okay.
Bad news. What's up? Eagles be rocking. I spent time there myself.
Charles Smith all the way in Beemore. How them Raven fans are they do they rep heavy over there? Like, because it's weird. I hear Laura Brunson say all the time about because he's in DC that he just be never really seeing people rep their team like that. So I want with Baltimore being one of them top teams in the league now and coming alive again. That how the city look like over there. Carpool, Virginia.
I seen Charles on an episode of The Wire.
Oh shit! Now I lost where I'm at.
Episode of The Wire.
Hightower
heard me.
Is partying. Marina Del
Rey. Radio on Dallas Fort Worth.
Bashir Randall, South Philly.
BMO up there in Newport News.
DFW hate it here. Ooh, he hates it here.
Anthony Perry is really open. Like, how open is it down there in Atlanta? Like, is it really like open, like everything open? Like, you can go anywhere?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Dallas Fort Worth.
Yeah, it is, right?
Austin, Texas.
Southport.
Another Baltimore.
Okay.
Yeah, so
what's up, Andrew?
Got
I'm all the way up in Greensboro, man.
Southport, North Carolina.
That's the only team they got, though, Carol, though, right? Like, VA, that's the only team that they got is the Washington team, right?
Dang, a bunch more just came in, too. Sorry if I didn't get to yours. I'm trying to see them all. Chat just keeps popping, going through. Broad Street and Erie Ave. That looks like about the best.
Hey, Anthony Perry, that's crazy, man.
He said, I make
Yeah,
Raven fans mad when I tell them they're our little brothers.
Hey, Anthony Perry, I hope you staying safe out there, John, man. Mask up, man. Hand sanitizer, all that, man. Me personally, I think it's too soon to open up, but make sure you safe, man.
Yeah, everybody make sure you still following these things. Like I said, I mean, regardless if you think it's not that important, just at the end of the day, stay safe.
Yeah.
Cheese State Capital.
Cheese State Capital. All right, so
did y'all talk about
that's the worst part, man.
what
That's the worst part of being down here in the South now, guys. Anytime somebody sees you with Philly stuff on, they would ask you, like, where's the best cheesesteak place? But Philly does more than cheesesteak, right?
Right.
So, I hate that question now, bro.
No, but that's
Anytime somebody sees you.
That's what we known for. That and I forgot. Tasty Cakes.
I think that's for you, Gates.
Keep up the official work, bro. We appreciate you, Philly Notion. I must have missed it. I apologize, Philly Notion, if I missed it.
Hey, Daniel said he's from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He's only about 15 minutes from me.
Yeah.
About 15 Mike? Easton, Pennsylvania. So the Bethlehem, the ABE, Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton are like next door neighbors. Like I said, if I put in the GPS to get to the link right now, I'm like 55 minutes away, maybe an hour and 5. Between 55 and an hour.
What you guys take? 476?
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
Hey, Mike, go to 831 and pick up Monica's question.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Who gonna take it first?
Free for all. Go ahead, Philly Fresh.
Yeah, go ahead, because I need time to think about it.
I was thinking too.
I guess go ahead. You started to talk. You knew what you were about to say.
I mean, it's a team. It's weird. It's weird because you look at teams like New Orleans, and you look at a team like the Seahawks, who we talked about. Them two teams just have our number. So you want to kind of be not scared of them, but you want to be on point with them kind of guys. But then you got a team like the 49ers and a team like Baltimore, to where as though if they're running on all cylinders when we play them, they can be a problem. So my team, and the only reason I'm picking this team is because we have to get this. Doug has to get this hunch off his back. I just seen it. It was saying that I had to approve it or something, so it didn't come in as a notification. That's my fault, man. I got you though. But what I was saying was this team, Doug has to put a notch on his belt by beating this team. This team has beaten him damn near every year. And I'm going to go with the Seattle Seahawks, man, because it's just time. I'm not saying that we should be scared of them, but this is the team that has our number the most.
It's a good pick. What do you got, Mike?
You can go.
You want me to go?
It's up to you.
I'm trying to be different. I'm going to try to be a little different because I think there's some obvious ones, but I'm going to give you one that traditionally has been a stumbling area for us. December in Arizona, I think, can be tough. We just don't have a good history of playing out west. That is an improving offensive football team. I can see that one. I can see that one becoming a tough game.
1 second, guys.
He's gonna leave right as he was supposed to give his.
No, but yeah, that's actually, I said wow because as soon as you said it, I knew why you said it. We're definitely not a good West traveling team, and we seen that in 2017 when we had to go play Seattle. But then we did end up beating the Rams. So it's like,
Yeah.
But
so,
Mike, when it comes to just team who I fear or who I fear the most, I can't put the Cardinals in that in that, but I understand what you're saying. Where it being and traveling out west and all that. I definitely understand that. Go ahead,
So
Mike.
I said, Mike, I said Arizona.
Oh yeah, I was here for that.
December game outside in Arizona. We haven't had a lot of luck there. We haven't. Also, I didn't want to pick the obvious ones. What do you got? There's one more really obvious one, I think. And I've seen people in the commentary say it.
To me, because we have Seattle at home, even though they have our number, I think with a healthy team, we might be able to get them. New Orleans Saints, we have at home, so I feel good about that. Baltimore is a tough team, but I like the fact we have them at home. I think we can beat them. I'm not saying we're going to beat them, but a road game against a good team, and it's San Francisco. It's another team that's out west. We got to go to San Francisco, and a defense loves to get riled up by the crowd, and that's the best part of their team, their defense. It's going to be early in the season, so our guys might not be acclimated. And again, we have to go out west. It's a road game. Their defense is hungry. They might regress a little bit from being Super Bowl contenders, but they're still going to have that defense. I think San Fran, even though they like to run the ball and we stop the run, I think that's going to be challenging, just the fact that it's a road game and it's going to be early in the season.
I'll give you some other games. You guys tell me where you guys fall on these two. Coming back after San Francisco, having to play I believe we're playing at Pittsburgh against that defense. That's not going to be a fun game. That's a heck of a turnaround to have to make. And then I think we have a short week right after that. I think we have a Thursday night game right after that game. I think that's an October stretch.
1 second.
Yeah, the schedule goes like he gets out of here fast. The schedule goes like a roller coaster. Like the first 3 games, I feel as though are probably like your easiest point in the schedule. But then it just goes up and down, up and down, up and down, man. We face a lot of good teams. Let's keep it real. We face a lot of good wide receivers. And that's scary in this league. You know what I mean? But if this defense, especially the defensive line, can do what I think that they can do, we're going to be a problem. And people are going to be scared of us, man. Like the acquisition of Hargrave is so, and I'm going to keep saying this, it's so underappreciated. People want to grind Howie up for not getting Clowney and not getting this guy and that guy. But the move that he got to get Hargrave is so underappreciated. People are going to love. I think people are going to love it by the middle of the season, man. They're going to feel as though that was a hell of a pickup.
Charles, I got you, man, because he's not in here, so I can't pull your comment up. But Charles, appreciate the super chat. He said, "What do you think about Clowney rejecting Cleveland's deal? He didn't want to play there."
Yeah,
he just didn't want to play there. I don't blame him.
I don't blame him neither. Cleveland right now is just a whole bunch of glitz and glamour. Like, do you want to win or you want to be part of this popularity team? Because remember, coming into the league last year, a lot of people had them going to the Super Bowl. I don't know where they rank right now, but you don't hear all that chatter. And they have the same team. They didn't lose anybody. You know what I mean? So it's like you go from people seeing the real. Like Baker Mayfield was overrated. I think he did more commercials than winning, and I'm not scared of Cleveland, man. I think we beat them handily. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I'm not so like I don't know what the reported. I don't know what the reported money was, but it was close to 20 million, right? Or was it 18?
No, somebody said it was 20. I heard it was 20. I heard it from a couple sources. That
but it dropped. It kept dropping. And last time I heard they were maybe around 17ish, 18ish.
Yeah, but
I just don't think he wants to play there.
But he already denied 20, so how you gonna keep dropping it? That don't even make no sense. Didn't the Seahawks offer him too and he turned it down?
It was Cleveland who offered him it.
Yeah, Cleveland offered him 20.
Oh, they did. I didn't know the number. I just know they offered him a deal.
Yeah. Cleveland offered him 20, and he denied it.
Damn. Well,
reportedly.
Yeah. Well, Seattle offered him a pretty big number too, didn't they? and he turned that down. Said he wanted 20.
Yeah, but but after he did that, sources were saying that he said that he was willing to take basically like a pay cut, or less than what he first wanted. I mean, that's what I heard. I'm not too sure on how that is, but
Do you guys honestly think he's worth 20 million?
no.
He
Where
does
would you
more
put his
than
value?
he
Where
does
would you
more.
put his value?
Can he be worth 20 million? Most definitely. The talent is there. It's just his
Yeah.
mindset and his motor doesn't match his talent. So you're basically, when you're giving this man $20 million, it's a $20 million really, really gamble. Because say if the Seahawks gave him $20 million last year, you think they would have been pissed? 3 sacks? Yeah, I think they would have been pissed. And I'm not gonna call him injury prone. I don't like calling people injury prone, but he is prone to injuries. You know what I mean? So you're taking a gamble with that, man. 20 million guaranteed, that's a lot of money, man. But like I said, I want to say about 3 lives ago that I was on. I want to say that if I signed him, first of all, I'm not signing him for 20 million. But if I did sign him, I would say you have to have this amount and this amount and this amount. It'll be a lot of incentives if you going to get paid. You know what I mean? That's my personal opinion.
3 sacks, 3 million.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I'm being real, if we were talking about $10 million, if we were talking about 10 mil, I'd be higher on it. I'd be higher on the prospect of it. If you took that ask and cut it in half, I'd be higher on that.
I think 15. I look too, because if you put him on a D line that has that pressure up front, I mean up the middle with Javon Hargraves and Fletcher Cox, he's going to get more one-on-ones. They always double team Clowney wherever he's at. Maybe not in Texans because with JJ Watt, but they always been hurt to where when JJ's on the field, he's not on the field. When he's on the field, JJ's not on the field. So he played with JJ, but they weren't on the field together as much as people think. In Seattle, there wasn't a D line there that much. And again, he got surgery or he got some type of operation this offseason. So he played hurt, missed a couple games. I don't see 20 million. You get down to 15, like Philly Fresh says, the talent is there. He wreaks havoc like crazy. He had like 3 or 4 forced fumbles last year or something like that. Just it's a stretch. And like Gate City said too, you say 10 million, sign me up. You know what I mean?
Hey, that's a good question. That's a good question. Pull up Ant question. Ant Perry.
Anthony Perry?
Yeah.
What time is it? Oh, is Yannick worth 20 million?
That's a good question. What y'all think?
Yes. Because the talent's there. If you look at his career in the first couple seasons, it's up there with the best of the best. He's young, so you're paying this money for a young guy who's ascending. So he's already good and he's ascending compared to Clowney, who's could be really good, but he's going to be declining. He's an older player. So Yannick's offering you everything: youth, ascending talent, and that is already good. He's a franchise kind of guy.
I think he's worth a lot of money. I don't know if I would put him at 20 mil. It's hard to justify 20 million to me unless you have to be like, I mean, elite. Like, offensive coordinators have to be trying to chip block, throw, double team. I mean, you have to really affect the game plan to me to be worth that kind of money. Now, if you didn't have Fletcher Cox and you were really in need of a pass rush, would I go as high as 20 million for a guy like that if you didn't have a contract tied up in like Fletcher Cox at 20 some million? Probably.
Right.
But you're overpaying for it, in my opinion. But, like Mike said, he's a good player. Go ahead, man.
Is he worth 20 million? Yeah, but not to this team. To this team, because he's going to be, as much as we love him, he's not going to start.
Who, Yannick?
He's not.
Yeah, right. Yannick's starting.
He's not starting, bro. I'm trying to tell you. He's not. That's why he's not coming here, because he's not going to start. They love their guys that they drafted. You got to understand that. The dudes that they drafted, What you mean no way, bro? We see it year in and year out. The guys that they drafted always plays first. That's just real. That's how it is. No matter how good the talent is.
Okay, Darius Slay was traded over here. We drafted Sidney Jones. We drafted Rasul Douglas. We drafted Jalen Mills. Maybe Darius Slay won't start.
Do? But what did before they got Darius Slay? What did they do to Jalen Mills?
He started.
No, he moved. They moved him to the safety.
We drafted him.
Listen, what I'm saying. You think before that they moved him to the safety, they didn't know that they was getting Darius Slay? They moved him to the safety, and that way he can still start because they drafted him. But we
also lost Malcolm.
Yeah, we lost Malcolm because he wanted more money.
I know
Malcolm,
what I'm.
We didn't. But did we draft Malcolm?
No, but he started every game.
Yeah,
I understand.
I mean, I would probably go in a different direction. Fresh.
What I'm trying to say is
Graham.
There's no
Graham is
way
that third
over here.
I can't hear both of y'all.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said I would go in a slightly different direction than you. I would move Graham as the third pass rusher because he's a veteran guy. He's an older guy.
I would
keep him fresh.
I wouldn't do that. I'm not saying I wouldn't do that. I'm talking about the organization. If y'all to come here, you think I ain't starting them? Hell yeah. I'm talking about what the organization and Jim Schwartz would do. I'm not talking about me. I'm not paying that man $20 million and he gonna be a rotational player. But I feel as though Jim has say, and he's not going to tell Brandon Graham you're not starting.
Can I say something real quick? Malcolm Jenkins we traded for, he started. Ronald Darby we traded for, he started. Nigel Bradham we traded for, he started.
What other safeties did we have? Do you remember the safeties that we had when we got Malcolm Jenkins? Do you remember the safeties that we had when we picked up Ronald McLeod in 2016? Do you remember them safeties?
I hear you, but what I'm trying to say is,
do you remember a dude like Coleman?
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, no matter how attached Jim Schwartz is to BG, there's no way you don't get Yannick and start him. Even he will start him. I'm saying there's no way.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know, man. I hate trying to project what a coaching staff would do.
It's not, to me. It's not projected. Yeah. I done seen it.
Yeah.
I seen it.
With what player in particular?
Yeah, what player in particular do you see come over here who's more talented to the guy who was drafted here and not play? That's for you, Gate City, too.
Let's see. I want to say Avery. I want to say Ward. Ward was way better than Matt Hollins. I mean, am I wrong?
Well, we didn't know that. This coaching staff obviously made a mistake in talent and didn't pick him up and didn't get him. They
wanted to play the guy that they drafted.
I guess you could say that.
They do, bro.
But listen, Avery's not better. Avery's not better than Brandon Graham.
Huh?
Avery's not better than Brandon Graham.
What you say?
Avery's not better than Brandon Graham.
But when Derek Barnett was out, he was better than everybody else. He was better than Osman and dudes like that.
But he also used to play stand-up linebacker for Cleveland, so maybe he had to learn to play that.
And he's better than Vinny Curry. In my opinion, he's better than Vinny Curry.
Tough one.
I think they're different players.
Correct. He's never been able to play the defensive end position naturally. He's always been a stand-up pass rusher. So, but I hear you. Listen, I hear you, Philly Fresh. At the end of the day, at least I know you say you would not start Brandon Graham over Yannick, and I love BJ.
Yeah. That's not. Come on, man. Especially if I'm paying him $20 million. But to the Adams situation, I mean, Jerry Jones is not going. I don't know, man. Jerry Jones doesn't pull the trigger on dudes like how he used to back in the 90s. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Gates. What you want to say?
Hey, Charles, I sent you back a message, man. I got it. Yeah, I got you scheduled. I think next week I got it on schedule. What you asked me to do?
Real quick though, what Philly Fresh was going off? You're talking about the Jamal Adams to Dallas or Jamal Adams to
Jamal Adams to Dallas. That's all
right. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Answer that.
Yeah. Jamal Adams. I mean, remember that they was reportedly supposed to get whatchamacallit last year? The safety out of the Seahawks safety. Damn. Earl Thomas. They were supposed to get Earl Thomas. Everybody had them linked to Earl Thomas. And, you know, Jerry won't pull that trigger. Jerry is still trying to find a way to pay Dak Prescott. So, I mean, I think that should be he should have tunnel vision on that. You done paid everybody but your franchise quarterback, which is despicable in my eyes. That's just my personal opinion. And people that know me personally, they know why I'm disgusted at that. But that ain't for this chat right now. So no, I don't think that he's going there.
Yeah, I agree with Philly Fresh in the fact that the reason the Jets want to keep him, the only reason they possibly will move him is because he wants to get paid now. He wants to get paid now, and they want to wait till next year to pay him. But Dallas don't got the money to be paying a high paid safety because he's probably the best safety in the game right now.
Look, I think he's from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, if I'm not mistaken. He's a local kid. Yeah, he's a local kid. It's probably why he wants to come back and play. Probably wants to play close to home.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No. I just wanted to know what everybody was talking about. What he did to CeeDee Lamb. I'm just confused. Vic 3 said it. Carapool said it. A couple other people said it. I don't know what they talking about. So y'all can enlighten me what's going on. But go ahead. Go ahead. My bad, Steve.
No, I was just saying, he's a local kid. Like he's a local kid. Probably wants to come back and play in front of his family. He probably grew up a Cowboys fan. I mean, he lived right in the area. I mean, look, Jamal Adams is a good football player. I'm not going to try to take anything away from him. But where do you want to tie your money up? I mean, it ain't good for Dak if you do that. You bring him back. That's not a good look for Dak, bringing him back. I mean, it wouldn't be. It would not be a good idea because you're going to get him back here. Then you got to work out the contract and you got to pay him. Now, all these dudes are getting their money and Dak still hasn't got it. Man, I just think you're going to get yourself into like a serious like battle that, what's your alternative? You're really going to roll with Andy Dalton? Good luck.
Yeah. I can't put my hot take on here. Y'all got to watch the podcast. But listen to the podcast. Y'all gonna hear my hot take about this, man. I'm trying to tell y'all.
I don't know why the comment section is not coming up like that. It's like coming up half.
No, somebody said they forced that he forced him to wear 80, forced Lamb to wear 88, and he wanted 10 or something like that. I don't know what he doing with Lamb, but Vic said he pulled the trigger on him. He ain't pulled the trigger on him. He drafted him, but we're talking about giving up a draft pick because you got to give up a draft pick to get Adams and then paying him. You know what I mean? And I feel as though Jerry Jones is not doing that right now, especially for safety.
Yeah. Well, the other thing for Jerry Jones too with the whole controversy making him wear number 88. You got Amari Cooper there. And you're asking this kid to wear number 88.
Yeah,
you're not putting unrealistic expectations on
him. Yeah, but also why is because of that friend he had whose last name was Lamb and stuff too. It's not just because he's saying he's Michael Irvin or Des Bryant.
Yeah, but people are going to make the association.
Yeah, but I get one of his dudes in college was number 88, and his name was like something Lamb, and so he's like, "Oh, I get to see Lamb 88. It's gonna bring back memories, please." All that stuff.
Hey Nate, you know what's gonna hurt if Mitchell Trubisky plays out Nick Foles and gets paid before Dak. That's really gonna hurt, man. Because Mahomes, we already know Mahomes is gonna get paid, man. Like we not gonna I'm not going to be surprised if he get paid before that. But if Mitchell Trubisky get paid before that, oh man, yeah, he's gone. And somebody commented that y'all right, they are doing him like Kirk Cousins, man, franchise tagging him. And if they franchise tag him next year, I gotta go. I gotta go. Y'all, when you franchise your franchise quarterback, you're basically saying I don't trust you. You're going to have to earn your money. If you don't trust me, then let me go. Let me go to another team.
Jared Greed is a Cowboys fan. He said, I don't think Jerry truly believes in Dak. He's going to make him prove it.
5 years, man.
Yeah. Listen, this is where I'm at with the Dak Prescott thing. If he's really asking for outrageous money, like being a top paid quarterback in the NFL with like 38 million and like, huh?
It's more. No. I was trying to finish the sentence. I thought you was gonna say it's more important than winning. Go ahead.
Oh no, I can hear that too. But what I'm saying is, just being the top paid quarterback in the NFL, knowing that Dak is decent, but he's not the best quarterback in the NFL. So being the top paid quarterback, if I'm Dak, I'm happy about it. I'm signing that deal. If I'm getting over 100 million guaranteed, and I'm higher than Carson Wentz a little bit, higher than Jared Goff, higher than Russell Wilson, higher than Aaron Rodgers and them, I'm taking it. But reportedly, he wants that plus more. He wants to be the highest paid by a decent margin. So again, it's the league.
My bad, Mike. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was just going to put my 2 cents in real fast. No matter what he gets paid, Mahomes is going to get way more than you. You know what I mean? So
correct.
You're not never going to you're going to be like Carson Wentz and be the top paid quarterback for about 2 weeks until Jared Goff took that hem. You know what I mean? So
I agree, but again, in the grand scheme of things, if he's a top paid quarterback for a month or two, then Mahomes and Watson gets higher than him. If he's still the third top paid quarterback, he's getting paid above his means because he's not the third best quarterback in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? So it's a win-win for him. So I don't know why him and his agent are acting like there's $27 million on the table. Take the dang contract, but hey, I don't want him to because it's better for the Eagles to have that dysfunction in their locker room. So where do you fall?
But Mike, here's the thing. I think Dak's point is this. I have played, and I don't agree with this, and I'll get into the specifics of it. I have played just as good as Wentz and Goff, who were first-round picks, and even though they weren't making bank those first few years, they were making bank over me. They got their contracts. You made me wait. Pay me. I think that's a standpoint. It's flawed. It's flawed because Goff played in the Super Bowl. Carson Wentz's team went and won the Super Bowl, and let's be real, he put up 11 wins and put them in position for home field advantage was a big key to winning that Super Bowl. He contributed greatly.
I'm about to go.
You look at Dak, and you know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't have that kind of feat on his record. But if you look at just the pure numbers, which, let's be real, in negotiation, that's what they're going to look at. They're going to say, if you look at the numbers, you know what I'm saying? We've progressed every year. We've gotten better every year. We've been paid like peasants. Now we want to get paid like kings.
Listen, I got no dispersion on that getting his money for 2 reasons. One, because it's Dallas Cowboy quarterback, and that's going to hinder them and handcuff them from getting other free agents. 2, I love to see a black man get his money. I love to see anybody get their money. But for a black quarterback to get their money, to get paid like that, like it doesn't happen a lot. Deshaun Watson's going to get his money. We've seen Michael Vick get $200 million contracts. That rarely happens. So I like to see that. But at the same time, I think that biggest thing is not that saying, all right, I played just as good as Carson Wentz because the numbers tell you that he didn't. Or maybe he did play as good as Jared Goff. I don't know Jared Goff numbers. But when I see Jared Goff, I don't feel as though he's an all-war beater. You know what I mean? But he can say this. I have played every single game for you. That's one thing that he can say. I played every single game, every single down. I might not have showed up in some of them games and some of them downs, but I played. I've been there. I won a division twice in 4 years. And these is things that his agent is probably telling him, like, and now that you brought Andy Dalton in, it's like, really? Like, really? Cooper Rush wasn't good enough?
Listen, I agree with what you said, Gate City. He got paid way less the last couple years than Goff and Wentz. He needs to make up some of that money. He already gave the discount. But, again, I hear that. I definitely do. But still, if you play on the franchise tag at 31 million and something happens and you never get that contract when you gave up a 38 million a year deal with over 110 million guaranteed, and something happens this season and you get that 31 million, but you gave up 110 million guaranteed. What happens if he has all these weapons and he goes 8-8 again? Then what? Then now you're starting to say, man, I mean,
well, I mean, look at it this way though, Mike, with the expanded playoffs, still probably puts them in the playoffs.
Correct. But let's look at this though. Again, you know, if he goes 8-8, goes to the playoffs, gets beat in the first round, are you still going to stay $40 million man? You know, and again,
as an Eagle fan, yeah, sure.
yeah. As an Eagle
but
fan,
no. What I'm saying is, I'm not justifying the decisions. I'm just saying that's the way they're looking at the situation. Is look, we're looking at the future of the NFL contracts, okay? And look, I think right now that argument's a little skewed because we don't know the impact COVID-19 is going to have on TV revenue.
Correct.
We don't know the impact it's going to have on ticket sales. We don't know what is going to happen with that and how that's going to affect the salary cap. But the way things were looking before that outbreak, he's probably feeling like, yo, if I sign this now, like I'm going to be in trouble in a few years because I'm not going to have a lot to negotiate off. At the same time, I hear what you're saying, man. You're always one injury away in the NFL. I hear you, but it worked really good.
I
get the feeling he doesn't want to be there, Mike. I think he feels disrespected that they've waited this long to lock it up, and now he's throwing out numbers to intentionally, you know what I mean, drive it up and say like, look, no more hometown discount, no more talks about this. Like, this is what you're paying me. I think it's exactly what happened. I think Jerry Jones backed himself into this.
And I don't know how true Skip Bayless's information is, but according to Skip Bayless, when Carson and all them got a deal done, supposedly the Cowboys offered him something and he turned it down then. So he's been turning down deals for a while. So I don't know. But at the end of the day, Dak's a Cowboy, so I'm always going to not like a Cowboy. But I'm all pro player. Again, these owners are billionaires. So I'm pro player. For me to get a good seat in the link, it costs us a lot of money. So give it to the player. You know what I mean? Give it to the player. Real quick, Eagle season says, Philly Mike, when are you doing the winner? Again, for those who entered my Jalen Reagor giveaway jersey that said hashtag Eagles on that video, the video should come out tomorrow. I have a video about I think it's going to be about the offense, a certain thing about the offense, and I'll have the big box of all the people who entered. I'll rub it around, I'll pick it out, and I'll read the name. I'll show you guys the name on the camera, and that person will let me know the size and stuff, and we'll get that Jalen Reagor jersey shipped to them. You'll let me know if you want it in black, white, green, the size, and we'll get that to you.
Wait, so how I get a Jalen Reagor jersey?
You already turned it down.
I'm playing, dog. I'm playing.
I just hit it. But yeah, so we'll do it in tomorrow's video. So make sure you watch it. And again, I was going to do it on a live stream, but I put a community post up and asked you guys to vote. Should I do it on a community post, a video, or a live stream? There was votes to a live stream, but the video won by a lot. It was like 66%. So we're going to do it.
Hey, J. Rick Reed. I'm not going to say you can't win in the NFL through the running game, but where is the design and where is the expertise and the skill of a Shanahan in Dallas's offense? Shanahan took that running game to a Super Bowl. He lost it, but he hung out against one of the toughest teams to play. And I don't see that in Dallas's offense, man. I'm not saying you guys aren't good out of the 11-man with Zeke, but teams figure it out and they shut it down late in the season.
Yeah, and again, just to finish this Dak talk, I think I agree with you when you say that he feels disrespected, and we'll see how it goes. James Hurley, go ahead.
I was about to say wanting you, even though it's been a quarterback in my division that outplayed me, has more touchdowns and less interceptions, and missed 8 games. but I still had did what I kind of was supposed to do, even though I feel as though he underachieved. But the Cowboys are irrelevant, and it is a lot to do with Dak Prescott. And here's the thing. Here's another thing that we don't talk about. The reason why Jerry is hesitant to pull the trigger. Not the main reason, but one of the reasons is he can say, just from you being a Dallas Cowboy quarterback, you can get all these endorsements. You have all these endorsements. You probably have more endorsements than any quarterback in the league. So you getting paid no matter what. That, like, we want to talk about through the first 3 to 4 years when Carson Wentz was getting paid more than that, but really was he? Carson Wentz don't really have no major endorsements except for that crazy behind John. I don't know if y'all seen a commercial when the guy was dancing and all that goofy stuff, but you don't really see Carson Wentz in commercials and all that kind. You see Dak everywhere. You know what I mean? So he's getting paid. Even though that has nothing to do with football and what you do on the field, it does have a lot to do with him being the Dallas Cowboys quarterback.
Mm-hmm. In my opinion, the Cowboys made a mistake when they got beat to the market by Philadelphia and the Los Angeles Rams. When that happened, they put themselves in this position.
Right.
Let me ask you this. If Dallas Cowboys last year, which 2020 Vision said something about it, and sorry I'm not pulling all these up on the screen because it's like real laggy. I've never seen it do this, and it's never done this, and my screen's not laggy. I don't think.
How many people are here?
Only 62 right now. But
so it ain't that, right?
Because I'm on here? Nah, because we've been doing this like 8 weeks in a row. It's never been laggy for just the comment section. Like the screen don't look like it's lagging. Let me know in the chat if we're lagging. But what if the Cowboys had that same I can never say statistics, that year, right? Go ahead, grind me up. I can never say, I'll admit it.
I didn't say anything. I'm listening to you. I'm waiting for you to say it.
Them eyes like this, though, be looking at me like, anyway. See? Anyway. If the Cowboys statistically were as good as they were, yes, let's go. Were as good as they were, and they went 13 and 3. Huh?
It's all good, bro. It's all good, man. I'm still waiting to get my McLoad, bro.
Yo, he's been going for a minute. I hope he's doing good. I haven't seen him around.
Y'all ain't never gonna let that one die.
Nah, that's great stuff. But listen, if the Cowboys were the same stat wise, I'm not gonna try to attempt that again, and they went 13 and 3, does that get his money easier?
Yeah, of course. They were 13. What do they do in the playoffs? What do they do in the playoffs with that 13 and 3?
They get to the NFC Championship. They do that. Does he pay him right away?
Yeah. Yeah, he gets his money. Yeah.
See, look. You say I don't put stuff up statistically. Thank you. I'm with it.
Just say the facts.
Why she space all the jaws out like that for you though?
So I can sound it out. You know what I mean? No, but listen, I can say it if I focus, but if I'm talking fast, I can always mess that word up. I just do. My wife picks on me for it too, but it's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody in the chat real fast. I've been thinking of something. I think I dropped this on y'all not too long ago, but we ain't really talk about it. I want to do something because I want to keep making sure that we interact with everybody that's in the chat, man. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Y'all say we hold y'all down, y'all hold us down because without your comments, we don't really got too much to talk about. You know what I mean? Y'all bring up different kind of comments, and you know we just go off of them. We keep flowing. That's why we be on for 3 hours. Well, I'll be on for about 2.5, and they be on for 4 hours. You already know how I go. But you know I know how to grind myself up. But I've been thinking about, in all seriousness, trying to find a way to where though y'all can call in to our podcast, you know, leave comments, and then you know we can play them and then we can comment on them live on these live streams. If y'all want to do that, man, give me a thumbs up, man. I've been thinking about that for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we get a 1-800 number. I was thinking about because listen, I talk to Sports Talk with Broads. Like he got my number. We text sometimes, and supposedly.
Yeah, I
Huh?
I stole from him. Yeah, I stole that from him.
Yeah, he told me, yeah, and I told him I might do that. Don't think I'm copying. He's like, nah, go ahead and do it. And also, you know how he has that ESPN that voiceover.
Charles Smith a nut, yo. Hold on, Charles Smith, you's a nut. He gonna put a thumbs down. So
He did.
you the one putting thumbs down in everybody's lives, man.
Got him.
Got him. Got him. That's you, man. You putting thumbs down in everybody's lives, man. I'm on your top.
Got him. I would put all these thumbs up showing them on the screen, but it's been lagging. It's been lagging a lot. So as long as it keeps going.
I see him though. Everybody giving thumbs up.
Sports Talk with Bros.
We go ahead, Mike.
Sports Talk with Bros is supposed to be getting somebody to do one of them. You're watching sports. You're watching. You know how he has that when his video comes on, it'd be like, and here's Hunter Brody. That voice. But he's supposed to be getting me one of them, so I'm waiting on that. But he got to wait till his man with this whole coronavirus and stuff. So I want to put that in my thing. But yeah, sports talk with Bro.
What you think about that?
What's up?
I say you've been quiet. What you think about that?
Yeah, no, I'm cool with the Collins. I was watching the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, somebody asked you a question too, man, but
who?
I lost it in the shuffle of everybody. They were asking Fresh.
Trying to find it.
I think it was what's his name?
Oh, this is for
yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna try to pull it up. It might lag. It's coming slowly but surely. I don't know why.
I see it. I see it.
They're not. It's not lagging for you guys.
No. This is for fully fresh. Dak numbers are better than Wentz, and he's been in a run first offense. First of all, Dak numbers are not better than Wentz when you compare them to the games that they played. Carson Wentz has Dak has one more touchdown than Carson Wentz and about 7 interceptions more. And Carson Wentz has missed 8 games. You think in them 8 games he's not going to throw at least one touchdown? Dak Prescott never threw 33 touchdowns like Carson Wentz has. Dak Prescott throws double-digit interceptions. Carson Wentz doesn't do that. Everybody want to talk about Carson Wentz's fumbles. You know who's right there, right next to him? Dak Prescott. So when you add all that up, and the arm talent is not there, the arm strength is not there, and the fact that he has Zeke Elliott, like you said, they're a run-based offense. So your man is a game manager. So we're not going to talk. You can't talk about numbers to me. When my man put the team on his back, you know his wide receiver. I mean, his running backs that he had in 2018. Because I do. I'm pretty sure you don't know them. I'm pretty sure you can't name not one. That's not named like Corey Clement and none of that, stuff like that. You know who was leading rusher that had 560 yards last year at the running back position? Josh Adams. Do you know who he is? You know where he's at? He's in Wendy's right now selling burgers. So don't talk to me about production.
Actually, he's on the Jets practice squad.
Thanks, Mike. Just thanks. Always. Anyway, he's in the Wendy's flipping burgers, like I said. All right. But in all seriousness,
stats are relative. What are the stats? Like, this is the problem with people that just mentioned stats. Give me the context. Give me the context for your stats. Because let's be real. The stats that you're listing, touchdowns, interceptions, yards, completions, attempts, those are team stats, by the way.
Right.
Let's be real. You can look at them as an individual stat, but it's really about the team around you. Give me more in-depth stats. Give me analytics. And then give me the context in which you're using the analytics. All right? There is something he said that is correct. I do agree that Dak plays in a more run-heavy offense compared to Wentz. I agree with that. We don't know what it's going to be with McCarthy.
I'm going to let you keep going. How about this real fast? I'm gonna give you a stat, an analytic stat. How about last year? Both teams played 5 top 10 defenses. Dak 0-5. Carson Wentz 3-2. Want to talk about that? You want to talk about that, Cowboys?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Pretty self-evident.
We talk about these numbers, and we talking about the real. We talk about my man Carson Wentz. You can't talk to me about him, man. Jack
Yo, he's in timeout, I guess. Anyways, yeah, that's funny. But yo, I want to ask you guys this question real quick. Listen, I'm gonna click on a comment. Tell me if it comes up right away on your screen. I'm gonna tell you exactly when I did it. I clicked on it right now. Did it come up?
Wendy's is delicious. Wendy's is delicious, which they're not. They're nasty. Hey, yo, don't eat they nuggets, man. They nuggets ain't real chicken. I don't know what it is. It ain't real chicken.
So it's only lagging on my screen. That's weird.
It's still like, what, it ain't come up yet?
It just came up.
Damn.
Andrew, you're coming up on my screen, man. I don't think you were blocked. You were on my screen.
Who said it?
Andrew.
Was I blocked?
I don't think he was blocked. I mean, he was showing up on my screen.
Yeah,
yo, there's
you see this time I'm
chat for you?
Is Daniel Jones a better quarterback than Dak? I think so. Hey, Philly Notion, tune into the podcast, and Philly Fresh has got a little groundbreaking take for you on that one. All right, since you paid, I'll tell you. That's tough. All right, you're talking about a quarterback that's going into his 5th year versus a quarterback going into his 2nd year.
All right, where we at? Where we at? What are we talking about?
I think Daniel Jones has better arm talent. I think Dak Prescott has a ton more of experience. I don't know, man. Look at the offense around Dak Prescott. I'm not saying that Daniel Jones doesn't have some good players. He does, but it ain't the same. Outside of Saquon Barkley, who could be argument, you can make it a legit argument who's better. He's the best running back. But
who else? A lot of people say that, but who else are we gonna get at too? Christian McCaffrey? Like who else?
CMC or Dak? I think there's 3 running backs in that top tier. I think it's CMC. I think it's Zeke, and I think then you go with Saquon.
You still think Zeke is up there?
Yeah.
As a runner of the football, I will put him up there.
He heard things.
You heard me, Steve?
Who?
Yeah. As a runner of the football, you think he's up?
As a runner of the football, I will put him up there. But you know who I'll put up there above him now? And it's kind of debatable. Damn, I forgot his damn name now. The dude. That's crazy, man. I just had his name.
Team?
He in the AFC, man. Ran all through the playoffs.
Chubb. No, never mind. Playoffs, you said.
You're talking about Tennessee. Derrick Henry.
I put Henry right, like it's real debatable, right? As a runner, just a runner of the football, because Zeke is not a outside presence or a catcher like a Saquon or a CMC or dudes like that. So that's why I kind of put them ahead of Zeke. But as a runner, I had Zeke up there. But then when I look at Derrick Henry, man, that dude's special, man. Even in college, he was special. He did. Correct me if I'm wrong. He did win a Heisman, right?
Who? Henry?
Yeah, Henry won a Heisman, right?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I mean, he was a good running back at Alabama, but
yeah, I think he won a Heisman at Alabama.
He's a physical dude. He's a physical specimen.
Yo, listen, if he can continue what he did in the playoffs and the latter part of the season into the playoffs, if he does that for a full season next year, he's gonna be the rushing champ. Because listen, what I like about Tennessee too is that and that young boy AJ Brown, he's becoming a receiver, and they got some things over there. As long as Ryan Tannehill can do what he did last year, because he got paid. He got paid, and he's a game manager. But if he can do what he did last year, because he actually had a pretty good season when he came in for Marcus Mariota. So if he does what he did last year, Tennessee running the ball, they could be something again, you know?
Yeah. I ain't got no problem taking Derrick Henry in the first round of my NFL draft. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, we still going to do an ESPN one on the channel, too, on the Philly Talk podcast.
Oh, yeah. How we doing? How we doing that, Mike?
Week 3 of the preseason, I will make sure I have everybody who's going to be on it, which you and Get A City are on it. I have the other 8 written down. If anybody drops at that time, yeah. If anybody drops, I'll add. I got some replacements if somebody drops too, and we'll get it. We'll figure out what the buy-in is, and we'll discuss all that stuff closer to preseason. But should be fun.
It's definitely going to be fun, man. I just want y'all to get prepared to lose. That's all.
Here we go.
Hey, listen, I talk heavy, man. You already know. Hey, is Charles on that list? Please tell me you're on that list.
I'm trying to get him on that list. He's yeah. I believe I can get him. I believe I can get Jared Greed in too. But there's a couple people that listen. I put that in a video at the end of my video right when the season ended, and there's people that are already in it locked. Now there's people who are locked that won't get out, but there are people who said they want to be in it, and I have not seen them comment or be in the live stream since the end of the season. So they still might watch, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. But these people might say yes, and they don't really watch the channel. So if you're not involved in the channel, you can't be involved. You got to pay that. You know what I mean? You got to play. So
yeah, because we can't be holding spots up, man.
Yeah.
Like we need people that's going to be consistent and be there. We already know Charles going to get that bread up. You hear me?
Yeah, Charles. I might even just pay his spot for him for all the super chats he gave me.
I know that's right.
Appreciate that guy. Not just for the super chats. He always be keeping us, cool dude, real cool dude.
And he be doing stuff on Twitter and all that, man.
Victory said, if you have a fantasy football league, I need in. Man, like I said, I'm going to try to get the Victory, Charles Smith. These are guys who comment and watch every single video. All 3 of us almost put out. They're always showing love. So, I got to try to get them guys in too. But I got to give the guys who. Huh?
No, I was about to say something to Steve. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work.
As long as we know. As long as we know, Steve.
Wait, what?
As long as we know. Yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead, do what you do.
I lost it already.
Yeah, I know. You never had it.
Appreciate that. He said Philly 500 sent me to Mike's YouTube. Appreciate that.
Hey, man. That's a good dude right there, man.
He's that dude. Words bond. But yeah, so we got some more topics going. We're going on 3 hours and 22 minutes. Are we out of gas? Or are we still going?
Come on, man. You already know how we do, man. Four is really the ceiling. You know what I mean?
See, I always know when we're deep into it, because that's when Gay City got that real lean back look. You know what I mean? He's just
and he get quiet. He do this, John. He might start.
I'm reading everything.
Like, he start abandoning the ambiance and all that. Gas no brakes.
So yeah, Philly 500 is that dude. So go ahead, Steve. Start a new topic when it comes to the Eagles, or go ahead, Philly Fresh, if you got one on top of your head.
On top of my head, I don't know if y'all talked about Carson Wentz being a leader, speaking out, and doing something that he didn't have to do, man. I really appreciate him, Zach Ertz, dudes like that. We already know that a guy like Malcolm Jenkins is going to speak his mind. That's what he does. But I'm going to keep it real with y'all. When you get somebody, because I thought about this. I put a video up about this yesterday. But then I thought about it even more. when you get somebody like Carson Wentz in his status in 2016 and 17 when Kaepernick, what's going on, man? That joke already been said though. Like I don't understand. Like, can y'all hear me? Can y'all can't hear me?
I hear you fine.
I
know Charles is gonna laugh. He just waiting.
Appreciate the super chat, Vic. But yo,
can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
No, because I'm saying something real important. So I'm gonna make sure everybody hear me.
Yeah, go ahead, finish it. Go ahead, keep it up. That was tough.
All right, so basically what I was saying was, in 2016, Carson Wentz didn't have, I ain't gonna say the platform, but he wasn't a guy like Aaron Rodgers or a guy like Tom Brady, so he couldn't speak on like what Colin Kaepernick was doing. But for him to be one of the top, in my perspective, one of the top 5 quarterbacks and be white and come out and say what he said, man, I appreciate him a whole lot. It's a pandemic already going on, and it felt like it's another one going on at the same time. We understand, man, like stuff is real, man. Like excuse my language, but shit is real out this joint. Like me growing up as a black man, I done seen it. I done been through it. I done seen a racial profiler. My mom moved to a white neighborhood, when I was like 14. I was in and out of the hood doing everything that I did, and I was coming back to where she lived. And every time I came back, I would come back with cars and stuff like that. And every time I would get pulled over. Every time it was harassment. So I know what it's like, man. And for people to lose their lives because of this bull crap, and because of people that don't respect another person, and for somebody to do what he did and to be disrespectful and to sit there and to put his knee in somebody's neck for 8 freaking minutes, and for Carson Wentz being a Caucasian man and to speak out on it, because it is about race, but it's not when it comes to joining together. It's about right and wrong. You know what I mean? It's about what you see. You see this man just sitting there and just acting like killing him ain't nothing. I got my hand in my pockets to put more pressure on his neck because I can do that. You know why? Because I'm the law. And it's disgusting and it's despicable, man. And I gotta shout out Carson Wentz, Zach Ertz, anybody else, man, who bringing attention to this, because it's long overdue.
Hey, Fresh. Yeah. You said you were coming in at 6:15. You were a little bit later. I think you came in exactly at the 6:20 area. Not trying to do no slight. What I'm saying is the first 20 minutes of this, that's pretty much all me and Gate City talked about. And we shouted you out for being actually the first. You were the first Eagle content creator to put it up there. You put it up the 2 days ago, I think it was. And then
yeah.
And then I was, after I woke up that morning that I put the video out, and I saw Carson Wentz's tweet the night before. It was like maybe 8 hours old or something. So that tweet was going through my head all day, plus the whole scenario, because I voiced my opinion on Twitter. And then I got home. By the time I got home, I already saw Desert Eagle and Philly 500 did a video. LB did a video too, but I didn't get to shout him out because I didn't see it. I made that video early, but I wasn't at home to put it on. I had left, right. So it on later than when I made it. But and I said you were the first one to really say something about it in your. I think it was.
And you know what's crazy about that, Mike? I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. I was torn. Like, I was really bad on myself. I actually made the video. Not made it, but I made it earlier that day. And even before I made it, I'm going back and forth with myself. Damn, should I do this? Like, and then I'm like, at the end of the day, man, I got a platform. Even though it's only 700 people, that watch or can watch, they still watch. You know what I mean? So whatever platform I got, and I'm going to give it to y'all raw, man. If anybody know me, y'all know I'm going to give it to y'all raw, so I can't hold back on this. And I had to go. You know what I mean? I had to do what I had to do, man. And I appreciate everybody that comment on that, John. The comments on that first video, man, almost brought a tear to my eyes, because you don't understand that no matter what a person's race is, or no matter what you know, what they believe or what their religion is, when when something is wrong and they know in they gut and they see it in their eyes, when they know something wrong, man, we should come together, man. And I feel as though from my comments, you know, that people was telling me, man, I see it, but it's just maybe it's not enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you 100%,
Yeah.
Philly French. And like I said, um, just
Look at
disgusting.
yeah. I mean, like I told Mike and I said to everyone earlier today, man. I wasn't gonna talk on it. I wasn't gonna say anything. But then after Mike showed us that message on one of his videos, I knew that, you know, I had to say something today. Like you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like people are out there. What they left on Mike's video, bro. Like that's a person I would love to meet face to face. Not hiding behind some fictitious username, some fake, trumped up profile picture, trying to leave comments like that.
Yeah.
But
And
it's sad, man. It's sad.
and I
You
didn't
talk about
respond to
that,
that.
John?
Yeah. And I didn't respond to it. And if I did, it would be like this. Listen, if I lost any subscribers from the video I put out, well, I made my channel a lot better by doing it. Because if you watching my videos and I'm talking to you, responding to you, and you really feel the way you felt about the video I put, well, then see ya. You know what I mean? As simple as that. So, but look, at the end of the day, we got to realize there is a problem. It got to be dealt with. And that's exactly what Colin Kaepernick did. We try to spin it to he doesn't respect the country and stuff like that, but it's not that. It's for this. It's because of this, and it needs to be out there. Shannon Sharp said it great. He said we need people who it doesn't affect to feel as bad as the people it affects to push it out there. We need the Tom Brady's, the Aaron Rodgers, the white players, like a Chris Long. Chris Long is that dude who voices his white opinion and he's with it and he's on top of the things. We need more people to say that, so it's more out there. We need to come together as a human race. It's simple as that, man. And it's very sad. It's very sad.
And remember Chris Long, he was the guy that put an arm around Malcolm Jenkins in 2017.
Yep. When he used to,
when he was putting the fist up. You know, he was basically and just that gesture said more than any words. He basically said, "Man, I'm standing what he's standing for. I'm not standing for him. I'm not standing just because I'm not doing it just because this is my teammate. I'm doing it because of what's going on. Because yeah, you definitely did, Bashir. And I watched that John comment on that John, man. Shout out to you, man. It takes especially a person of your age and to have the knowledge that you had, that how you broke stuff down. You know what I mean? It takes a real intelligent individual for you to do what you did, Bashir. And I feel you. Now back to Chris Long real fast, man. You know, it's like I'm standing for what he's standing for. I'm not standing because that's my teammate. I'm not standing because I'm not doing what he's doing because, oh well, we're trying to go in the public. Remember, I think like a week before, and they home in Chris Long hometown, I think somebody had got killed or something happened right like a week before, and they had like a GoFundMe and all that stuff. And when something hit home, you feel it. Like, damn, this could really happen to me because it hit so close to home. So, man, shout out to Chris Long also.
Yeah, he's definitely a true one. Citizens have been more power than they think, especially during public service encounters. Remember that. Learn your rights. Don't get taken advantage of. Yeah,
true. And another thing I want to say, I'm not saying anybody in this comment is doing it, but if you know anybody, do things for the right reason. Don't be sitting here rioting just to go to Target and steal stuff. I feel as though a lot of people are using this situation, this man's death, as a scapegoat to go steal stuff. I ain't for that, man. Like that's not cool, because it's really people out there really protesting, peacefully protesting, and trying to make sure that order is felt. Now I understand. I I wouldn't do it, but I understand people burning stuff and all that because they're angry and they feel as though this is the only way that we get attention. But at the same time, if you just using this situation to go ahead and make your wardrobe larger, that ain't cool, man.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's. I'm curious, man. I mean, I'm glad they brought forth charges. You know, I understand they bring forth charges they feel they can get a conviction on, but man, I mean that was pretty hard to watch on film.
Correct.
That was hard to watch. Watch a guy beg and plead because he can't breathe, and you keep putting your weight down on him. Like,
but you know what's crazy? That we talking about that because if that video never came out, that man would still be running around in these streets.
Correct.
The only reason that he got fired and then got arrested is because that video came out. And once that video came out, he should have got arrested from the rip. Because I'm gonna tell you something. If somebody seen me doing that and a video came out of me doing that, I'm guilty until proven innocent. They're coming to lock me up from the rip. They're coming to beat down the door of my crib and they're gonna come handcuff me. But you know what they did to that man? They fired him, probably gave him leave of absence and all that kind of stuff. And then they locked him up because it was so much pressure put on them. And that's what we can do as a society without having to burn things down and do stuff like that. It shouldn't have to come to that, but at the same time, we have to understand that. Excuse me. We have to understand that we do have power. Somebody commented in this joint. I think it was Philly Notion. We do have power. You know what I mean? Even though our people might not hear us as much, but we got power, man. If people didn't riot and people didn't protest how they did, that cop would have never got locked up. Let's keep it real. If nobody would have said nothing, that cop would probably still be a cop right now. So we do got a voice, and we got to understand that.
Correct. The fact that it got out and it went viral so fast, it kind of forced them to fire him and then bring this. I mean, like the FBI looked in it very quickly. You know, if this wasn't as viral as it was, it would have tried their best to do all this sweeping under the rug stuff because that's how disgusting the system is. But at the end of the day, he should get first-degree murder. If they do get him with third-degree murder and he goes, I don't care PC or not, they gonna find you. Now they miss you. Must I remind you, I'm only here to
they charge him with third-degree manslaughter. The reason being is the statutes to prove it. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna be honest about it. It's not because I don't think. It's not because I don't think that he shouldn't be convicted of something more than that. I got a feeling he's only going to get hit with that manslaughter. I hate to say it, but
like that. And that's why I said it's not enough. It's always like that. He's going to get manslaughter, and you know what he's going to get? 5 to 7 years, if that.
Yeah.
It's actually premeditated. It's
definitely
premeditated because you knew what you was going to do before you put that man on the ground. That man was cuffed. He was in handcuffs.
And go ahead.
Go ahead.
He was in handcuffs, and if you have 3 guys on his legs, his midsection already, again, first of all, the handcuffs
was crazy. I didn't even see that because they only showed that one part.
Correct, but now
and the other video came out, and it was other people. I'm like,
so here's my thing. Yes, so look. The handcuffs is what is supposed to restrain them. The fact that you had a guy on his legs and 2 guys on his torso, or 1 guy, I don't remember exactly. That is it's still overblown, but that's the restraint. Yeah. You didn't need this other guy on his neck because 3 grown men on somebody's body, they're not moving. You know what I mean? They're not moving. They don't got their arms. They got 3 grown men on his body.
But not only that, he wasn't resisting the whole. It's not even about moving because he wasn't resisting at all.
Correct. But what I'm saying is,
he's sitting there crying to you. He's sitting there crying to his mother. And I don't know if y'all seen the interview with Steve Francis. I mean, not Steve Francis. I can't remember his name, man. Played for San Antonio Spurs, man. I can't remember his name. His name not Steve Frank. Steve Jackson. I don't know if y'all seen an interview with Steve Jackson.
Yeah,
Steve Jackson actually is a close friend of this. Well, was a close friend of this guy, and he basically was saying his mom is dead, so he kind of already knew what it was coming to when he started crying for his mom.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like it's ridiculous.
And also,
man.
he strictly said, "Listen, you're going to kill me." So he said, "You're going to kill me." The cop exactly continued to do what he did. That's the definition of premeditated. Listen, there's people who get arrested and complain that their cuffs are too tight, and the cop will loosen the cuffs. This man just said, "Please get off my neck," and they did not move. It's disgusting. Premeditated, first-degree murder. I mean, there's really no way around it, and that's what I'm saying. The way this video came out, the both angles, it's 100%. Any lawyer should be able to convict it.
It's disgusting, man, and they're trying to change the narrative by the charges. If that was a switches, things will switch, right? Why is one life more valuable than the other? Because if things will switch, right, and that was the cop down there, and that was the black man on his neck, you know he'd be charged with capital murder. He'd be charged with capital murder, and that's ridiculous, man.
And again, and it wasn't even a violent crime. It's just there's so many things you can say, so many different points that show everything from every aspect. It was overboard. From every single aspect, they went way overboard. And like people said in the chat, I guess they were all security guards together. Listen, this is what they think. This is what they do. 2 weeks before, they were probably at their house drinking and talking about how they got that hate in their heart. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
I can't see how you defend it, man. I can't see the defense for it. I mean, it's just you killed someone. Like, I mean, imagine that someone you know, your brother, your sister, your father, your mother, someone you're close friends with, and you see a police officer abusing that person, whether they did wrong for them to come out there and investigate it or not. They're clearly apprehended. You clearly have 4 people there to you know, get this situation under control. Why is it necessary to stand on a person's neck? I just can't see how anyone can defend that. Like, 4 of y'all can't take one dude and put him in the car and your bouncers. Come on, bro. Like,
that wasn't Steve. That wasn't their mindset, man.
Correct.
That's why I said it's premeditated.
Yeah.
That was not their mindset. Their mindset was not to take that man to a jail cell. That their mindset was to take that man to the morgue. Because he was a big guy. He was a big guy. You know what I mean? And Steve Jackson said it. You know, he used to be a basketball player and stuff like that. But he went through his hardships. Like, I'm from West Philadelphia, man. I did a lot of wrong. You know what I mean? I did things that I should not have done. I've been in situations that I should not have been in. But I'm a changed man right now. You know what I mean? I do no dirt. I sell no drugs. I don't shoot people anymore. I don't do none of that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm dead serious, Mike. Like,
I hear you.
I could talk about these things because it's 7 years past the dirt that I done did. You know what I mean? And I've been convicted of things. But what I'm saying, why I'm saying this is because I'm getting at it like this. This dude, and why it hits me so hard, he was the same kind of guy that I was. Listening to Steven Jackson break down how this guy was, I understand how he was because that's me. A man that changed his life. I changed my life, Mike. I changed my life, Steve. Like, I'm being real with y'all. Like,
yeah, you told me this on personal conversations we had via text and the phone. Like, you know what I mean?
I really changed my life. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
if something like that, for you to change your life and something like that happens to you, it's like what I changed my life for. You know what I mean?
Hold on one second.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because you know, the fact that people can, you know, in a situation that has nothing to do with what occurred, try to dig up your past to try to justify an action makes no
that they
sense.
did.
Like, how does this tie to the context of what you're doing? Like, it just, yeah, man, it's really hard to watch that video and not want to like just jump in there and start beating the shit out of somebody because
and this is one thing that I want to say real fast, man. And my family kind of know this. Like, I got hood family. If you see me struggling like that, and you see a cut somebody on my neck for 8 minutes like that, I'm gonna pay your bill. You better knock that cop off me, man. You know what I mean? I'm not blaming the people. It's not their fault that was around, but it just seemed like they was more worried about recording it than getting that cop off of that man.
Hey,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Fresh. I said it in the beginning, in the first 20 minutes when we talked about it. And again, I'm not trying to sound tough or nothing because I don't care what people think. It's, you know, it's over the internet. But I don't know. Like, just every time I watched that, I wanted to watch it to see all the details. So when I talked about it, I know, but I couldn't really watch it. Like, it hurt me to watch the video on my phone. With that being said, if I was a recorder or I was one of them guys there, I don't know if I would have been able to listen to that cop who said back up. Even if for 1 second I could have got the guy's knee off his neck, I would have felt good about it. And you know, when all things said were done, you know, what we would have seen. But I don't know. In the moment, don't know how I would have felt. Like I said, me before my family, I was a different dude too. I've been through my fair share of trouble and my misbehaviors, you know, at a young age, 18 too. But have my first kid. Now I got 3 kids, got a wife. I changed too. But in that scene, I don't know what I would have been able to do. I don't know.
Especially knowing what I know, man. Especially being through what I've been through, like with cops. I never been through it to that severity, obviously, because I'm still here. But I already know, man. I already know their mindset, and it's messed up because all cops ain't bad. I know good cops. It's cops to this day that have locked me up. That if I'm sitting on 60th and Cedar, or if I'm sitting on 60th and Spruce or wherever, and they beat, I will wave to them because even though they locked me up, I was wrong. I noticed that I was wrong for what I was doing, and they was doing their job, but they did it respectfully. They locked me up, you know what I mean? And they talked to me when I was younger. I didn't listen, but they still talked to me. You know what I mean? Like, yo, man, listen, I had to do what I had to do, but you tripping, you gotta change, man. You know, stuff like that. You know, trying to build a community up. And they wasn't black. They was white officers. You know what I mean? To this day, no lie. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. I never lie to y'all. I was out at Outback, I want to say 2 years ago. I seen a cop that locked me up. Not on my last draw, but the one before that, when I did 2 years. He locked me up. I seen him at Outback. You know what I did? I brought that man a drink. I brought him a drink. Like Wallahi, man. If y'all know what Wallahi mean, it basically mean I ain't lying. You know what I mean? So I bought him a drink, and I didn't even sit down because he was the same. I didn't sit down with him or none of that. Probably about 20 minutes later, they go into the car. He come back. He like, listen, man, I always try to get you, you know, try to make sure that you did the right thing. And I'm like, I understand that, and I see that now. Now that I'm a 30-year-old man, I see that. I didn't see that back then. I was too busy trying to do what I wanted to do. So it is good cops out here, but there's also some demons, man. And that's what we gotta watch, and we gotta make sure that we watch our back and each other's back, man.
I can't see if I was in the position of one of the officers and I'm watching this guy drive his knee into someone's neck and I'm hearing the guy clearly having difficulty breathing. Bro, I don't care if the dude don't like me or not. I'm gonna walk over to him, yo, get the fuck up off of him. You about to get all of us fired and fucking all of us probably charged. Get the fuck up. Like, you gotta get off. Like,
I would have thought about doing it as a civilian, a citizen, but if
are the other cops being charged?
They're being investigated to be charged. Yeah,
investigated, charged. Who knows? But
listen, if I was a cop in that situation, I would have really. Then because nothing's gonna happen to the cop who pushes the cop off. except for the groupies might not like him. But like I said, listen, these guys, the reports have been out, the chat's been saying that. I wasn't too familiar with that, but they all were friends. They're security guards together. Like, this is what they
I ain't
talk
know
about
nothing
in their
about
spare time. This is the
Yeah, I ain't know nothing about that.
yeah, but supposedly that they were security guards together, they're friends. For them all to be on the same point and just let it go. This is what they do on their spare time. This is what they talk about. This is who they are. Disgusting people. And this is who
Yeah.
this is who the people of Minnesota got to call when something happens. Not 911. Send these 4 goons. You know what I mean? Disgusting.
Yeah. Like, and I get it, guys, that they pulled out the mace on them and everything. I get that. I've been maced before. I was in the military, guys. It ain't pleasant. It ain't fun. I'm not going to lie. It'll bring you to your knees. But they'd have had to mace me. Sorry. There's just no way I could have sat there and watched a guy die. I couldn't do it.
I don't see myself doing that, man. I really don't. I probably would have just tried to rush him and we'd have just both been going to jail, but hopefully we both would have been alive. You know what I mean? They probably would have beat the hell out of me. But be able to save that man's life, I'd have been cool with that.
Yeah, it was.
And the crazy thing is like I was in the military. I know guys that are cops. Some good, some bad. Like it's just sad because when you have that kind of power over people, man, even if you're just a tiny bit corrupt, you know what I mean? The amount of the community, like it's not. I don't know what the solutions are to these things, man, but something's got to change. Like you can't just be out there killing people at will. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, man. For a non-violent crime to escalate to this. Let's be real. We don't even know if it was a crime because we don't even know all the details. That's what they were out there investigating, a non-violent crime.
Yeah, they were saying that he had a fake $10 bill. But
that's not even a felony, is it? Well, maybe it is because it's fake. Because it's fake money. But
yeah, I mean, it gotta be a certain amount. But a $10 bill, you can get that from and you can get that from anybody, man. You know what I mean?
Well, see, that's my point too. Is how do they know that he didn't receive that as cash tender from another place?
Man, it's just,
did you find printing stuff in the car? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I don't even think it's worth trying to investigate because we all know that it doesn't matter what they found. Their actions weren't justified. There's just no way of. I can't, man, because it's messed up. It's real messed up what happened. Like,
it is, man. But I ain't gonna lie. This conversation really kind of getting me mad. I really kind of want to
flip the script.
Yeah, me too.
Get out of here.
Me too. Yeah.
Somebody asked Fournette or Voice Freeman, be more careful. That was 9:25. That was a half an hour ago, but we've been talking about this for about 20 minutes. So I did a video, be more careful. I don't know if you know, but I actually did a video on this 2 days ago. I think that Leonard Fournette is going to cost you a 3rd round pick, and I think that Voice Freeman will probably cost you a 5th or 6th round pick. I would like Voice Freeman because I feel it. First of all, Leonard Fournette is not going to come into a position where he's not the number 1 back. Miles Sanders is going to be our number 1 back. I don't care who we get here. You know what I mean? So I feel as though that I would want Voice Freeman because I think he fits exactly what we want. It's only 2 years, so you don't got to pay him no major contract. You know what I mean? You ain't got to pay him no major contract. He only been in the league 2 years. This is his 3rd year. So I would go Voice Freeman. If you still in this chat, that's my that's who I would get. What y'all think?
Yeah, when you look at the talent, we know that Fournette is a better talent because Fournette can really be an every down back, and he can actually, gets hot. He could try to take some more snaps away from Miles Sanders. But a guy like Freeman, again, is he a free agent, or are you just saying because Melvin Gordon and Lindsey over there? Fred, is Royce Freeman a free agent, or are you talking about
No. That's why I said That's why I say you got to trade for Leonard Fournette. You probably will have to give around a 3rd round pick. But I said if you trade for Royce Freeman, you probably had to get around like a 5th or 6th round pick, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I only reason I said that because of the becoming a Melvin Gordon, like you just said.
At the end of the
day, he's cheaper. You know what I mean? Like he's under $1 million contract for the year. You get Leonard Fournette, it's going to cost you about $4 million. The Eagles wouldn't even pay Jordan Howard $5 million. So
correct, and then you also got to worry about next year.
No, go ahead, Mike. I just want to know, after you're done, I just want to know, do y'all think that was a big mistake? Because I don't think we really talked about Howard not being here anymore. But go ahead, Mike.
I just want to say, Fournette, hold on, Elijah. Fournette is a chance of him playing 1 year, then he wants his contract, can't afford him, so you lose him, and then you lost that draft pick too. Freeman is a guy where he'd fit better with Miles Sanders because, like you said, Miles Sanders could be that lead back still, and Freeman would get them big boy carries, them north and south carries, where Fournette would try his best to push for the number 1 job. I'm not saying he'll get it, but he's going to do good things, and it's going to be a lot more of a challenge where Freeman will fit in his role as that second guy who's just a bruiser. And like Gates said he's cheaper and all that stuff. But when to flip it on Jordan Howard, what was the exact comp pick we got for not re-signing him? Which one was it? Because that was part of it. That was part of it.
We didn't get nothing yet.
Yeah, nothing yet.
Yes, I mean, what is it for next year?
Probably, but it depends on the playing time he has at Miami. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into that. But I think they're projecting it'll be a 4th, but that's projection. No one really knows.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I agree with it would be nice to have him back because we saw them starting to work together really good in the Buffalo game before the big injury, the stinger. So, what do you think, Gacy? Do you think we should have kept Jordan Howard?
Yeah, I do. I've been a big Jordan Howard fan since really that first game I saw him run in Washington. And then when they actually started using him, because let's be real, they didn't really give him that many touches in Washington. He came on, man. He came on. That shoulder injury messed him up, and I'm not sure what happened to that shoulder. I know some people are really down on Jordan Howard because they're like, "Oh, he just didn't want to play in Philadelphia." I don't think that's what happened, man. I think he suffered some kind of real nerve damage to the shoulder. He couldn't go. Yeah. And
but
he was dangerous in the lineup.
But you know what's crazy, Steve? He has suffered no injuries before he came to Philly. So that might have been on his mind. That might have been on his mind too. Like, hold up, I suffer an injury. I suffer a pinched nerve. Now, it's a delicate injury, yeah, but my medical staff probably didn't handle this right. I don't want to keep jeopardizing. I don't want to keep jeopardizing my games and more importantly my body because the medical staff is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? So that might have because let's not forget, it's not like we traded Jordan Howard. Jordan Howard left. You know what I mean? So he didn't sign with us because that probably was one of the reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because he just seemed like such a perfect fit.
He is a perfect fit.
Yeah,
especially right now. Could you imagine Jordan Howard, Miles Sanders, the way Miles Sanders is right now, and Boston Scott? Come on, man.
Correct.
And then you got one of the young guys you can carry for a 4th running back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
For special teams, stuff like that.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Anthony Perry said. Look at this. Look, now I'm not saying Deshaun Jackson is a guy who stays healthy, but listen, prior to coming to the Eagles, he played double-digit games for 3 years straight. I'm talking 16, 17, and 18. Deshaun Jackson played double-digit games. Double digits. I think it was exactly.
Wait, Malik Jackson?
Yeah. I'm saying Deshaun, let's go first. Deshaun Jackson, for 3 years straight, played double-digit games. Check it out. I did a video on it. 16, 17, 18.
I remember that video, and I commented. I told you that Deshaun Jackson thing, that was his fault. That was Deshaun's fault. Not, can you hear me?
Correct. But what I'm saying is, so Deshaun Jackson played 3 straight years of double-digit games. We get a game out of him. Malik Jackson never gets hurt for the whole season. Jordan Howard never gets hurt. He gets hurt. I mean, like, it's just like no matter what, these last 2 years, it's been our 100% Achilles heel. Guys who we bring in who never get hurt. It's just, it was crazy. I'm hoping this new medical staff does something.
So I was trying to see if Murphy Kenzo was in my comment section. So Greg, I don't think it's that we're down on, like, I'm not necessarily down on the running back position. There's a lot of unknown to it, but Jordan Howard just seemed like such a layup. So, you know what I mean? With the fit. Yeah. I mean, let's be real. $5 million for a running back, is it a little expensive? Sure, but in a grand scheme of things, it's really not that expensive. It's really not. We probably could have got him for a little less if we're being real. If we locked him up before free agency started, we probably could have got him for a mil or so less per year.
No, Wanese, I don't even know how to say that. No, Josh Adams is at Wendy's Flipping Burgers.
Part-time, and then the Jets practice squad the other part-time.
No, he asked, was Josh Adams still an Eagle? No, he's at Wendy's Flipping Burgers. He came through the drive-thru, gave me a coupon the other day.
Did he really?
No.
Oh my God!
Say, damn!
I'm done. I'm dead. It's time to sign off.
Hey Steve,
can go back and get you a coupon? Man.
He's like, yo, he's dead.
You're definitely tired.
Yeah, I'm definitely tired.
You saw his face.
Hey, Waylon.
He like, wait, what? Why you ain't been to me?
Hey, yeah, I know you get a burger from him. Shit, I'm about to go check it out. Hey, can you sign this while you get my burger?
He all signing a rapper.
I like Josh Adams, but he runs high for a big guy. That's the problem. He's an upright runner for a big guy. And that's a bad combo. You can't be up high if you're a big guy.
Yeah, that's why he fumbled a couple times for us, and he probably would have fumbled more if we'd have kept him on. But I do like him. And I like that he put the 215 up every time he score. I love that. It comes to time
for how much?
Man, like,
Philly fan D, but for how much? That's really the problem. I like AP. If he's coming in to play your third back role, but I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot left, in my opinion.
Yeah, 1 year.
I don't know how much he's got left in the tank.
Hey, real quick, off script. I meant to ask you this, Steve. When we was talking about on the podcast, when we was talking about on the Washington football team, you was talking about a running back that they drafted, but you think he's going to take over the hem of, you think he's going to take over the hem of Darius Geis? Yeah,
definitely. I mean, Geis has been injured too much.
Yeah, Geis can't stay on the field.
Yeah,
Geis can't.
When he's on the field, he's a problem.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's a so the kid they drafted, the way they envision him is in a CMC role. He's that kid I did the film breakdown. In Philly, I would have loved this kid to play the H-back role like a Trey Burton. But for the Redskins, they want him to play more of that Christian McCaffrey role. And he can play that type of back. And that kid had a crazy workout, man. Like, he was really good at the Senior Bowl. Like, really, really good at the running back position at the Senior Bowl.
I want you to send me, when you get a chance, I want you to send me some breakdown on this kid. I want to look at it.
All right.
Because I ain't really – because I just automatically thought Geis was going to be the running back. So
he did a video on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send you a link.
Players mess up. Damn, dog. Like, what's up with you? You always attacking me, man.
Huh?
What's up with him, man?
Who?
You good?
What? I got you, man. I'll send you the link to it. I didn't look at him from the perspective of a running back, though, so. Yeah.
I would just say
I had a lot of Redskin fans that hit me up and wanted me to do that anyways. They've been asking me if I would do a CMC video, like comparing how the Redskins would use him in Turner's offense like CMC. I try to think to him when we really get to the slow period in July, that might be a possibility, but I'm an Eagles content creator, so kind of hard to.
Right. I just want to know my opponents. I thought going into, because they are weak. They are week one opponent. So going into the game, I just thought that, you know, I would be breaking down Darius Geis. But when you brought that kid up, I'm like, hold up.
Mhm.
You think he's going to be the starter?
Yeah, I think they're going to go to a 2-back set. They're going to play in both of them, but Geis just hasn't been able to stay healthy. He's a talented running back, but I just don't know how much he's got left in those legs after all those injuries.
Haskins was working out with Antonio Holmes today.
Was he really?
I just seen a video of it right before I got on live with y'all.
I don't know, man. Haskins he's a weird one, man. He's a weird one to really put your finger on, because I just don't know, man. Like, when you look into some of the film, he did some things that looked okay. But he also had a few games, man, where I was just like, wow, he does not see the field well at all.
And he never did. He didn't even see it. He didn't even see it good in college. You know, I'm a Penn State fan, so I'm kind of biased on the guy. But at the same time, it's like I watched the guy. You know what I mean? So I just, like you said, he didn't see the field that good, man.
Yeah, I mean, he did better to me when they moved the pocket with him and let him use his athleticism a little more. And he's not the most athletic guy, honestly. I mean, he's more mobile than a lot of guys are, but he's not, you know, this isn't Mike Vick. I thought he played a lot better like that. But
right
when he was sitting back in the pocket, I mean, his best game came against Philadelphia, when our secondary wasn't looking good that game.
Can we envision a season where the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles are neck to neck, and Week 16 against the Cowboys is for the division?
Yeah, I can see that. I think Dallas is probably going to be. I think they're going to be around double-digit wins. I mean, they're playing a second-place schedule.
Right.
They got a lot of talent offensively. The division, even though Dallas is installing a new coach, they kept the OC, so they're going to be running similar concepts. So they're already going to be a leg up on, like, the Giants and the Redskins. I just don't believe they can win when it counts.
What about you, Fresh?
They're a tricky squad, man. They're a tricky squad. I mean, we're a tricky squad too because of injuries, and that's really it. But you got a team that will go out there and beat, like they did last year, us, but then lose to the New York Jets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, and it's not like us because of injuries when we lost to the Miami Dolphins. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. And I don't know what the situation is going to be, how if Dak Prescott is going to be playing that game. I don't know if, I'm talking about when he play us the second time. I don't know what his mindset will be. I don't know, man. But I'm going to have to agree with a lot of people, man. This might be a hot take here, but I think that they will be closer to fighting for the Giants for second place than fighting for us for first place. If y'all get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think we should. I could see it because of the way their schedule is, like Gay City said. I'm hoping that Week 16 we can rest our starters because we already been there, but we'll see. But I wanted to touch on King Poe's comment. He said about drafting Josh Jacobs in the first round in a fantasy league. The only way I would do that, and listen, Josh Jacobs had a great rookie season, and the way John Gruden's offense is, they're going to run the ball a decent amount this year. So people might sleep on him. Like, is he really? He's going to be pretty good in fantasy this year. But the only way I would take him first round is if I'm like the latter part. Like if you're a 12-man league, if I'm 10, 11, 12, then I might go Josh Jacobs. But no way in the top 5, top 7, even top 10. And you got to see what's there. Because
hey, wait a minute, Mike. Is he in our league?
No.
Oh, okay.
I would tell him to pick
King Poe. I was going to mess with you. Going to say, nah, man, take him number 1 overall.
Yeah, but he's going to be good. And I'm always the guy who takes running backs first because their touches are more secure. So I don't draft a quarterback until like round 5, 4.
King Poe, how deep is your league? How deep's your league, man? 'Cause that's where it's going to matter.
Yeah.
It's how deep your league is.
But Josh Jacobs is going to put up numbers in 2020. You heard it here. Yo, Show Enough 215 says that they're going crazy over there in Philly right now with a violent protest.
Yeah, I read that, man. They went kind of crazy last night. They broke some things at City Hall, and this is where I'm confused. I don't mean to backtrack on this because it's gonna make me mad, but just real fast, this is what's confusing me about that is that it didn't happen in your state. You know what I mean? It didn't happen in your city. It didn't happen in your state. So why this? You know what I mean? Like, why? I'm not saying don't protest, but why this? I understand the people of Minneapolis being upset. I understand how they feel. You know what I mean? Because we done seen people killed by the cops in Philadelphia also. But I'm just saying, why do that when it's not even in your city and you don't? I just feel as though sometimes, man, we just wait for a reason to do the wrong things, man. And sometimes it might be the right reason, but it just might be the wrong way to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I'm not for the breaking stuff and breaking other people. Like when you breaking stuff and you break it, you basically breaking stuff that people ain't got nothing to do with. Like if I owned a store in Center City and somebody broke into my store, it's like I come in the morning and all my stuff is broken. I'm like, I ain't got nothing to do with it. What the heck? Go find that man home, and if you want to do something, go find that man home and break in his stuff. But you can't because there's 50 cops circling around his house. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, man. See, a lot of things ain't fair, man, and that's one of the things.
So Jarek Reed says, who y'all got winning Offensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year? Go ahead.
Ooh, that's a good question.
My Defensive Rookie of the Year is going to be an easy one. I mean, it's actually, I'm going to go hot take. I'm not going to say Chase Young. I'm going to say Isaiah Simmons. All right. So Chase Young will be the easiest pick. I'm going to say Isaiah Simmons. And I'm going to say,
you know what? Who'd you say for your defense?
I'm going to go Isaiah Simmons and not go with the chalk. I mean, I really want to say Kevon Wallace. You already know, but I'm going to say Isaiah Simmons.
I don't think he's going to start enough games.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But for my offense, I'm going to go with I'll just go Joe Burrows, I guess.
I'm going to take the opposite.
Tua?
On offense. Tua.
I was going to say
Tua's got the better team around him.
Yeah, but what if Fitzpatrick plays 7 or 8 games? It's going to stop him right there.
True. I mean, you draft Tua where you drafted him. I think you play him.
Yeah. If Tua plays,
but we talking about Miami. We talking about Miami.
Yeah. But yo, listen, Joe Burrow's low key got a great offense. Yo, I'm telling you, T. Higgins, AJ Brown, and Joe Mixon. That's a pretty decent. Low key, he got some weapons.
Yeah, still it's Cincinnati, man.
Yeah, listen, the Red Rocket put up numbers his first 5 seasons.
Hey, listen. Let me tell y'all this. It's all politics, especially this year.
It's going to be a quarterback or offense. It's always.
It's going to be what the fans want because of this pandemic and everything that's going on. First of all, Miles Sanders had a better year than Kyler Murray last year. Let's keep it real. Mm-hmm. But Kyler Murray was the quarterback. Kyler Murray can have a chance to be the face of the league. So they gave a Roy to Kyler Murray. Now they're going to get a Roy to Burrows, and they're going to get a defensive player of the year to Chase. That's just what it's going to come down to, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think for offense because there's such consideration given to the quarterbacks, but I'm trying to think legitimately who's going to start enough games to win it. I think Tua has a chance to start enough games, but I get your point. Fitzpatrick could easily, he's the better guy. I mean, right now, there's no question right now.
And we don't even know if Tua is healthy. Is he healthy?
Yeah,
they said he is. But who knows?
But listen, you're right though. If Tua plays, then that's the thing. I was looking at it in the sense that Tua is not playing the full 16 season game. So
right.
Yeah.
No.
I'm trying to think.
Tua is the better player. Like but
yeah,
we know how these things go, man. It's politics, man. Why you think Tom Brady got the MVP over Carson Wentz? It's politics. You know
if
what I mean?
Carson Wentz finishes the season, though, he definitely gets it.
Yeah.
Is it because he was injured? They try to play him.
Justin Herbert,
he still had better numbers than him.
This year, I'm not convinced that Justin Herbert can read defenses yet. His film is all over the place.
Yeah. I don't.
He's got a lot of arm talent. I agree with the arm talent. The kid's got arm talent, but I'm not confident he can read defenses yet.
From what I've seen, he is a first read. If the first read ain't there, I'm going. Kind of like our backup, our third string quarterback. You know what I mean? Like Jalen Hurts is a kind of guy that I will drop back 5 steps. I will look at my first route, my hot route, and if he ain't open, I'm gone. And I feel as though that's going to get him a lot of trouble. Not Jalen Hurts, but Hewitt. It's going to get him a lot of trouble in the NFL.
Jared Reese said, "Don't sleep on Jonathan Taylor for Offensive Rookie of the Year because Indy has a great offensive line." Listen, I just think it's hard for a running back to get Offensive Rookie of the Year unless he balls out because they always try to favor the quarterback.
He would have to have like a Zeke type rookie campaign.
You would have to have that. But so here's a super chat for you, Gate City.
Do you know what Herbert has a degree? And I don't.
Do he know, or he just trying to test you?
Hopefully,
I think I'm assuming he knows, but I don't know what he has a degree in.
So someone said who? So did y'all say your Offensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Rookies of the Year?
Did I?
I didn't say defense, but go ahead, Fred. You did?
No, I already said it. I said Chase and Burrow.
Hang on, let me think. I think Chase Young is going to have trouble just because Washington's not a very good team overall. Although they got the right coaching, he's a good player.
Yeah, but what if he gets like 16 sacks?
He's got 2 studs, though. He's got 2 stud offensive lines in his own division. I'm going to say I just don't know how Arizona is going to implement this player. That's the problem. But Isaiah Simmons, I think, is the next most impactful player outside of Chase Young.
Yeah.
And I have no clue. I have no clue how they're going to use him. I like the Kinlaw pick going to San Francisco, but I'm not sure if he gets that much playing time early in San Fran. So I'm not sure on that one. Brown went to Carolina, right?
The D tackle, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's an interesting one if he shows up every play. He's got a little issue with the motor, but he's incredibly talented. He could be a guy that, ends up having a ridiculous number of sacks from that interior pass rush. But, we'll have to see. It's it's really hard to say, man, because we're all thinking first rounders. We're not thinking that any of these second rounders ain't. You know what I mean? Like somebody could pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that.
Here goes Jared Reed. Of course, I want CD to win Rookie of the Year, though. Here we go.
I don't know if he will.
That means your man got to step up in the big game.
Yeah. Eagles be rocking said Herbert was a science major. So for victory, if he wanted to know, and now we know. Stephen B said, wow, chasing Fireball with Dr. Pepper? Delicious.
Wait, what? Oh, he over there getting drunk. He over there throwing them back.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Yeah. It's good stuff.
Not the Fireball.
Yeah, I can't do all that cinnamon, man.
Oh, that's what Fireball got? Cinnamon in it?
It's cinnamon-ish.
See, I'm an apple guy myself, man. Like I like things kind of like.
My drink is Crown Royal Apple. That's my joint right there. That's my drink. E&J Apple.
Yeah, man.
I'm tight mad though because I only had a little cup and I'm out. And
no, I didn't shoot your comment away, man. I was Philly girl. I did not shoot your comment away. I was shooting Mike because I wanted him to go back to another comment, and I couldn't find it in the comment section. So no, I would never ever do that.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that. He's too nice of a guy. Real quick, Mike, do you have any final thoughts on my fantasy situation? Sorry, everybody. I know nobody cares. Yeah, listen, if you're the 7th spot, get Josh Jacobs. If you say CMC, Alvin Kamara, all them guys are off because it's a keepers league, that's a good spot to get Josh Jacobs. It's definitely.
I think it was Greg. Greg, I saw your comment. It's been so long since I watched film on him. It's really hard to remember all the specifics. I'd have to go back, watch some film again, get a feel for what I saw him, the decisions he was making, what his reads were, where he chose. He was talking about, if you go up to the top, he's talking about Jacob Eason. Yeah. I'd have to really go back through and look at it. I mean, look, the Colts got a really good offensive line. I'm not too sure even core, but the offensive line is really good there. They got pretty good running backs. I mean, I'd have to see, man. I have to really go back through and look. Like I said, man, I watched so much film on so many guys. It's really hard to remember them about like a week later.
Right.
Real quick, go ahead. You can answer that one.
From what I've seen from the guy, he's in this day and age, he's a rare breed. He's not a runner. He's really a pocket passer. And the way that the league is changing, I mean, maybe he can survive through these times. But the league is changing, man. I mean, everybody's a runner, or has the capability to run. You know what I mean? So this guy doesn't really do that. But maybe he could survive. I watched tape on this guy too, Steve. Like, I like what I see, but it's just that when you're limited in this league, the way these defenses are playing, I don't know if he can keep up. He definitely not winning Rookie of the Year though.
I do want to say this though on his note. Was it Greg Brown said it right?
Yeah.
Listen, Marlon Mack had a pretty dang good year besides injuries last year with the Colts. So Jacob Eason is in a good spot. He's in a good spot to perform.
Yeah.
Oh, what's it called? Victory said he has a continuing. He said he has a master's in biology at the moment. 4.0. Herbert is extremely smart. Remember, he played in the Pac-10. He's saying that reading defenses won't be a problem. He said,
"Man, your academic has nothing to do with your ability to read coverage, man. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That you're falling into a logical loophole here. That's
and
nothing to do with reading defense.
And not only just reading coverages, reading them at the speed of the game speed. You know what I mean? Because coverages switch. Dudes play tricks on you, and yeah, I don't like that comment, man. Hey, listen, Vic, you get some strong comments. I know you can come better than that, man.
Yeah.
He gets some nice comments. I like his comments.
Yeah, because again, just because you're what's it called? Your book smart don't mean you're street smart. Your street smart don't mean you're book smart, and it's a different thing. He might be able to be great at biology, but knowing what coverage drops back, this, that, and the third. I mean, what you can say for him is though, if he's a really smart guy, he can pick things up so he could learn a playbook better. But that doesn't necessarily convert to I'm smart, so I know how to. I'm just a great reader of the defense. So it just shows that you might be able to pick stuff up better.
I like Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I think Ryan Fitzpatrick could be one of those guys who becomes an incredibly good coach one day. The dude scored a 48 on the Wonderlic test. I'm pretty sure it's the highest of any quarterback ever. My man makes some questionable decisions with the football in his hands at times.
Yeah, he does. He either throws 5 touchdowns or 5 picks. There's no in between.
I'm sorry, man. When I watch film of this kid, he makes some really questionable decisions with the football.
What's going on, 4-4 Philly fan? How you doing?
A44. A44. We've been going on for 4 hours. You hear me?
Yeah. Actually, right now we're about to get off at 4 hours and 44 minutes because we're at 4 hours and 25 minutes. But we done succeeded our 4-hour John. So what are y'all feeling right about now?
I'm feeling it's about that time. I'm a little tipsy.
I'm mad. I don't got no more of this. I'm hurt.
I do.
Somebody was supposed to be coming over the crib though at 10 o'clock. I thought I would be done by 10 because I thought we were going to go 4 hours. And I don't even know if he texted me because my phone's dead. So,
yo, you got the most non-powering person. You about the most non-power having person I know.
Yo, listen.
You need to have like a pocket Pikachu, like that can just send electric flames to your phone.
Yo, listen. I didn't charge it last night because of some stuff. But anyways,
last night, man, what were you talking about today?
Yeah, it's been. What I'm saying is, when I charged it like in the middle of the day yesterday, my phone's been going from then to now.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
whenever y'all ready, man.
Yeah, I hate you. Nah, I'm just kidding. But yo, let me get some of that, yo. Send some of that over.
I got you, my guy. Go on.
Yo, pour some in the cup.
Anytime, man. What's mine is yours. Yeah.
Yeah, get a charge case, lifesaver. Yeah, it's cool. But
they only like $5.
Gotta do it. Philly Note said, "Good work, fellas. Keep pushing them Eagles facts. We in here. You already know, man. Like I said,
that's the first time I seen him, man. He knew. If you knew, man, shout out to you. I've never seen him before.
Definitely. So at the end of the day, if you're not subscribed to one of the other guys on this channel via Gate City or Philly Fresh, and or if you're not subscribed to me, go check one of our videos out. If you like it, hit that button. We do live streams every Saturday together. We do live streams during the week sometimes, and we do our regular scheduled programs. And again, I have a Jalen Reagor giveaway. I mean, the people that entered already entered. If you didn't enter, you're not going to get a chance to win it. But anyways, the video will come out tomorrow. May the best man or woman win. Once we figure it out.
I'm on it.
Go ahead, go get that hashtag real quick. I ain't mad at the game. But you get to pick. Let me know the size. Whoever wins, black, white, green, it's going to be a freshie. Whenever I buy that one for whoever gets it, I'm going to get me one too. So we'll be rocking it. Philly Girl said subbed and liked all 3 already. Appreciate it. And yo, Philly Girl is a content creator too. She's starting to put out stuff herself. So go check her out.
Listen. I checked her out. I seen her. I don't know who that was, but they was trying to put like the thing up in the back of the car and all that. That was cute. That definitely was cute.
Yeah.
Be more careful. We appreciate you, buddy.
But yeah, appreciate the super chat, my guy. Love the name. Be more careful. I love it.
Yeah, that joint definitely major.
It does. It does.
I bet. Yeah, that joint major, man. It's almost as best as the Battle Birds podcast.
Yeah.
It ain't just a little bit.
But yeah, it's been real, fellas.
Just to continue before we sign off, to continue to talk about the Wonderlic test, guys. Understand this. You can look at a guy like that and say he's intelligent. He scored a 39 on the Wonderlic, okay? Pretty high. He fell behind Nate Stanley at a 40. Just know Tom Brady scored a 33. I think Russell Wilson was like a 29. I think Drew Brees was like a 23 or something. Like, that crap doesn't, like, to me, like, it's good. I mean, you know, I'm not knocking an education, and of course it has merit and value, but it has nothing to do with your play as a quarterback. Maybe makes you a good coach later on because you can understand the concepts, and maybe because of that general understanding can then develop your own concepts and playbook, but that's how you process information in the time frame. Some dudes, no matter how smart they are, they're not good under pressure.
Yeah, real quick. Let me get to a couple of these things real quick. So Jarek Reese said, I'm fitting to start a Cowboys channel. Got to sub me. When you started, I'll sub you. I'll show you love, even though you're a Cowboys fan. You gotta say on your channel though, oh, it was wrong. The Eagles beat us. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, and so everybody in here, go check out Philly Girl 2. And the comment that Subby said, Philly Mike, how do we know you're not making edits on your video to rig the drawing? Listen, there's not any in particular person I'm trying to give this jersey out to. So listen, you can tell when I cut because I move like this. So you'll see that part of the video will be smooth sailing.
Hey, by the way, hang on, guys. Quiz time. I just found something. Who do you think has a higher? Who do you think has a higher Wonderlic score? No, listen. Who do you think had the higher Wonderlic score? Eli or Peyton?
Hey, Gay City on a red page.
Yeah, he's mad about that test. He's been coming at it.
No, it's just interesting to me. It's interesting to me. Who do you think had the higher Wonderlic score?
Hey, listen. I have learned, knowing y'all, the amount of time I know y'all, I have learned when Gay City go on a rampage,
I'm on here.
it is time to just fall back and let him do him.
All right, I'll save you the time. Eli scored a 39. Eli scored a 39 on the Wonderlic, which is really high. All right, Peyton scored a 28. Eli beat him by 11 points on the Wonderlic score. That's a massive difference.
Hey, real quick, Philly girl. Yeah, drop your link right in the chat if you want. Drop it in the chat. And anybody that wants to go sub her up. All Eagles content creators are great because they speak us out something that we all love.
I actually think that just let everybody know who page that you on, and they can go to that page, and then they can go to your comment, click on your name, and then go to your channel.
This is for Gate City. It's the super chat for Gate City.
Philly Fresh Mike Fun.
It's just I gotta give him his super chat.
Hey, Gate City,
and we got it, guys. Hey, listen. One day y'all gonna come on here and we're all gonna have our fresh mics up here for y'all.
Yo, fresh.
Hey, in the defense, I ordered a Blue Yeti. The boom stand, the whole night, and they back ordered it, bro. They don't even have a date for when they're gonna have it in stock. So
you order off on Amazon?
No, I ordered it from what's that? B&H up in New York.
Hey, Charles, get the hell out of here. Go to sleep, man.
He said the best not reporting Eagles. And yo, another young up and comer, Bashir Randall. Okay, 1 second, Pop. He said, yo, sum me up. Yeah, Bashir Randall, right there, his link. But if you probably type his name in, it might come up too. Yeah, sum him up. Young boy, grinding with these Eagles videos, you know, just started probably like a couple weeks ago. Appreciate him.
Man, y'all got me really searching out. What the hell Dak scored?
What was Carson's score?
You about to
40,
go
I
another
think.
rant.
I think Carson scored a 40.
Be careful. Oh, Philly Notion. So you do Eagles content too? I'm gonna definitely have to check you out, my guy.
Dak had a 25.
Okay, I'm gonna check you out, bro.
Yeah, I'm definitely Philly Notion. So what do we type in? You said it's called the check out Notion Vibes.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Vic, there's one thing I'll give you, man. When you look at the guys who I think are potentially really good coaches one day, they do score high on the Wonderlic. Not that they played at an elite level, but high on the Wonderlic guys, I think they have major coaching potential. Like, it's pretty astonishing to see it.
Charles said, "Sum me up. Just sum me up." Yo, listen. When we do a guest, we gotta get him up on here.
Yeah, we definitely. Ooh, I can't wait, boy. I hope you're ready for all the smoke. I can't wait. Yeah, let's get him up on. Let's get him. Hey, yo, I just typed it in. Notion. Wait, where is it? I just typed it in. It ain't come up.
Philly Notion, you type?
Oh, Philly Notion. He just said Notion.
Oh yeah, I thought it said Notion Vibes. No, I thought it was Notion Vibes.
Yeah, that's what I typed in. Go back to the comment.
Philly Notion, let us know exactly what we got to type in to get you. Show Enough said, "What's the test called? The Wonderlic."
Wonderlic. 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 The Wonderlic test. Guys, there's some interesting ones in there. Blaine Gabbert scored a 42. Didn't work out for him on the field, but I mean, he knows football clearly.
Oh no, it's Philly Notion.
You said Philly Notion, right?
Yeah. See, and at the end of the day, I know a lot of people like they say like don't promote on people's channel because I would never do it on somebody's. And I know you guys are asking, but like to me, it's like I'm always trying to help out the next guy. It's never been only about like you know what I mean. So especially with Eagles content creator.
Already, hang on. Who was the highest scoring Eagle of all time on the Wonderlic test? I guarantee you won't guess it.
What? How long ago has he played? Just give us a ballpark.
In the 90s. It was in the 90s.
In the 90s. Who?
Mike Mamula. 49. Scored a 49. Okay. That's high, dude. That's above Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Say what's up.
What's up, little man?
Don't get about my cup. Go over there.
Yo, why y'all up in your cup like that?
Guys, we better sign off. I'm gonna be stuck on this forever, bro. This is like a gold mine here.
Oh man, yeah. Gate City done found herself.
I'm gonna be done in a little bit, right?
Hey, Mike, Gate City done found herself a new toy, man.
Yeah. Yo, he's about to make remember when Gate City used to make 30-minute videos? He about to make a 30-minute video tomorrow.
this joint like 4 hours here, bro.
Hey, he done found
there's some crazy stuff in here, bro.
I think we might want.
Oh, Greg Brown. Greg Brown said, "What's Romo's score?"
37. Pretty high. 37.
Here we go.
Nate Stanley was the highest from this year. He scored a 40, which was the guy I was interested in.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, we'll be going this forever. So you know what time it is. It's starting to get that time.
Hey, listen, man. I want to thank everybody for holding it down for us, man. Y'all already know how I feel about y'all, man. I don't call y'all subscribers. I call y'all family. If y'all in here, appreciate all of y'all, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know the sign off. Stay Philly. Stay fresh, y'all.
I scored a 32. You're pretty smart. Hey, guys, listen. I'll try to do a video, and I'll post the link that I have that's showing all the scores for you guys, just in case y'all want to look at it, all right? I'll do a video, and I'll post it there. Or maybe I'll do it in the description of this video, all right, guys? I'll throw that link in there for you guys.
When are you doing the video tomorrow?
For the Wonderlic score. I don't know about tomorrow, bro. I'll have to see, but maybe. But I'm saying, like, I'll just throw it in the bottom of this video. I'll just throw it in the description.
Can y'all see me?
Yeah.
Hey, Stephen B. Somebody scored a perfect 50, bro. There was somebody who was a punter.
Hey,
There was a punter that scored a perfect 50. Oh, you thought you signed off?
That's funny. Y'all ain't hear me get a slogan. I'm sitting there. I'm like, man, they ain't even listening to me. I'm out of here. And I pressed the button. Next thing I know, I pop back up. I'm like, can they hear me?
He's over there. He's about to. Now,
Vic, it wasn't Akers. It was a punter, not a kicker. It was. Hang on, I'll tell you who it was.
Philly Fresh all thinks he got off. He's all talking shit on us. He's all like, "Yo."
No, I wasn't. I definitely don't do that.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, Mike, you gonna Gates? Look at Gate City eyes. He just like
Pat McAnally or something like that.
Hey, Mike, remember how he was in the seat? Look at his eyes right now. He like really focused. He ain't playing with y'all right now.
Yeah. No, we gotta sign off, bro. I could be on this for another hour easily. We want to sign off, bro. We're gonna break the record being here for 5 hours. Y'all keep letting me go.
Yeah, he's gonna make a video on it, but hey, I guarantee you there's gonna be a lot of guys in the chat. Once they get off this, they're gonna go onto the internet and type in, "Let me get these Wonderlic scores."
Oh, did you see Bashir?
What?
No, what he said?
He said Fresh thinks he's Casper.
No,
I'm dead.
Hey, Bashir, stop playing with me, man. Hey, listen, I was gonna grab him too, right? But now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, man, he probably wouldn't have been able to hang, man, all these hours, man. He probably would have been over there in the chair right here asleep.
Yeah.
You know, I would have had to tuck him in and all that, man. Got to take him home and he all tucked in and so I'm like, you know.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Hey, Dan, you gonna do me like that too, bro? Damn, I thought we was better than that, man. Can y'all see?
Yeah, so another good one in the books. We had that 4 hours and 41 minutes. We might get that 444 if we in 3 minutes. You know what I mean? That you called earlier.
Not worried about that. I'm worried about make sure that.
Guys, I put the guy's name in the comments that scored the 50.
Yo, Charles Smith said when y'all sign off, Kara be having an after party in the chat. When we get off, they be going for a little bit longer. I'm dead.
Hey, yo, there's one thing I'll say about Charles, man. He be coming through with some comments that'll make you laugh, man.
Yeah, he did.
Except for when they about me, but you know, they funny.
He said not that funny then.
Nah, they ain't funny then.
Greg Brown said Pat McClaney, a punter, only one who scored a 50. He's the only one.
Yeah.
That's a perfect score then, right? Perfect
score. Yeah. I do new football.
He said he went to Harvard.
Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know where he went to school, but he was definitely smart, man. He definitely knew football. I'll give him that. Look, I know a lot about football. I'm not scoring a 50 on the Wonder League. I can tell you that right now. You got to really know a lot.
Wow. Joe, you never took that test, or you never?
Nah, bro. Why would I take the Wonder League? I was never even close to playing professional.
No, but I'm just saying, is there like a free one you could do online just to see what it is? Like, come on, like.
That's a good question. Yo, that would be a great freaking live.
It would be fun. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, it would. It would
be fun to see if there's like a sample one on there that you can get and take. I mean, it's not good.
That would be fun for another day.
Well, we can't do it right now. Hang on, I think I can find it. All right, so I'm gonna sign off, man, because we're gonna be here forever if we're gonna sign off. We might as well just keep a 24-hour live.
No, we just
right.
I'm just waiting for it to hit 444 like my man wanted, and I'm out of here.
All right,
yeah.
We're almost there. We're like 1 minute away.
We got 40 seconds, and then we out.
Is people still commenting?
Yes. So please stop.
Yo, hey, listen.
Please no.
Shout out to y'all. They really be riding with us, man. They really be rocking with us, man.
Yeah, I still got 15 in my chat, man. That's y'all crazy, bro. We appreciate y'all.
Hey man, without no them, there's no us. I got 3 in mine.
He said, "I took a Wonderlic test. As you can see, I end up scoring a little eagle."
20/20 vision. He be holding it down in my jump. You said
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
I took a Wonderlic test.
Yo, appreciate everybody who could rock with us for 4 hours and 44 minutes. We just hit that mark. So with that being said, if you haven't hit that like button, hit that on your way out. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. If you haven't subbed to the other person in this, the other 2, 3, blah, 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 go check them out and do it. It's about that time. Go ahead, Philly Fresh. Y'all can sign off first, and I'm going to hit it, and I'm gonna bang it.
Hey, all man, right. You know what it is, man. Your boy Philly Fresh, a.k.a. the General. Listen, man, everybody stay Philly, stay fresh, but most importantly, stay safe, man. Seriously, I'm out of here.
All right, guys, we appreciate you. You know I sign off. I just do a little simple EAGLES. All right, y'all. Let's go, Eagles. Hang on. Let me do my best Philly Fresh take. Can you see me?
Can you see me? Yes. That's what time it is. The baby woke up and he's cranky. So you know what time it is. We out. It's okay. Look.